We're creating a future where disease is a thing of the past.
Purposeful technology inspires us. Science drives us. But our chief motivation for all the new thinking, all the breakthroughs, all the solutions, it's the people. The patients. Our customers. The ones who are looking to us now more than ever. They're the reason we strive to reimagine health for humanity beyond what's next. As a combined force of amazing talents surging forward with our promise, our innovative and agile spirit is fueled by an unquenchable desire to improve lives. Together, we are working to create smart, more personalized, and less invasive solutions for patients' exact needs. We're unleashing our broad expertise and bringing together our people and partners, informing with our global perspective and local market know-how, infusing science and cutting-edge medical technology with our own humanity and ingenuity, giving people the power to help them live their best lives possible. Connecting data analytics, human insights, and innovation empowers us to deliver bold, fresh solutions and experiences, and envision a world where the health journey is more personal and less daunting for patients. Digital-first solutions simplify what was once complex. Compassionate care, early diagnosis, and long-term health may eliminate surgical intervention. An equitable health system works to keep people well for generations to come. And a world where our healthcare partners are working efficiently and more effectively than ever before. Thanks to forward-reaching, seamless, interconnected, and accessible medical technology. We're working together to save, sustain, and improve lives, to ignite all that's possible in every body.
From the beginning, science has been at the front and center of everything we do, taking us to places we never thought possible. This is the adventure of what science can do. Science can change the way we see the world, change how we live our lives, make us pioneers. Science can impel us to take risks, share and collaborate. Harness data, technology, and AI to accelerate change. Bring people together to achieve the impossible. Fast forward the future. Science can create novel therapies and vaccines, help people with chronic diseases live better, healthier lives. Redefine cancer care. Pioneer treatments for rare diseases. Prevent, modify, and one day, even cure. Make patients partners in their own treatment. Science can inspire us to keep doing incredible things. Give more and more of us access to healthcare. Transform the lives of billions of people. And unite us all around the single aim of improving lives and life chances. Science can do all of this ethically and sustainably, leading the way to a low-carbon world, making healthcare systems more sustainable and resilient, being bold and ambitious, to make people, societies, and the planet healthier. This is the limitless adventure of what science can do. This is AstraZeneca.
We're going to have a bigger impact. We're taking a broader view of the patient and everybody who's supporting that patient, the entire healthcare ecosystem.
The patient is changing, the way we interact with that patient is changing, healthcare is changing, and we all really need to be a part of that solution and really bring these changes to the forefront.
This moves us to a whole new level of patient care.
To know that my everyday action impacts every second a patient outcome is priceless to me.
I like knowing that what I do positively impacts people's lives.
All over the world, customers and their patients rely on BD to help improve people's health. Every day, every person at BD has a chance to make a difference. A chance to bring to life what we stand for. At BD, we are advancing the world of health.
Έχουμε κάνει σπουδαία πράγματα στο παρελθόν. Σήμερα κάνουμε σπουδαία πράγματα για το μέλλον. Για 130 χρόνια η εταιρεία μας έχει σαν οδηγό την πεποίθηση ότι τα σπουδαία φάρμακα αλλάζουν τον κόσμο. Στο επίκεντρο όλων όσων κάνουμε έχουμε πάντα την πρόληψη και δεν σταματάμε να προσφέρουμε ανακαλύπτοντας νέες θεραπείες που πραγματικά κάνουν τη διαφορά στη ζωή εκατομμυρίων ανθρώπων σε όλο τον κόσμο. Επενδύουμε στην έρευνα και ανάπτυξη νέων θεραπευτικών λύσεων στη χώρα μας σε συνεργασία με τους Έλληνες επιστήμονες, έχοντας πάντα στο επίκεντρο τις ανάγκες των ασθενών. Είμαστε περήφανοι για το παρελθόν μας και πολύ ενθουσιώδεις για το μέλλον μας. Στόχος μας είναι να δημιουργήσουμε ένα υγιέστερο, φωτεινότερο μέλλον για τους ανθρώπους σε όλο τον κόσμο. MSD. Inventing for Life.
Every crisis provides the opportunity for a breakthrough. In 1849, we made our first breakthrough, an inventive and groundbreaking way to treat parasites. We discovered how to get life-saving supplies to the Union Army. We broke through the barriers of mass production, making penicillin and other antibiotics accessible on a massive scale.
The life-preserving drugs known as antibiotics met the challenges of war.
And contributing to one of the biggest life-saving measures of the 20th century.
Entering a new era of medicine in which the natural lifespan may be greatly expanded.
We fought polio with an oral vaccine, so millions of children could be children again. We innovated a needle that would be one of the key tools in eradicating smallpox.
The disease has been wiped off the face of the earth.
We took on some of the greatest causes of pain, illness, and early death and fought them with treatments that improved the quality of our hearts, bodies, and even helped the way we love. We harnessed cutting-edge science to create breakthrough therapies that help people with cancer live longer. And now, we have broken through the biggest health crisis of our time. Over 170 years of breakthroughs, and we're just getting started.
«40 χρόνια ΣΦΕ». 40 χρόνια συνεισφοράς και προσφοράς στον άνθρωπο ασθενή. Εδώ και 40 χρόνια προσφέρουμε σε όλους μια καλύτερη ποιότητα ζωής. Προτεραιότητα του ΣΦΕ και των εταιριών μελών του αποτελεί η βιωσιμότητα του συστήματος υγείας και η απρόσκοπτη πρόσβαση των ασθενών στις κατάλληλες θεραπείες για μια υγιή και παραγωγική κοινωνία. Επενδύουμε στην έρευνα, την καινοτομία και την παραγωγή, ώστε ο κάθε ασθενής να μπορεί να λαμβάνει τη θεραπεία που έχει ανάγκη την κατάλληλη στιγμή. Προσφέρουμε στην κοινωνία και στηρίζουμε τις ευάλωτες κοινωνικές ομάδες, έχοντας πάντα ως προτεραιότητα και την περιβαλλοντική βιωσιμότητα. Συνεισφέρουμε στην ανάπτυξη της εθνικής οικονομίας και στη δημιουργία νέων θέσεων εργασίας. ...1982-2022. 40 χρόνια συνεισφέρουμε και προσφέρουμε στον άνθρωπο και τον τόπο μας. ΣΦΕ, Σύνδεσμος Φαρμακευτικών Επιχειρήσεων Ελλάδος.
Minister, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear friends. Yesterday we successfully completed the first day of the 21st annual HealthWorld. In the framework of the HealthWorld, we had yesterday morning the opportunity before the official opening of the conference to participate in a closed meeting with the health companies, the members of committees, pharmaceutical companies, and diagnostics, with the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, with the Minister for Health, Mr. Thanos Presbys, and the Ambassador of the United States in Greece, Mr. George Tsounis. It was a particularly vivid and lively, I would say, environment where we had suggestions, proposals, and interesting things said regarding the future of health in the country. So I left this meeting optimistic that the state is not attempting to hide, and they will see with a reform in mind the problems, and the companies will be once again by the side of the ministry with the best practices in order to promote a sustainable health model. Regarding the panels and the presentations that followed, please allow me to share with you some conclusions from the first day of our conference. I listened very carefully to some of the speakers raise one way or another the question, to what extent our country's national health system is ready to accept and receive the fourth industrial revolution, which is actually the theme of this year's conference. Let's take a look at the facts. The pandemic proved once again that through challenges, we have opportunities and an acceleration in the field of health. It demonstrated the strength and the power of digital tools, and it made quite clear that we are at the dawn of a new era. An era with much better understanding of individual health problems, with personalized services, and with the assistance of artificial intelligence and other digital technologies. For the time being, our country is lagging fairly behind, as per the target we have set. Many people praise Greece for its innovative initiatives, like issuing a digital vaccination certificate in digital indicators in general. As we heard yesterday, we rank 26th out of 28. In order to be able to move forward with the health system, we need to take into consideration and realize the changes we have at hand in order to adapt to the digital data, the digital reality. Digital health is not just another IT project. What is necessary is to have the appropriate reforms in place, followed by planning and design, a time schedule, and an approval of an appropriate and adequate budget. What is also necessary is for the staff to increase their data and IT skills and to improve the general population's digital illiteracy. Finally, the much coveted interaction between the public sector and the private sector is necessary in order to reap the benefits of this technological digital innovation. So, dear friends, looking at the bigger picture, we can see that over the past 15 years, we experienced three huge things. From the financial crisis and the memoranda, we shifted into a health crisis, which led to another destabilization due to the energy and geopolitical crisis in Europe. Every time a new problem arose, we had to change our mindset and to adopt new measures. Greece did manage, through quite a lot of difficulties, to cope and manage. We saw yesterday a detailed mapping of Greece's scientific and biotechnological ecosystem, as well as the opportunities that arise from investments in the medical technological sector. The huge opportunities presented by technology were showcased. And to the question that was raised yesterday, I have to answer that Greece can, under certain conditions, welcome successfully the fourth industrial revolution. What we need is for the health environment in our country to be sustainable and predictable, to have an increase in the incentives proffered by the state, and to accelerate the integration of the much coveted digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, these were just a few of the examples of yesterday, which was the first day of our conference. Please allow me to close by congratulating once again the chairpersons, the presidents, and the members of the two competent committees, as well as the staff of the AmCham, for the immaculate organization of this conference. I should also like to thank the excellent panels of speakers who shared with us yesterday their experience and their know-how, and all those who will enjoy today. So I thank you very much for your attention, and I would like to call to the podium Mr. Theodoros Liakopoulos, President of Medical Devices and Diagnostics Committee of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce. You have the floor.
Good morning. I believe that the President has indeed said anything in a nutshell of what happened yesterday in this conference. We had a very broad participation figure which was unprecedented for this conference, to be honest. I would like to say, as of a conclusion, that the question we raised yesterday, whether we are ready as a national health system to adopt the fourth industrial revolution, I think we saw various steps that really lead us close to that point. Tremendous actions have taken place, both by the current government and the pharma industry, so as to reach as close as possible to European standards. In our conference, on this second day, we will be examining such actions which are important in order to modernize our health system and draw even closer to this fourth industrial revolution. I would not like to take any more time. I'd merely like to thank you and give the floor to Madam Minister. You have the floor, Madam Rapti, and we warmly thank you once again for honoring us with your presence. Good morning. Dear President of AmCham, Mr. Papagatopoulos, Mr. Liakopoulos, ladies and gentlemen, this is an extremely important event. This conference, the HealthWorld, which allow me to present in English because we have an audience that follows in English and speaks English, and this is an opportunity to be heard in English, but of course all of you who are here today. Θα ήθελα λοιπόν να σας ευχαριστήσω που με προσκαλέσατε στο 21ο ετήσιο συνέδριο HealthWorld και θα ήθελα να συγχαρώ το Ελληνοαμερικανικό Επιμελητήριο και ιδιαίτερα τον πρόεδρό του, τον Νικόλα Μπακατσέλο, για αυτή την πρωτοβουλία, καθώς και τον πρόεδρο της Αρμόδιας Επιτροπής, τον κύριο Λιακόπουλο. Το γεγονός ότι είμαστε εδώ παρόντες είναι ακριβώς φυσική παρουσία, είναι μια ένδειξη ότι έχουμε περάσει πλέον και πάλι σε μια καινούργια κανονικότητα και είναι σημαντικό να συζητήσουμε ένα τόσο σημαντικό ζήτημα. Κάθε βιομηχανική επανάσταση δίνει μια όθηση σε εξέλιξη των υφιστάμενων συστημάτων. Η τέταρτη βιομηχανική επανάσταση βρίσκει τον τομέα ψυχικής υγείας να κινείται από τον ιδρυματισμό σε μικρότερες δομές ενσωματωμένες στην κοινωνία. Έτσι λοιπόν απαιτούνται πολύ μικρές και ευέλικτες τέτοιες δομές. Επενδύουμε σε συστήματα όπως είναι τα κινητά, που θα μπορεί να παρέχει σχετικές υπηρεσίες ακόμη και στους πιο απομακρυσμένους κατοίκους της χώρας. Ταυτόχρονα, η νέα εποχή της ψηφιοποίησης επηρεάζει την ψυχική υγεία. Τα ψηφιακά εργαλεία έχουν ήδη ενταχθεί, παρέχοντας νέα διαγνωστικά εργαλεία και παρακολουθώντας τους ασθενείς μετά μια ενδεχόμενη νοσοκομιακή περίθαλψή τους ή κατά τη διάρκεια της αγωγής τους. Αυτή η νέα εποχή επίσης έχει φωτίσει την έλλειψη σχετικών υπηρεσιών για τις πιο ευαίσθητες ομάδες, όπως είναι τα παιδιά και οι ηλικιωμένοι. Ιδιαίτερα η πανδημία επηρέασε κατά κόρον τις δραστηριότητες των παιδιών και των εφήβων, συμπεριλαμβανομένης βέβαια της εκπαίδευσής τους. Σε πάρα πολλές χώρες σε όλο τον κόσμο παρατηρείται αυξημένο άγχος, κατάθλιψη και αυξημένη δραστηριότητα και παραβατική συμπεριφορά σε online, διαδικτυακά, της νεολαίας. Επένδυση στη ψυχική υγεία των παιδιών σημαίνει επένδυση στο μέλλον των κοινωνιών μας. Εκ παραλλήλου, ο 21ος αιώνας κατέδειξε ήδη ότι ο γυράσκον πληθυσμός αυξάνεται ταχύτατα. Παγκοσμίως, η πνευματική υγεία των ατόμων τρίτης ηλικίας έχει αναγνωριστεί σαν μείζον κοινωνικό ζήτημα και είναι θεμελιώδες να δημιουργηθούν νέες εξειδικευμένες υπηρεσίες πνευματικής υγείας για τους ηλικιωμένους που αντιμετωπίζουν προβλήματα όπως η κατάθλιψη και η γεροντική άνοια. Είναι σημαντικό επίσης να ενισχυθούν οι δομές και οι υπηρεσίες για την οικογενειακή υποστήριξη. Έχει αποδειχθεί πολύ μεγάλη αύξηση της κατοίκων βίας και κακοποίησης σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο. Η τέταρτη βιομηχανική επανάσταση θα είναι και η εποχή της εξαποστάσεως εργασίας. Η οικονομική και κοινωνική κρίση των πρόσφατων ετών έχει καταδείξει το κάψιμο εντός εισαγωγικών όχι μόνο των επαγγελματιών στον τομέα υγείας, αλλά και εν γέννη των επαγγελματιών. Μέσω της τηλεϊατρικής και τηλεψυχιατρικής ήδη προετοιμάζουμε τους οι δήμονες της πνευματικής υγείας καθώς και τους ασθενείς για αυτή τη νέα εποχή παροχής υπηρεσιών. Σε αυτή τη νέα εποχή η πνευματική υγεία έχει τοποθετηθεί στην καρδιά της πολιτικής, των κρατικών πολιτικών σε όλο τον κόσμο. Ο ΠΟΗ είπε ότι η πνευματική υγεία είναι από τις ναυαρχίδες του Ευρωπαϊκού Προγράμματος του Ευρωπαϊκού Προγράμματος 2020-2025. Στην Ελλάδα έχουμε κάνει πολύ σημαντικά βήματα για την ενίσχυση της πνευματικής υγείας, δεδομένου ότι ο Πρωθυπουργός δημιούργησε ειδικό χαρτοφυλάκιο για τους πάσχοντες της πνευματικής υγείας και τους ουσιοεξαρτώμενους. Έχει δημιουργηθεί και τηλεφωνική γραμμή 24ωρου βάσεως για την υποστήριξη του γενικού πληθυσμού και μέχρι τώρα έχουμε λάβει πάνω από 450.000 κλήσεις. Με την χρηματοδότηση του Ταμείου Αντοχής αναπτύσσουμε άλλες δομές για την υποστήριξη εξειδικευμένων κοινωνικών ομάδων, όπως είναι τα παιδιά, οι έφηβοι και οι οικογένειάς τους, αυτούς που πάσχουν από άνοια, του υποστήριξη επίσης των επαγγελματιών ψυχικής υγείας, καθώς και τα θύματα κατοίκων οικογενειακής κακοποίησης. Επίσης και για τα θέματα ψύχωσης και ψυχιατρικά προβλήματα γυριατρικής για την υποστήριξη των ηλικιωμένων και την ανάπτυξη υγιούς τρίτης ηλικίας. Ταυτόχρονα μην ξεχνάμε τη σημασία της προσωπικής επαφής στην παροχή υπηρεσιών και αναπτύσσουμε ως εκ τούτου κινητές μονάδες για όλη τη χώρα. Για να αντιμετωπίσουμε τις νέες ανάγκες και προκλήσεις της ψηφιακής εποχής, έχουμε δημιουργήσει ένα ψηφιακό χάρτη όλων των υπηρεσιών πνευματικής υγείας, ψυχικής υγείας σε όλη μας τη χώρα. Και εκ παραλλήλου εργαζόμαστε στη δημιουργία ενός τηλεψυχιατρικού δικτύου σε όλη τη χώρα για τους κατοίκους των απομονωμένων ορεινών και νησιωτικών περιοχών. Και έτσι θα λειτουργούν τέτοιες μονάδες τώρα σε τόπους όπως το Καστελόριζο και η Σύμη. Τα ψηφιακά εργαλεία μας βοήθησαν να ανταποκριθούμε και στην πανδημία, παρέχοντας τηλεσυμβουλευτική από τα νοσοκομεία μας. Όχι μόνο στους ασθενείς, αλλά και τους φροντιστές, την οικογένεια και τους επαγγελματίες υγείας. Αναγνωρίζουμε επίσης τη σημασία των διεθνών συνεργειών και συνεργαζόμαστε στενά με το τμήμα ΠΟΗ της Ευρώπης, που πάντα είναι αρρωγός προσπάθειές μας. Σε αυτό το πνεύμα, τον Ιούλιο του 2021 είχαμε την τιμή να οργανώσουμε μια συνάντηση κορυφής στην Αθήνα σε συνεργασία με το τμήμα Ευρώπης του ΠΟΗ, και ταυτόχρονα συνήλθε ένα συνέδριο στην πόλη μας με μεγάλη συμμετοχή από 53 χώρες ψυχιατρικού περιεχομένου. Αυτό οδήγησε στην υιοθέτηση από τα 53 κράτη-μέλη του ΠΟΗ Ευρώπης της Χάρτας των Αθηνών. Ένα λαμπρό παράδειγμα συνεργασίας και αλληλεγγύης που προάγει την ψυχική υγεία και την ευημερία όλων των πληθυσμών. Ταυτόχρονα εγκαινιάσαμε το νέο γραφείο ΠΟΗ Ευρώπης στην Αθήνα, και στα πλαίσια αυτά αναπτύξαμε και ένα νέο ευρωπαϊκό πρόγραμμα για την ποιότητα των υπηρεσιών ψυχικής υγείας για τα παιδιά και τους εφήβους. Όπως τόνισε ο Πρωθυπουργός μας Κυριάκος Μητσοτάκης, το ταξίδι προς τη συλλογική ψυχική υγεία είναι μακρύ. Έτσι λοιπόν συνεργαζόμαστε με το όραμα να παράσχουμε υψηλής ποιότητας υπηρεσίες ψυχικής υγείας με βάση την κοινότητα, χωρίς στίγμα και χωρίς αποκλεισμούς. Και αμοιβαίος στόχος είναι να ενισχύσουμε στην πράξη συνεργαζόμενοι σε φόρουμ όπως το σημερινό. Θέλω λοιπόν να σας συγχαρώ τους πάντες για την έξοχη εργασία τους. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την προσοχή σας.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister, for your presence on the one hand, but for your address at the HealthWorld Forum of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce. And now I have the distinct pleasure of inviting Professor Leonidas Platanias, Director, Robert H. Lurie Comprehensive Cancer Center for Cancer Programs, who will have a discussion with Mrs. Vicky Karadjaferi, Senior Health Editor of Health Stores GR. I would kindly ask both of them to assume their positions on the podium so that we can have this discussion. It is indeed a great pleasure to have Dr. Platanias, Professor Platanias with us because, well, we went to school together. So welcome both of you. It's a distinct pleasure to be among with you because I am given this very significant opportunity to discuss with Professor Leonidas Platanias, who is one of the most noteworthy doctors in research on cancer, which of course leads to the cost of a host of lives. In 2022, Mr. Platanias is Professor of Oncology. He is Director of the Robert H. Lurie Comprehensive Cancer Center in Chicago and Associate Vice President for Cancer Program in the Northwestern University. Welcome. Thank you very much. And before we start, I should like to thank Mr. Spirtounias and the American Hellenic Chamber. And it's a great pleasure for being here. No, the pleasure is all ours, and I would like to start straight away. Were you one of those children who was dreaming from the beginning to get into medicine, and how did oncology come as a specialty for you? Well, when I was in middle school, it did cross my mind back then, and I, made it into medical school. When I first started studying medicine, I wanted to be a cardiologist. And then my father got leukemia, and there weren't many drugs at the time which made me think that cancer may be more difficult to tackle, more important, more significant, and I switched my major and I got into oncology. Now, how was that as an experience? Because you had your father ill with leukemia. Did it make you see things differently, science differently, life itself maybe? Oh, but of course, yes. Life differently, the health system, I saw that differently as well. And I was in Patras at the time, at the university, which was well endowed with many professors who had studied in the States and came back to teach at the university, which led me to want to go to the United States, study and do research. So everything influenced my decision significantly. So when you did go stateside, did you see things the way you expected them to be, or what made you remain at the United States? When I first went to the United States of America, I first went for research at the NIH, the National Institute for Health in Washington, District of in Washington in general. So you had to do through a lot of hoops to do clinical research and clinical medicine. But that being said, it was also tremendously interesting. That was the time of AIDS, and research leapt forward at the NIH. Things were very impressive. So I was doing research at a very good department that had to do with bone marrow. And I decided that I didn't want to come back. I wanted to stay there, do my research, and have a career stateside. Now, from what you have researched along with your colleagues all these years you've been in the United States, what was the most difficult thing, but when you finally achieved the goal, it was something that was really great, really satisfactory, really innovative in cancer research? Well, you see, first of all, I did my residency in New York, and then I moved to Chicago. I was at the University of Chicago at the time. I was doing my sub-residency in hematology, oncology, and research there, and it was on interferons. Now, interferons are substances of the immune system, and they have to do, at the moment, with how our immune system responds to cancer. So when I had my own group, it was an awfully competitive thing, and I was quite young, because you see there was a huge breakthrough by some very important researchers at the time. They had discovered a series of biochemical changes that were indeed very important in that respect. So what I had to do was compete against a very powerful, a very strong group of scientists. And all of a sudden I started doing things that were in fact very risky research-wise, and it went against the status quo. So you were on your own and you started taking a risk to do something that had not been done until that time? Yes, quite right. And at the time there was a very powerful status quo because it was a huge discovery. It was in the right direction, but it wasn't the whole story, you see. It was just a small part, but everyone thought that that was it. So what we did, my team and I mean, is that we believed that that wasn't the whole story. So we did research, we did things, and it was tough at the time to change this whole mentality, mindset and status quo, but we were in the right direction. And this changed a whole lot of things in this field. Truth be told, research is very important, but until such time as you meet your goal, you suffer many defeats and disappointments. How does that affect the psyche and the psychology of a scientist? Does that make you more stubborn, stick your heels in and dig in your heels and move forwards, or do you get upset? I mean, scientists are human after all. Well, there are two scenarios. One of them is one to get disappointed and stop and leave, and many people do so. They join a private firm, for instance. The other route is to persevere and insist. What I've always done is that I didn't care about rejections. I kept on insisting and going back, and I think that that's the way to deal with such an adversity. Let's move on now to treatments. Of late, we've been hearing about a lot of interesting and important finds, not just at the level of clinical research, but everyday clinical practice regarding immunotherapy, which is, applicable in many forms of cancer. There is also a debate talking about that it may even replace chemotherapy. So could we please have a comment on immunotherapy and, is it at the moment, research-wise, something else innovative in the pipeline, which we will see in the next few years come into clinical practice, which will help our fellow people with cancer? Well, yes. Human immune system is extremely powerful. It has the capability to stop cancer, and it does so under normal circumstances. We all have cancer cells every day that are halted by the immune system, and we don't suffer from cancer. Does that pertain to a healthy organism? Yes, healthy. So every organism, apart from the healthy cells, does it contain some sick cells? Yes, some go astray, they become anomalous, but they're insignificant, they're a very small number, and so our immune system is in a position to stop them. So when cancer does, in fact, present itself, and the immune system is unable to stop it, then the way to attack cancer is to stimulate the immune system. And these treatments, and this is something we've known for 100 years, there is something there that happens, but there was very, very small, minute indications that didn't allow us how to use it. So 15 years ago, if you asked me, I would have said that the immune system is not something we can stimulate with good treatments. And it was a tremendous change, what we did. And it was the 2018 Nobel Prize. His name was Gene Mallinson, an American, and a Japanese who discovered what we call the checkpoints. What happens? It's because our system does not want the immune system to be always aggressive. There are some breaks. And these breaks were discovered by the recipients of the Nobel Prize of 2018, James Allison and Tasuku Honjo. There were drugs created that removed those breaks and allowed the immune system to attack the cancer tumors. And there was a lot of response and people who used to die survived. But it's still a small percentage, which means that we don't exactly know how to use it yet. I would call it a brute force attack that you unleash against cancer. But you see, it's not easily targeted. Okay, you can't focus it easily. So there's a lot to be done, a lot to be discovered, but we've had a lot of progress in this field. Now, please share with us your opinion on the following. Truth be told, research is moving forward very, very fast in the field of cancer. There are many patients who overcome the disease. There are many forms of the disease that, when detected early, we have full cure. Unfortunately, this does not hold water for all forms of the disease, and there are people who still lose the battle. What I would like to ask is this. All these years that you've been researching this disease, have you discovered a specific feature, characteristic, as it were, which holds or hinders the results of the treatment, or something that leads to the reproduction of cancer cells and makes it impossible to stop the cancer cascade? What is it that makes cancer so difficult to eradicate for all these years that we have funding for research, and it's research the world over? That is a very good question. First of all, it's not just a cancer. We have various forms of cancer at various levels. And there are different molecular mutations that make cancer more or less aggressive. There are several features and characteristics that one can monitor to see whether a cancer will evolve into an aggressive one or whether it will be a more moderate one. So do we know beforehand that certain forms of cancer unfortunately will not have a good outcome and are more difficult forms? What cancers are they? On what organs? Are they hematological cancers? On solid tumors? Well, both. In solid tumors, now the most difficult ones are brain cancer and pancreatic cancer. Both these cancers are, immunotherapy is ineffective against them. Whereas in lung cancer, which was always considered as very deadly, we have some groups of people with lung cancer, various subgroups, that actually respond well to immunotherapy. What I'm trying to say is that we know some things, and there are other things that we don't know. We don't really know the reasons why pancreatic cancer and brain cancer are so much worse and so much more difficult than the others. So this is still open for research, isn't it? Indeed it is. My department performs research on these two particular diseases and on leukemias. And we do have some indications as to what exactly may cause this resistance on behalf of the cancer, but it's very early. And this is not just a single thing, there's a lot that we don't know. Now, do you know, sir, what happens to the people, even we as journalists, we read about new research findings that say this happened on guinea pigs and they achieved a cure, that percent in this form of cancer. When this publication goes live, do you see something of the like in the United States? There's a craving, a desire in patients to have this treatment. And we can't really realize that it's something at a phase that it has many opportunities that will not make it to clinical trials on humans. Or from the moment that research actually is performed, everything goes well, there's a long number of years until a drug is developed for wide use. Is this a global concern? Well, I would compare this to fireworks by the press, because it draws attention, and journalists, want to promote things and want to use it as clickbait, as it were. Now, there is always this hope, this stress, this concern, but when it's very early, especially when we're talking about guinea pigs, lab rats, it's very difficult to say whether it's something will be effective in humans. There are many drugs that work on lab rats, and when you try them on people, they don't work at all. So we're still at the very early stages to celebrate or anything, and unfortunately people who read these things don't know what to do, and they need to be more reserved. So I would advise caution. Are you optimistic that at some point in the near future, ideally, we will be able to take steps to handle difficult forms of cancer, or to, just maintain them as chronic diseases if we can't rid ourselves from it? Now, I must say that very interesting steps and important steps have been made forward regarding immunotherapy. It's a huge hope. And there's a lot of other things that can be done, but there is the whole field there, and that there are other sciences that have developed very, very fast, like big data that we talked about yesterday, or bioinformatics or bioengineering. Nanotechnology, artificial intelligence, everything is utilized in cancer research, which makes things leap forward faster. There's faster progress, which is, I am confident that we will have new results and new treatments very, very fast that will work. But when we're talking about totally eradicating cancer, this is a totally different ballgame, and I don't think that medicine is anywhere near achieving this. But we're very close to progress that will save people, and increasing a number of people fast. Right, so you said that you're doing research on leukemia pancreatic cancer and brain cancer. Would you explain in layman's terms what exactly you're researching? Well, what we do is two things. Now you see, cells metabolize substances, and there is something that is called mRNA translation. It's a step before the gene transcription. What we're trying to do is using drugs to break cancer cell function. The other very important thing we're doing has to do with immunotherapy. And what we believe is that the drugs we have now, the checkpoint inhibitors that are everywhere, you can see them on television and everywhere. These, in essence, are antibodies that inhibit the checkpoints I mentioned earlier. They are located on the surface of cancer cells, but they only work at a 10 or 20%. There are differences between the cancers. What we believe is that similar proteins exist that are not on the surface, and it's much more difficult to attack. So we believe that they exist, and we try to create drugs to counter checkpoints within the cell. This takes more time, but I believe that at some point this may be of significant help. And well, we only have a few minutes at our disposal. I would like to ask, what is cancer for you? Is it, for many people, are the enemy, that bloody disease? They even avoid mentioning the word. And what is it to you? Because you had that nasty experience in your own family. Now, truth be told, it's a disease that is very difficult. It's probably the worst disease that humanity has ever had to deal with, and it dates back millennia. So we need to declare from the outset that it's a very difficult disease, but it will not go away if we simply do nothing but look at it. Now, what's good is that science is evolving very fast. We have new drugs, and an increasing number of people are being saved. So is it a challenge for you? Yes, it's a challenge for everyone, for humanity. And we saw the case with COVID, when humanity stood together and decided that we need to come up with a vaccine very, very fast. It happened. We haven't had that with cancer. Okay, we have different teams working independently, and they don't work together. Is it that? No, it's not that much. It's investment. Now, in COVID, we had a huge investment both in the public and the private sector. In cancer, we don't have that much of an investment. So is it financial reasons? Yes, I would say so. So, Professor, what is your goal for the next 5 to 10 years, or even your own personal wager, if you have one? Well, I wouldn't call it a wager, but what we're constantly trying to do is certain things that we think will help, and we're trying, we're striving, we're attempting to develop them fast. That's all. How fast you can get there. Now, in our Cancer Institute, apart from my own personal team, we have a host of other teams, and I'm trying to help all of these teams at the same time. It's a big thing that we're doing. And I'll have to say, the big challenge is how fast you can get there, because we know that at one point or another there will be a cancer treatment that will break out and save people. The problem is when, because in the meantime, people are dying. So the faster we can mobilize ourselves and get there, the more people will live longer. One last thing, I see that we can still have a couple of minutes. Have you ever given it any thought of leaving Chicago? Well, you have all these research projects running. I mean, I don't think it's feasible, but has the Greek state invited you for a collaboration in the field of cancer? Is it something that you have in the back burner to come back at some point in time? Well, we always want to collaborate. Science wants collaboration, and I am Greek.
But coming back to Greece, well, this would have happened a great number of years ago. There were chances and opportunities in the past when I could have done it, but I believe that in the US, science was far more advanced, so I decided to remain there. But things have been progressing in Greece, and progress is impressive in Greece, and it's a huge difference between when I last saw things and today. And there's a lot of people who are coming back from the States and they work in Greece. Thank you so very much for this distinct honor. I hope that in one of our next meetings we will have something more tangible and something great to help patients with cancer. Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure, and I want to thank the AmCham and everyone here today who were with us. Thank you very much, one and all.
After this extremely interesting interview/discussion with Mr. Platanias, let us have a second main speech where I will be introducing you Michalis Bletzes, another old friend from the years in Boston. He's a research scientist, actually director of computing in the MIT Media Lab. And he will speak about artificial intelligence in life science and an overview. Welcome back, Michalis. Good morning, Ilias. Thank you, you and the Chamber for the invitation and the opportunity given to me. I'm quite often invited to speak to conferences that don't have much to do with my specialty. I'm an electrical engineer. Therefore, my involvement with the health sector is at the periphery. Nevertheless, AI today is more or less like a hot sauce, as they have it in the Americans. It goes and fits with everything and makes things more tasty. So it's quite appetizing for this conference as well. The previous interview by Mr. Platanias gave me a very good intro to what I would like to say, because as it happens with any other discovery, originally we tend to attach too many hopes to recent discoveries. Then there's a period of disappointment, because especially in the field of health and the complex issues such as cancer, reality is most complex, and we need a very intensive effort from the first result, the first invention, if you like, until an applied treatment. And AI and this implementation has given great hope, but there's still a long way to go. And let us map this path. AI in its current form, as it has developed to date and has been used and is being used, is mainly one of the many techniques. AI is the effort of man since the end of the 50s to understand, to comprehend and reproduce human intellect through various methods, which will take a lot of time even to enumerate. Anyway, what you should remember is that AI, as it is being currently had, has to do with machine learning. has to do with some statistical computing models that we train with big chunks of data. Until recently, those techniques were not very effective because we lacked both computational power and data and the algorithms. Recently, however, there has been a convergence which was not pre-designed, and many applications generated. I'm extremely glad for addressing this conference because I believe that the field of health sciences is amongst the most useful ones, amongst those that can really draw the biggest benefits from AI. The biggest application of AI in the planet currently is involved with the advertisements we see on the websites, in the internet. This is where more brilliant minds of my colleagues are wasted there. And I consider this a very nocive application. And all the rest are just collateral benefits. The fact that we do have progress in the field of medicine, which has been the produce of big internet giants, is just a collateral benefit of a very nocive, damaging application of AI, big data, and their processing through AI. The use of AI in medicine, it's not something new. It has started a long time ago. We already have a great chunk of data that can demonstrate how useful it can be, either in diagnosing diseases or in assisting patients to be more compliant to a treatment, a cure that has been prescribed, which in many circumstances patients cannot observe. And we see what happens with smart devices, smart watches, for instance, reminding us what we should do, that we should either get up, have some physical exercise, take a pill, or that the heart doesn't operate as it should. And we've seen also applications in data processing, especially various documents having to do with the treatment or health economics and administration. We have excellent results of the use of AI in the selection, in the triage, if you like, of patients that will be participating in clinical trials. This is one of the best applications of AI to choose the optimal group from the participants for a clinical trial, in a clinical trial for a drug. The former forms, the first effort for the real use of AI dates back to the 70s with the so-called expert systems and the My system of Stanford. There are such kind of systems still in use in e-file systems, where they can make a first very easy processing and selection of file, but never have these systems been able to substitute man. They will always be ancillary and assisting man, and there was great importance given to them. But this has changed lately in the last decade. The first big boom was in 2011, when a computer won people in a game which was considered exclusively human field. That was the Watson computer of IBM that won the two persons who were champions in Jeopardy by understanding human language, retrieving knowledge, and retrieving through a huge data bank for the response. Usually in industry, the marketeers prevail on engineers This happened again with IBM, with Watson. IBM considered that this computer, Watson, could win people in jeopardy and therefore might also assist to proceed things in the issue of cancer treatment. So major efforts were launched in big hospitals in the USA in order to build the so-called Watson oncology, whose operation it would be auxiliary to the diagnosis, but mainly following the diagnosis through the search, through the huge faraminous literature in the field of health, to select the optimal custom-made treatment for each case of cancer patient. This experiment was applied on many hospitals in the USA on a research basis. In some other hospitals in the rest of the world, it was also an element of marketing. Many Asian hospitals would advertise the fact that they offered treatments, cancer treatments, assisted by the AI, a Watson computer. Nowhere, however, did we witness real, tangible results of important improvement of the end result. Watson never managed better than physicians at the end of the day. We didn't see an important improvement at the end result, but there were improvements in particular smaller sectors. An important addition that caused great disruption and fear amongst radiotherapists and dermatologists was this addition by nature, where a simple neuronic network of machine learning, the same that had solved many problems of image taxonomy, managed to overcome or even reach the results of diagnosis of melanomas, competing a team of 21 experienced and seasoned dermatologists. Huge turmoil and disruption. Whenever something like that happens, you see titles, physicians are over, they are no longer needed. The same we heard about lawyers when some system of AI wrote a simplified case. Obviously, no one needs to be a professional in the health sector to understand that such kind of statements are too premature, because a physician does far more things than merely diagnose an image that we all need anyway, especially if you are from my age and onwards. We all need some compliments from technology. I mean, I need glasses, reading glasses. Everybody needs reading glasses at my age. What does this mean? That technology will substitute me? But that means that, nevertheless, doesn't mean that we can't create a lot of useful tools. Some colleagues in MIT made a very simple algorithm, taking data from mammograms from the General Hospital of Massachusetts. And the model they created can predict the probability or perhaps the risk of breast cancer appearance out of the mammograms of a person. What's the importance? It's huge importance, because thus the physician can make an excellent proposal to the patient on when the person should have the next mammography. And because this is a point of very acute discussion in all health systems, where there are many different views, especially because if we say that we should all women should have a mammogram once per year, we have a lot of false positives with a huge psychological negative impact, and some secondary, of course, cancers that have to do with the radiation, the frequent radiation. On the other hand, if most women want to come as often as possible, the specific model showed quite quickly many positive results. It is being officially used. Is it? No, it's not. But still, research is pursued so as to reach that point, because beyond that, there are many deposits. For instance, this model was trained from specific data taken from a hospital. If we apply it in another hospital, will it operate? Now we know that yes, it does operate. We know 4 years later. Does this model have some kind of polarization vis-à-vis the race of the patient, for instance? The answer is no. In the USA, Afro-Americans have 40% greater risk of breast cancer than Caucasian women. And many of the previous models had this kind of polarity. In this case, there was no such polarity. The diagnosis was accurate. Therefore, you see, however, that 4 years have gone by in order to solve this kind of questions that have to do with the completion of those tools and their integration in the current routine of a hospital. It has to be integrated in the medical records. Physicians must be trained how to speak to patients. They must be trained how to assess the credibility of the specific proposal offered by the model and so forth. And this is the biggest challenge for the use of AI. Another lab in MIT, the Collins Laboratory, went one step ahead. They used AI algorithms so as to search and find new medicines through a data bank of possible molecules existing, and identified an antibiotic by using algorithms that they only search to what extent specific bacteria can be dealt with. This concerned E. coli and to what degree of toxicity. The first results were very encouraging. Actually, they find the first antibiotic and they named it Halicid from the film Odyssey 2001 hero. And the first results gave them great hope that they may indeed find this way drugs. Let me remind you that over the last 50 years, only 2 new antibiotics, 2 new classes of antibiotics were created the last 50 years. It's very difficult to have new antibiotics, and this is a great problem because now we have a plethora of infections that that are antibiotic resilient. For me, however, the most important progress in the use of AI in health sciences is the AlphaFold from the subsidiary of Google and DeepMind in Europe, where they solved a problem and a great thrust of an important problem, solving an important problem. This is the so-called protein folding problem. We take the series of amino acids that constitute a protein, and we try to estimate the 3-dimensional structure of the protein in space. This 3-dimensional structure defines its operation, its function. It was a problem that I have been following. When I went to Boston in 1990 in the biomedicine department there, many friends were involved in the specific problem. Then I personally got involved with the specific problem, working in crystal transformations Fourier. Crystallography is one way to estimate that, a most difficult problem, and all of a sudden appeared that an AI algorithm gave a huge thrust, and now most of the proteins, for most of the proteins in the human body, we have an excellent and reliable estimate of their three-dimensional form. We can create new medicines, new treatments. Ever since we had this publication on AlphaFold, we see a huge bulk of publications, scientific publications, papers having to do with the specific aspect. And Collins, again, from the same laboratory, said, perhaps a little bit arrogantly, that my goal is within 7 years to have 7 new antibiotics following applying this method. I told you, 2 new classes of antibiotics in the previous 50 years. And now they state 7 years for 7 new antibiotics. The first paper, however, was not that encouraging because the models we have in order to retrieve the forecasts on the form, the three-dimensional form of the proteins that AlphaFold gives us and see to what extent they have therapeutical capacity are not very clean as yet, not very good. And we have to work on that. The first effort didn't give any better result than pure luck. It was 50%. It's like tossing the coin to see whether the specific molecule will operate in the specific case or not. This had to do with the fact that they have been using a static model while in the body this form changes. The second model used was a little bit better, started giving some encouraging results and paved the way for the continuation. Therefore, there's huge work to be done. The algorithms of AI are actually based on good data. And if we are to draw a lesson, as far as Greece is concerned, is that we do need that data to be categorized, to be recorded well, to be stored correctly, so as for them to be useful to researchers, because there's indeed huge value in that data. And the effort with the e-files, electronic files of patients must proceed. What we can definitely say that we are indeed on the verge of a new era with the use of such tools. This has been proven. Thank you.
Right, well, thank you very much, Mr. Michalis Bletzes, for this really illuminating presentation on artificial intelligence. Now, let's move on to another session on digital transformation, entitled Digital Transformation in Healthcare Challenges and Opportunities. It will be moderated by Mr. Eleftherios Thireos, General Practitioner, Family Physician. And I would kindly ask Mr. Thireos to assume his position. He will be joined by Thomas Hellebrand virtually, Mrs. Elpida Fotiadou, Mr. Dimitris Primbas, and Mrs. Maria Gazouli. I would kindly ask those with physical presence to sit at the designated places. Mr. Thireos, you have the floor, sir. Right, good morning everyone.
After the exceptional presentation by Mr. Bletzes, I think that we are now in the core of challenges for the healthcare system in Greece, as well as the challenges faced and the prospects envisaged by what we call digital transformation. We know that the aging population entails an increased cost in drugs, the reduction of budgets in health, the increase in chronic diseases and ailments, but also the needs of patients for service and the, well, extraordinary circumstances like the pandemic create an additional stress and burden in healthcare systems and the healthcare sector. And the question is, can digital transformation be a solution? Can it be a prospect and an answer to the inequalities in the provision of healthcare services? Can it be an answer to the assessment of patients' care needs? And finally, through this digital transformation, can we improve the effectiveness and efficiency of the system offering healthcare services, while at the same time reducing the cost of these services? These are the topics we will try to discuss and touch upon with the exceptional participants of these sessions who have extensive experience on these issues to see a footprint of these transformations in the healthcare sector. We will start with Mr. Thomas Hellebrand, who will be joining us virtually.
Τώρα στην αρχή θα πρέπει να συζητήσουμε την συνεισφορά του ψηφιακού μετασχηματισμού στο οικοσύστημα της υγείας. Θα πρέπει επίσης να συζητήσουμε τις προτάσεις του ευρωπαϊκού χώρου Health Data για την χρήση των δεδομένων, την πρόσβαση των ασθενών στα ατομικά του στοιχεία υγείας και δεύτερον της δευτερογενής χρήσης για την ανάπτυξη πολιτικής υγείας και την έρευνα. Παρακαλώ τον δόκτορα Χέλεμπραντ να προχωρήσει με την παρουσίασή του. Καλημέρα σε όλους. Καλημέρα από τις Βρυξέλλες. Είμαι ο Τόμας και ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την υπέροχη εισαγωγή. Εργάζομαι ως manager ψηφιακού μετασχηματισμού για την Digital Europe αυτή τη στιγμή. Θα ήθελα να ανεβάσουμε την παρουσίασή μου και να σας πω δύο λόγια για την εταιρεία μας. Είμαστε μια επιχείρηση η οποία έχει συνεργασία μεταξύ ιδιωτικού και δημόσιου τομέα. Ο ΣΕΠΕ είναι ένας από τους ελληνικούς παράγοντες. Όπως βλέπετε έχουμε συμμετοχή πολλών ψηφιακών εταιριών και εταιριών οι οποίες ασχολούνται με αντικείμενα με εξοπλισμό βιοτεχνολογίας. Έχουμε συνεργασίες με το Data Space και δυστυχώς η απάντηση στο ερώτημα που θέσατε νωρίτερα ήταν αρνητική. Θα σας έλεγα ότι η μεγάλη πλειονότητα των χρήσεων της ψηφιακής και της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης δεν έχουν σχέση με την υγεία. Έχουμε 7.000 δημοσιεύσεις. Το 40% προήλθε από τις ΗΠΑ και 30% προήλθε από κινεζικά δεδομένα. Δεδομένου ότι εμείς θα θέλαμε να δούμε την ανάπτυξη της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης, αυτό δημιουργεί ανησυχία. Θα έπρεπε να έχουμε το data space, να έχουμε τον χώρο δεδομένων, αλλά θα δούμε με ποιον τρόπο. Και δεν είναι απλό, δεν είναι εύκολο. Πρέπει να δούμε την ανάγκη να δημιουργήσει αξία, να δημιουργήσουν αξία αυτά τα δεδομένα. Θα ήθελα την επόμενη διαφάνεια και θα ήθελα να περάσουμε αυτήν για να παραμείνουμε στα 6 λεπτά που μου έχουν διατεθεί. Λοιπόν, πώς μπορούμε να ξεκλειδώσουμε, αν θέλετε, την αξία των δεδομένων υγείας σε οικονομίες κλίμακας. Θα δούμε τη διακυβέρνηση σε λίγο, αλλά τυχόν διόρθωση των δεδομένων δεν είναι κάτι ιδιαίτερο. Γίνεται σε μια ξένη γλώσσα ή σε μια μη επεξεργασμένη μορφή και υπάρχουν ένα σωρό περιορισμοί. Επομένως, για να ξεκλειδώσουμε την αξία χρειάζεται να έχουμε έξυπνα συστήματα, τα οποία θα μπορούν να εφαρμοστούν σε εφαρμογές της πραγματικής ζωής. Θα πρέπει να είμαστε διαφανείς και να εμπιστευτούμε την διακυβέρνηση. Υπάρχουν κάποια συστήματα στην αγορά, τα οποία έχουν αναπτυχθεί στην αγορά. θα πρέπει να δημιουργηθεί αξία, επομένως οι εταιρείες επενδύουν εκατομμύρια επί εκατομμυρίων, παίρνοντας ρίσκα για να δουν αν τα μαζικά αυτά δεδομένα μπορούν να χρησιμοποιηθούν για να απαντηθούν φλέγοντα ζητήματα. Χρειάζεται να γραφούν αρκετοί, πάρα πολλοί αλγόριθμοι πριν ακόμα ελεγχθούν οι αλγόριθμοι αυτοί οι οποίοι κάνουν την ανάλυση. Όταν εφαρμόσουμε αυτές τις γνώσεις σε δυναμικά δεδομένα, τα οποία χρειάζονται για κάποιες από τις έρευνες τις οποίες είδα να παρουσιάζονται από τους προλαλήσαντες, έχουμε ζήτημα. Βλέπετε δεξιά στη στήλη ότι δεν θα μπορέσει να κρατήσει αυτό επί μακρόν. Θα πρέπει να βελτιώσουμε την εμπειρία των ασθενών, να μειώσουμε το κόστος της υγείας και να βελτιώσουμε την εμπειρία των κλινικών ιατρών. Επόμενη διαφάνεια παρακαλώ. Εδώ έχουμε την πρόταση για έναν ευρωπαϊκό χώρο δεδομένων υγείας. Αυτό παρουσιάστηκε στις 30 Μαΐου. Υπάρχουν πολλά πράγματα σε αυτήν την διαφάνεια, δεν θα σας τα παρουσιάσω όλα, αλλά θα ήθελα να πω ότι είναι μια πάρα πολύ περίπλοκη πρόταση και θα ήθελα να σας πω 2 λόγια. 4 πράγματα σε αυτή τη διαφάνεια τα οποία θα κάνει η πρότασή μας. Το πρώτο είναι τα δικαιώματα των ασθενών στους ηλεκτρονικούς φακέλους ασθενών. Να έχουν πρόσβαση στα δεδομένα τους και να έχουν έλεγχο επί των δεδομένων τους. Στην Ελλάδα φαντάζομαι ότι υπάρχει μάλλον ένα κατακερματισμένο τοπίο της υγείας και τις εκατοντάδες νησιών όπου οι κάτοικοι τους θα μπορούσαν να υποφεληθούν από τηλεϊατρική φερειπίνη ή από αυτά τα δεδομένα. Υπάρχουν και συστήματα τα οποία κάνουν την πιστοποίηση. Θα είναι μια αυτοπιστοποίηση όπου οι κατασκευαστές αυτών των συστημάτων θα δουν πόσοι μπορούν να συμμετέχουν. Θα έχουμε διαλειτουργικότητα, ασφάλεια και βεβαίως πρόσβαση στα δεδομένα. Και τέλος έχουμε τη δευτερογενή χρήση των δεδομένων. Προβλέπεται μια δυνατότητα διαμοιρασμού των δεδομένων. Θα μπορούν οι χρήστες των δεδομένων να τα αξιοποιήσουν για την έρευνα και για την ανάπτυξη τεχνητής νοημοσύνης με πολύ αυστηρή αδειοδότηση. Θα υπάρχει ένας φορέας στην Ελλάδα που θα εκδίδει αυτές τις άδειες, αλλά θα υπάρχουν και άλλοι τρόποι για να αποκτήσει κανείς άδεια χρήσεως αυτών των δεδομένων. Και αυτό θα μας δώσει τροφή για σκέψη για την επόμενη δεκαετία. Και εδώ έχουμε πολλά στοιχεία. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή πραγματικά υπερεύει αυτήν. Υπάρχουν βεβαίως κάποιοι τομείς στους οποίους μπορούμε να έχουμε βελτίωση και γι' αυτό είμαστε εμείς εδώ. Έχουμε ασφαλείς ηλεκτρονικούς φακέλους ασθενούς, έχουμε ένα συντονισμό της τυποποίησεως που δεν είναι εύκολο να επιτευχθεί. Ο στόχος είναι για το 2030. Δεν έχουμε φτάσει όμως ακόμα εκεί. Έχουμε τις πρώτες αντιδράσεις μας όταν υπευλήθησαν όλα αυτά στην Κομισιόν, όπου πώς θα μπορούσε να βελτιωθεί η νομοθεσία φερειπίν. Τώρα εργαζόμαστε σε συνεργασία με τον ΣΕΠΕ από Ελλάδος και θα ήθελα να μοιραστώ μαζί σας κάποιους χώρους όπου μπορούν να μας δώσουν τροφή για σκέψη. Πρώτα απ' όλα είναι η μείωση της πολυπλοκότητος, η διευκόλυνση και η απλούστευση των διαδικασιών, το οποίο θα μπορούσε να επιτευχθεί ίσως αν υπήρχε ένας κεντρικός φορέας. Η βοήθεια στην οικονομία. Από πλευράς εταιριών όμως, ίσως να είναι δύσκολο να δούμε ποιο είναι το πλεονέκτημά τους και θα πρέπει να υπάρχει μια σαφής αξιοποίηση από πλευράς των επιχειρήσεων. Θα πρέπει να δούμε όμως με ποιον τρόπο μπορούμε να εγγυηθούμε την ασφάλεια και την συνέχεια των δεδομένων. Πώς θα μπορέσουμε να έχουμε ασφαλή διαμοιρασμό προσωπικών και μη προσωπικών δεδομένων. Η μείωση των δεδομένων δεν σημαίνει ότι θα έχουμε απολύτως μεγαλύτερη ασφάλεια. Οι κυβερνοεπιθέσεις σημαίνουν ότι τα στοιχεία θα πρέπει να είναι όχι μόνο αξιοποιήσιμα, αλλά να είναι και ανακτήσιμα σε περίπτωση επιθέσεως. Το λιγότερα δεδομένα δεν σημαίνει ότι θα έχουμε υψηλότερη ασφάλεια και υψηλότερη ανθεκτικότητα, γιατί θα πρέπει λοιπόν να έχουμε ένα σύστημα το οποίο θα μπορούσε να είναι πολύ πιο ανθεκτικό από αυτό που έχουμε σήμερα. Ο EHDS, ο Ευρωπαϊκός Χώρος Δεδομένων Υγείας, θέλει να αποφύγει τα μποτιλιαρίσματα και να μπορέσουμε να αποκαταστήσουμε μια ταχύτατη πρόσβαση των επιστημόνων σε όλα αυτά τα δεδομένα για να προαγάγουμε την έρευνα. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ τον Τόμας Χέλεμπραντ, manager ψηφιακού μετασχηματισμού της Digital Europe. Νομίζω ότι έχουμε μια ξεκάθαρη φωνή και μια ξεκάθαρη πρόταση για την βελτίωση την ψηφιακή εμπειρία των πολιτών. Προσπαθούμε να κάνουμε αυτό που λέμε στην Ελλάδα, να μιλήσουμε για αυτά τα θέματα από της ελληνικής πλευράς.
So we will move on to Idika and Mrs. Fotiadou, Head of Special Application Subdirectorate, Application Operation Support Department. Now in digital transformation, Idika is the national hub of digital health. So where are we in terms of infrastructures and collaborations and contacts, and all the more, all this digital transformation through the design of Idika, how much does it respond and correspond to the needs of the citizens? How can their data follow them in the journey in the health system to a safe and to a safe journey, and how much access do they have to their data at the moment? Right, thank you very much for the invitation. Allow me to move to the podium. I apologize for having my back turned to you, says the moderator. Can we please have Mrs. Fotiadou's presentation? Right, so is the clicker here? Thank you very much for the invitation. Now, digital transformation of the health sector, challenges and opportunities. We can see that our transition to electronic health started a decade ago with the implementation of e-prescription, a nationwide application that covers 100% of the population. Now, during the pandemic, we transitioned to the next e-prescription. Approximately 4 million citizens have registered with e-prescription, with intangible prescription. Over 40% of the prescriptions and the referrals issued are intangible. They are digital. One could say that intangible prescription signals digital transformation in the health sector. In the application of the primary healthcare system, I should like to focus on what started in August, and now all citizens are now registered through gov.gr with our personal doctor. We have implemented a new edition of e-appointments so that citizens may make their electronic appointment. And this application now supports appointments both in primary and secondary healthcare. Now, in 2020, with the pandemic in Greece, we saw the implementation of a series of e-applications, digital applications of electronic health. The national patient registries started due to the conjuncture with the national COVID patient registry, subsequently followed by the National Registry of Cystic Fibrosis Patients, a registry that includes the ensemble of patients in Greece, and updates with information the corresponding European Registry of Cystic Fibrosis Patients. We had the implementation of the National Registry of Children and Adolescents Neoplasms, as well as the Vaccinations Registry, starting from the flu vaccination of 2020. And with the start of COVID vaccination, it was enriched with the COVID vaccination data. This year, we added to the National Vaccination Registry inoculations of children and adolescents.
In 2021, we developed the medical certification subsystem, starting with sick leave for EFCA insured persons. In this subsystem, we saw the development of many certifications. Mr. Thireos knows this very well because he was a member of the committees on the approval of these certificates to handle the pandemic, primarily for the prioritization of our fellow citizens belonging to vulnerable groups regarding their vaccination. Subsequently, the in-house COVID vaccination certification for our fellow citizens with mobility problems, and as of November 2021, we have the medical certificates and attestations for the administration of monoclonal antibodies and antiviral drugs for COVID patients. The self-test subsystem was an entire system managing the self-tests and receiving these self-tests from the pharmacies, which we have all done inadvertently. And obviously a central point of reference in the national healthcare system is the personal patient's file, the personal health record, rather. It is designed to be interoperable with third system. It already works very well with e-prescription, patient registries, e-certificates. It is updated by the treating physician and the family doctors. It has been enriched with our pediatric history. And the next step is to be updated with hospital discharge papers and from the results of test labs. It includes a host of units like personal and family record, hospitalizations, inoculations, drug treatments, allergies, social habits, and other things. It is a recording of health data of citizens. All this brings together a health system subsystem of national range and radius that gives a lot of chances and opportunities to design and draft health policies that are evidence-based. It gives the opportunity for rationalization of pharmaceutical expenditure and support for healthcare professionals. In all these systems, we have accumulated a huge amount of data. The mega data or the big data of health that provide us with a host of opportunities for the utilization, always aiming at the optimal management of citizens' health, public management, public health through innovation, and the innovation through medical research and clinical study, and the streamlined distribution of healthcare resources to the benefit of the citizens. Obviously, a key requirement is the anonymization of data and abiding by the GDPR and informing citizens as to how their data are being utilized. These big data were utilized during the pandemic because it was on the basis of the prescription data that we determined the groups of our fellow citizens who had to receive an inoculation as a priority on the basis of their diagnosis or the pharmaceutical treatments as drawn from e-prescription. These data were also utilized in preventive medicine actions that were initiated by the Health Ministry. The General Secretariat of Public Health already has started the asymptomatic screening of breast cancer. We prioritize people using specific criteria like age, gender, diagnosis, and previous diagnostic tests undergone by the population. For the population target, referrals are automatically created, and if the citizens have activated e-prescription, intangible prescription, they receive a text on the smartphone or an email regarding these referrals. The next step which we want to take in 2023 is cross-border e-health services. IDICA has already been appointed as a national reference point for e-health, and we will start with two services in the beginning. First of all, the exchange of the comprehensive or summary history of the citizen and executing prescriptions with pharmacies of another member state of the EU. As regards citizens' access to their data, well, obviously they can see that through their personal health record. It's their data and the access to that data. And in 2021, we also implemented another application, which is called My Health, that can run on mobile devices, phones and tablets. Through this application, citizens may see their prescriptions, their referrals, their medical certificates, and the inoculations of their children. They may receive significant and important notifications, and it is our vision for this application, My Health, to become a personal health record of citizens in handheld devices. In mid-September, this application received the first award in the first competition for innovation in the public sector, health innovation. This is a schematic of the interoperability of the systems we have developed. IDICA supports interoperability through open models and open standards, and I would like to focus for a moment on the digitalization of COVID-19 inoculation. Now, it's impressive for Greece, and I would call it best practice worldwide because it was a full digitalization of all processes from day one, from the prioritization of citizens for inoculation through the GSIS, determining which are the vulnerable groups from the BI and e-prescription data, the e-appointment platform. The messages of those, the text messages of those who had e-prescription about the proposed appointment for inoculation, the date of the inoculation, and the interoperability of the registry of inoculations and COVID-19 patients with gov.gr so that patients may easily issue their digital certificates, a vaccination certificate, and the recovery or recuperation certificate. I think it's unique, it's one of a kind, and we must be proud of our country for this achievement. These are the benefits from the digital transformation of the health sector. There are multiple. I will briefly refer to the safety of patients, to the provision of high quality services, transparency, the simplification and acceleration of procedures, and the possibility and capability to offer services, modern health services. Now, obviously, the requirements for the sustainability and success of digital transformation in health are the existence of a national network of interoperability for e-health services, as there are many systems, many data sources, and all these need to speak to one another, because for each citizen, their data, their health data, need to be accessible by themselves and their physicians through the personal health record, which can show HCP's data from various sources. We need to have central codifications and nomenclature, and the systems we implement need to be easy to use so as to have the support of the users, the healthcare professionals, for them to be adopted, to be used, to be utilized, and yield the most results possible. Naturally, a cornerstone for sustainability is the collaboration of all of us who are involved in digital health. Thank you so very much for your attention.
I believe that through this presentation of Madam Fotiadou, we saw a perspective vis-à-vis inter-European policies for the development of IDICA, for the investment on infrastructure, and an excellent example was the vaccination mechanism. The critical issue is what you mentioned at the end, that is the national interoperability plan. On one hand, we have an excellent network which reaches the doors of the hospital. What happens, however, within the hospital, the possibility of interoperability with patients, and on the other hand, to exploit digital health and applications as a good example through interoperability. How close are we to that? I believe that would be the next step. I think that we have entered a maturity phase, and all that can be accelerated. What has been materialized over the last 2 years on the previous velocities we had might take a decade. It seems, therefore, that with the development of technology, all these are accelerated. Yes, and in concluding, listening to Mr. Hellebrand as well, is that a clear European Union framework for the benefit of patients. On the critical issue, however, of the experience drawn by bodies such as IBM, and I come to Mr. Bribas, who is head of consulting services for Greece and Cyprus of IBM. We would like to see the development of new integrated treatment models, digital models that is, by securing the continuation and custom-made care. Mr. Pribas, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this conference. The presentations made till now were very interesting, and Madam Fotiadou has said important steps have already been made in Greece for the introduction of the e-file and e-system in the health sector. We operate as a technological consultant, all suppliers participating with a series of agencies in the health sector, be it ministries or hospitals or the social security funds, because the ecosystem of the health sector exceeds what we traditionally used to say the main central services or hospitals. It's far broader system and embraces all hospitals and the relations not only of the patient with the physician, but all procedures, the procurement process, the way services are priced and reimbursed by social security funds and insurance companies. It covers the care of the patient outside the hospital, where through digital solutions we have monitoring of vital signs and a series of data that where the patient can record and send to his physician. Therefore, there's a drastic dramatic change to the whole ecosystem, and this creates an extended need so as to handle a great bulk of data that must be available to a plethora of applications and agencies, and have an interoperability of all those applications so as for them to be available in real time and at any time in the health system of each country. Therefore, in IBM, we consider that it's extremely important to dwell on some basic principles of the solutions. The basic principles are to leave silos and limitations that traditional health systems had. For instance, in many hospitals, we've seen local applications that cannot have interface with central operations. IBM has made huge effort to correct such problems in Greece. We've seen similar projects and applications abroad, where through national strategies or strategies of the hospitals, depending on the way each country manages its hospitals, similar projects have been implemented. Indicative examples are, for instance, in the Barcelona hospitals, where we have full e-files, e-management of patients, integrated management and integration of the basic hospital operations through IT systems, so as to be monitored in an integrated way through KPIs, and the patient having full image of the exams and lab tests he's been through and follow his vital signs. Similar experiences we have drawn from many other projects all over the world. In Greece, we have an important experience in the health sector, and we continuously invest there. What we believe as IBM, and is most important, is in the field of health to leave the limitations of the past and move towards a paradigm where we will be monitoring open data, keeping the principle of security, where specific directives and the GDPR, if you like, will be observed, on what terms the patient's data will be available, And all that will be based on open standards so as to have interoperability. These three main principles are the ones that must govern all applications in the health sector. And as I said, we exceed from the traditional paradigm of in-hospital management. We enter a far broader ecosystem, including all patients, all physicians. The patient is to have access to his own data. We enter rationale where everything is interconnected through IPIs, the social security funds, insurance companies. So this whole ecosystem is broadened significantly. Important projects are currently in operation in Greece, and we mobilize people from all over the world to help in projects in our area in Greece, wherever this is needed. Thank you. We thank you, Mr. Bribas. I believe that with your presentation, you gave a full picture of the existing technological capacities we have for an integrated digital health system. In the core, of course, of your good practices and Ethica, we should not forget two important factors. One is who updates the data, the cost of time of the health professionals, the user-friendly data, and the capacity to manage various applications, so as to really speak of an accuracy and complete set of data, so as to serve in their secondary use and also for the clinical work of physicians. And on the other hand, the investment that we should make on health professionals and their empowerment in what we call digital literacy. They must be trained in that. We must have an ongoing training so as to really have benefit. So from this viewpoint, raising a joint common question to both the representative of Ethica and you, how do you support this part of health professionals training, and how is that accompanied? Yes, this is indeed an issue, and we should support the health professionals in that. What we have started quite recently is to also create training videos. During the COVID period, we had weekly training sessions for physicians on the COVID platform, especially the lab physicians. And this should be better organized. That's true. The way that is we train health professionals in the use of the various applications. From your side in IBM, such solutions? Well, these are most pertinent questions. The first is how we upload data and how we manage data. Technology is here to help, of course. And there are many examples where through digital solutions we can feed the data, the systems with data. They should be, of course, imported on the right way and the right structured way so as to be available and exploitable in the future. So in this part, technology can definitely help, and they have excellent good cases. In the training aspect, as Madam Fotiada said, yes, indeed, we must be continuously training physicians. Digital technology evolves rapidly, and physicians must be able to follow suit of all those solutions we offer. So continuous training has to take place here, and the experience from similar projects show that we have either the use of digital technologies, videos, on live training that has to be ongoing, because we have this rapid and continuous evolution of digital health systems. Let me also add that the interoperability of systems helps. For instance, the prescription protocols, the physician must upload the lab results. If they are automatically fed in the system, the physician's life becomes easier. So there are many ways that we can help the users of the health systems, both through training, but also in with other methods. So through these methods, through this data, we enter an era where through AI we can have tools. How close are we for the beneficiaries, the end beneficiaries, the patients, to benefit from these tools? Madame Razzouli, who is a biologist and professor of biology and genetic nanomedicine of Faculty of Medicine, has the floor. Thank you. Mr. Bletzers already made an excellent introduction on AI and what will bring along. Well, AI is interlinked with digitization of health because it offers the tools so as to use them. AI has entered our lives. We hear that we use algorithms in AI. It offers many things in diagnosis, in training, for the repurposing and of various medicines that we already know. We can also use them for other diseases and will definitely offer saving of time and resources. And the most well-known use of AI lately is machine learning. We already use it in order to have models of the genetic analysis we do and accuracy medicine benefits from this use, and their use will be most important over the next years. First steps have already been made. In Greece, we do not lag behind. Many labs and many teams work in this field, amongst which my lab as well, in cooperation with the University of Peloponnese and Professor Mr. Souliotis. We work in a European project that aims at combining genetic information, the one we get from imaging, the information we get from biochemical lab tests of the patient, the information drawn from all clinical practices that each patient undergoes, so as for each one to introduce all the data in one single platform, so as for the physician to quickly know whether this patient is eligible for immune therapy or not, without making the patient running around with his file in arms, consulting various physicians. The goal of this program, additionally, is something where problem is on how we assess the quality of data we introduce. Since in order to have the right result and the AI algorithms to offer the right result, we should be able to cross-check the data. That is, that this system is correctly trained and fed with the right data so as to have the right result. So this effort aims and goes towards this direction, and we hope that by the end of the 3-year program to have enough improvement and data. The point is how AI, along with digitization, will transform the health sector. The point is how the beneficiaries and the suppliers will benefit from this effort. We've already seen the first result from the work done with Idika, and are impressive. But more things have to be added on this chess field. For instance, all that AI will contribute in exploiting more substantially the e-files of the patients, and therefore important results and conclusions could be drawn, or could have a better diagnosis. As we said, it will be decisive in having a better repurposing of the existing treatments, to have them used for other treatments. We will select the right patients for right therapies. We will have better processing of the archives, and the wearables, the smart devices that is, are important. They must also be integrated in the whole process. They should be digitized and be also fed in the e-file, because with a simple badge or a watch we'll be able to have a monitoring of the patient's health. many solutions are given, and therefore in real time we will be having an easy monitoring of the patients without having to have recourse to microlabs and so forth. In order, however, to have the full-fledged integration of digital health, we must do away with certain regulatory barriers. Some things have already been heard. Who has the information and how does one use the information? And another barrier is GDPR. GDPR has offered a lot of right approaches vis-à-vis the use of the patient's data. When, however, we have to train such systems, the rules are so austere that we are really have our hands tied. We cannot collect and use data for training, and that causes a lot of problems. We also need the more flexible legislation. We must also raise the question on who bears the liability. If we do not have the right advice, who bears the liability? The machine, the physician, or the microbiologist that did the test? There are legal gaps. And there's also a great delay of regulatory authorities in approving new technologies. That is, the facts and developments catch up with us. But once these problems are solved, digitization, along with AI, will solve a lot of problems of sub-staffing, will contribute to gaining time in documentation and decision-making process. We will have a more affordable healthcare system. So adopting new technologies offers far better experience to the patient. We've already seen that. And I believe that it is worth investing time and resources towards this direction. Thank you. Excellent. I believe that, Madam Kazuli, you covered all the things and all the viewpoints and raising also the limitations and where we should invest more. You raised the issue of the code of conduct and morality, the issue of the institutional framework. And of course, let us not forget that we have at the center, always we have the patient. The use of those digital tools actually changes the way it operates, extending from the hospitalization to the home care, the exercise of medicine for us professionals. The truth is that patients, to a large extent, despite the problems of what we call how familiar they are, they do participate actively in that. And cooperation in this field is important. On the other hand, an important issue is what was demonstrated from all papers and the proposal made by Dr. Helbert. That is the creation of this subsystem of digital health, which is the institutional agencies, the health professionals, but let us not forget that investing in digital health is a growth pillar of a country, and this was fully demonstrated during the pandemic. Μιλάμε για την ανάγκη ανάπτυξης ενός οικοσυστήματος ένα οικοσύστημα στο οποίο θα μετέχουν όλοι οι κοινωνικοί εταίροι για να προάγουν την καινοτομία στην πρόταση που γίνονται στον τομέα υγείας. Ο καθηγητά Χέλιμπραντ
Πόσο κοντά βρίσκεται η Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή στην ανάπτυξη αυτού του οικοσυστήματος και αυτής της δικτυώσεως? Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την ερώτηση. Κοιτάξτε, βρίσκομαι αυτή τη στιγμή πολύ κοντά στην Κομισιόν, αλλά εμείς εκπροσωπούμε τα συμφέροντα επιχειρήσεων σε όλη την Ευρώπη και συνεργαζόμαστε πολύ στενά με την Κομισιόν και αντιλαμβανόμαστε τι προσπαθεί να επιτύχει. Το ερώτημά σας είναι ως προς το πόσο κοντά είμαστε. Κοιτάξτε, δεν είναι γεωγραφική εγκύτητα. Έτσι, υπάρχει αυτή τη στιγμή μια πρόταση. Μια πρόταση η οποία θα πρέπει να υιοθετηθεί και από την Ελλάδα μέσα σε 2 χρόνια, αφού αυτή συμφωνηθεί. Πρώτα θα πρέπει να τύχει συμφωνίας και να ψηφιστεί από το Ευρωκοινοβούλιο Κάτι το οποίο θα πάρει χρόνο, διότι υπάρχουν πάρα πολλά θέματα προς συζήτηση. Εν τω μεταξύ όμως, το δίκτυο υγείας υπάρχει ήδη και λειτουργεί και ανταλλάσσει τέτοια στοιχεία. Αυτό που προσπαθούμε να κάνουμε είναι να υπάρξει μια σύγκληση ώστε να επιτρέψει την διασυνοριακή ανταλλαγή δεδομένων. Και να θυμίσω ότι υπάρχει ήδη ένα πιλωτικό πρόγραμμα το οποίο τρέχει αυτή τη στιγμή για τη δευτερογενή χρήση των δεδομένων. Ορισμένες χώρες της κράτη-μέλη της Ευρωπαϊκής Ενώσης συμμετέχουν. Η Ελλάδα, από ό,τι αντιλαμβάνομαι, δεν συμμετέχει. Ίσως είναι μικρότερες οι χώρες που συμμετέχουν. Και γίνεται τεράστια προσπάθεια προκειμένου να υλοποιηθεί αυτό και να υπάρξει διαμοιρασμός των δεδομένων σε όλη την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Υπάρχουν κάποια θέματα με τον GDPR, με τον Γενικό Κανονισμό Προστασίας των Προσωπικών Δεδομένων. Ίσως να είναι πιο δύσκολο το να μπορούμε να κάνουμε πράγματα χρησιμοποιώντας δεδομένα υγείας με το GDPR, ειδικά όταν δεν μιλάμε για την ίδια χώρα. Αυτό το πιλωτικό πρόγραμμα παρουσιάζει ιδιαίτερο ενδιαφέρον. Σας παροτρύνω να το παρακολουθήσετε, να προσεγγίσετε την κυβέρνησή σας και να συζητήσετε μαζί της αυτήν την πρόταση, η οποία βρίσκεται αυτή τη στιγμή υπό συζήτηση. Θα πρέπει να δείτε τι είδους δεδομένα θα πρέπει να καλύπτονται, τι είδους πιστοποίηση θα πρέπει να δίδετε για τη χρήση των προσωπικών φερειπίν φακέλων υγείας, για τις βιοτεχνολογικές συσκευές, πώς θα μπορέσουν να υλοποιηθούν και να ενοποιηθούν τα στοιχεία και τα δεδομένα από τις διάφορες PAS κατά αξιόπιστο τρόπο. Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Mrs. Fotiadou, on the basis of this approach and the spirits of collaboration within the EU to support such subsystems of health data and health services, are we any forward? Are we advanced on these things? Do they have to do with entrepreneurship? Do they have to do with the development of applications? What is the role of IDICA? I believe that we are at a level of maturity to get the ball rolling, as it were. We have a lot of data. We need to invest in the interoperability of these systems, and subsequently to take the following step. We also strongly participate in the events all over Europe as the Ministry of Health and as IDICA for the utilization of data and for the secondary use thereof. In Europe, medical devices are being prescribed and other things as well, and we need to move on to that as well. We need an appropriate legislative infrastructure and framework. So it's more easy, as we've seen of late, to implement something technologically rather than to institute the framework, the institutional framework. So we need a framework, a legal framework, for the utilization of this data, for open data. This is the key thing. If you have the necessary institutional framework, you can do things. The technology is out there. Mr. Primbas, do you believe that this institutional framework does really want to help you more in your work, or from your experience you feel that you have the environment and the know-how to develop all these things? I believe that the framework, the legislative framework, is evolved and is evolving in the EU, but it will not be restrictive to the steps we need to take. Okay, in Greece and in Europe alike. Okay, in Greece we took some important steps forward, and it's a huge endeavor being made by the ministry in IDICA in particular. A series of actions have been designed, they're being announced currently. They will enhance our efforts and they will speed up our process. As we said, solutions are out there, technology is there, and the aim is to help patients, to help doctors. They do not replace or substitute doctors or any other healthcare professionals. What we need to do is to put it in good use in a proper way and to utilize in the long term, properly and appropriately, by maintaining appropriately the health data of each one of the patients, and to utilize it appropriately using, well, AI or a series of technologies that are available or will become available in the years to come. I believe, Mrs. Gazouli, you showcased this in your example with your collaboration with the University of the Peloponnese. It's very crucial to ensure the participation of the patients and particularly the feedback we receive from them. I believe that in this direction you do have such experience, correct? Yes, we should not leave the patients outside. They need to be trained and informed on the advances of technology so that they may participate in the proper way. This is key.
So I believe that on this optimistic note, these messages, and maybe with a final approach, that probably digital transformation is good for your health. And it is definitely a pillar for development and growth for the country. We should like to thank everyone for giving us this opportunity to have this discussion.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ και τον Δόκτωρα Hellebrand για τη συνεισφορά του.
Thank you so very much indeed, one and all. We should like to thank all participants in the previous session, and let's move on to the next one. Entitled Joint Forces for the Successful Introduction of an Effective Procurement Strategy. This is the session coordinated and moderated by Mr. Theodore Liakopoulos, President, Medical Devices and Diagnostics Committee of the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce. He will be joined by Mrs. Karpodini, Mr. Apostolou, Mr. Messaropoulos, Mr. Balanis, and Mr. Papaioannou. Would you kindly assume your positions, and let's keep the ball rolling. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to share with you something beautiful. I am the co-organizer of this conference for the past 12 years. I remember all these years we've been discussing how we can organize a good procurement strategy and system in the Greek Health Ministry. There were endless conversations with no end in sight. 12 years ago, I could never have imagined that I would be moderating such a roundtable. So let's start on an optimistic note and say that this roundtable is the hope for a modern health system that walks hand in hand with the fourth industrial revolution. I would like to share with the audience that all these people who are with me on this panel, all these brains we've managed to gather here today, are capable to let us and walk us through the next step, which is a modern and effective procurement system. I want to thank them very much for all the work they've done on behalf of the industry. We will start with Mrs. Theano Karpodini. I think she's the brain behind the health system, because you are the governor of the AOP. So you are kindly requested to take the floor. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you very much for this invitation regarding the partnership of the private and the public sector, and to have procurements in the public sector. Like the coordinators said, the moderator said, the people who are here, each from their own post or jobs or whatever, not just the AOP as the brains, each of us from their own jobs, from their own posts, fight a battle in order to turn a new leaf in the way we purchase services and products and drugs in the health sector. And indeed, a necessary requirement is for all of us to be together rather than everyone on their own. As for the AOP, as provided by the competences for the organization that was created in late 2011 and started its operation in 1st January 2012, all the bits and pieces of the old insurance social security funds have to do with health came together. So the organization's profile and its key destination is to purchase products, health products and services for all of its insured parties. This means that we need to evaluate and assess the needs, to design and plan rules which will enable it to negotiate and determine and define the targets so as to cover each and every need of the insured parties, be that for pharmaceutical coverage or primary and secondary healthcare. It is within scope and within this framework that we have the main goal of enabling it to assess and enable the decisions they make on the basis of effectiveness, efficiency, quality criteria, and equitable access of the insured parties. Subsequently, the bet or the wager is for this to be depicted in the contracts entered into by the organization on the basis of specific criteria and terms, to incorporate all these elements and these parts that I already mentioned and are required to be there when you're called upon to purchase health services and to manage public resources, the insured person's money, taxpayers' money, so as to ensure that they will receive all the treatment they need. Any pharmaceutical treatment is appropriate for their ailments, and obviously medical technological products. We have the chairman, Mr. Papaioannou, the chairman of the negotiation committee for the reimbursement and prices of healthcare services. With the negotiation committee, I believe that we have already managed to have an immaculate collaboration. For all this time that we've been working together, the committee has managed, with the participation of the organization's staff and agents, and I will mention some examples subsequently who I mean, we have managed to succeed and achieve our key goal, our key target. And that is to receive more services at lower prices and of higher quality. And so as not to be misunderstood, I do not mean clawback. I mean volume agreements, I mean quality criteria, and all these things that Mr. Papaioannou will undoubtedly mention later on. Similarly, we have a very good collaboration with Techni in order to move forward with a new pricing and costing system of secondary healthcare services. Pilot programs are already underway, and I believe that by this time next year we'll be in a position to include all public hospitals in this system progressively, and for the organization to manage, and this is the big wager, the big bet, to pay the reimbursements in a new way on the basis of quality criteria and following evaluation and assessment of the results of the services received. Moving forward, I'd just like to share a few numbers with you to illustrate exactly what the AOP is called upon to do with 105 service points all over the country, with approximately 1,500 employees, with contracts with 35 providers, which includes 11,000 pharmacies that are reimbursed for the pharmaceutical expenditure, the high-cost drug pharmacies, 3,500 centers, physical therapists, other services, of course primary and secondary healthcare structures in the private and public sector. And with all those, we have entered in contracts so that 11 million Greek citizens may have equitable access to health services, pharmaceutical treatment, and medical technical equipment. Another big wager, a big bet, is to remain within the confines of our budget, which is approximately 7 billion for health services and for pharmaceutical expense. Now, our vision is to manage to become a strategic buyer of health services, as I've called us before, and rather than a passive one. So our key goal is to have high-quality services for our citizens by rationalizing and streamlining the reimbursements we disperse, with emphasis on the public health care system. And the reason I'm saying this is that in Greece, Greece is the only country which ensures access to all citizens regardless of their insurance status, of how much they pay for their insurance or their social security. And this is a tremendous wager, which naturally could not be met had we not had the public part in primary and secondary healthcare. Our vision is equally to see the organization as a modern, socially sensitive banking institution because, well, the organization is a social security fund with revenue, which is the contributions of the insured parties for the health sector. And our goal and our aim should be within this framework, which is already and always a limited one, to find the most efficient and effective way to ensure everything that is needed by each and every citizen of the country. As for the AOP, and I'll try to be concise, a little brief, the contract process is a very simple one, actually. First of all, what it takes is design. We need to set our targets, see which processes will allow us to achieve them, and a key strategic goal for us is to purchase more of higher quality service at lower prices and streamlining the distribution of the small and absolutely finite, unfortunately, budget. What comes next is practice, action. How this, in collaboration and consultation with our providers through our contracts and following quality features, characteristics and indicators, will be able to receive the best possible services, the most effective ones, at the best possible price. Mrs. Karpodini, you have 1 minute. 1 minute it is. So it is within this framework that we implement and control and monitor, because I need to say that this is the most important thing. We monitor and assess and evaluate the effectiveness and efficiency of the expenditures we make, the expenses we make. And I'll give 2 examples later on. And we are evaluated on this. I have to stress that we have the joint framework of evaluation, and we're evaluated both by the providers and our insured parties, so as to be able to improve the way in which we provide our services. So payments is the monitoring thereof allow us to increase the efficiency, the effectiveness. What we're trying to do, and here I will mention an example which I credit to the negotiation committee and the chairman thereof, Mr. Papaioannou, that we managed to succeed to reimburse gene tests for breast cancer by securing and ensuring that chemotherapy will be administered only to those women who really have those features and characteristics that make sense and can be helped. This is huge. And this is what we do through the diagnostic tests. We direct and guide treatment better to make it more effective and to avoid administering when it doesn't really make sense for the women. Now, apart from the financial benefits, we have the social indicator. We avoid having the consequences of a treatment, chemotherapy, using poisons, for instance, and all the social exclusion and the ordeal for approximately 80% of the women who managed to avoid entering into this process. I will not enter into the numbers for the economy of time. I will just say that the negotiations committee regarding diagnostic radiological drugs managed to open the market and to avoid monopoly situations, which in turn resulted in an agreement that dropped the price by approximately 1/3, I believe, saving up a significant chunk of the budget that was allocated in order to enlarge the indications and broaden the indications and allow more citizens to have access to PET CTs. These are examples that prove in practice that the future and our goal is to combine quality and effectiveness through control. What we want is not only to buy a hospitalization or a treatment or a care, but to see the results thereof, the complications of the patient, whether they needed to be readmitted to the hospital. We want to pay for the drugs as a function of their clinical effectiveness and efficiency, and to move on to the day after, in which we will ensure high quality and effectively funds that we can channel to more actions. I believe that I have already spent the time at my disposal, so I will yield the floor, and I will be around to answer any questions. Thank you very much indeed, Mrs. Carpodini. It was really very important things that you've done in the AOP all these years. And it was really impressive, and we heard someone saying yesterday about the management of the data. It's something really innovative. It's pioneer stuff, and thank you very much for it. Let's move on to Mr. Apostolou, president of the EKP. He's the new guy in procurements. Okay, so you have the floor, sir. We're eager to hear what you have to say.
Let me also thank the organizers for the invitation and the opportunity given to me to say a couple of words about the agency I represent vis-à-vis the procurement policy over the next years. If we consider that the whole procurement system of the Ministry of Health is an operation, the logistics directorate is EKP. For those of you who know logistics, you know that the role of this directorate is to support all the other operational processes for the optimal result. The National Central Procurement Authority is a development of EPI. It is called EKP now. It is now a legal entity so as to have greater freedom of movement. And the goal is to have central procurements in the field of, in the sector of health. Our vision is to create a modern and reliable agency that attain its goals each year at the level of central procurements. It is worth noting that EKP in 2019 employed only 7 persons in 2019. Today we have 60 persons employed, with 13 executives recruited from, actually transferred from the agencies of the Ministry of Health, and 40 persons who are ancillary personnel. In 2022, we have completed procurement codes of interest of 87 million euros, while until tomorrow, we will have completed e-auctions for medicines of 224 million euros value. These days, we also issued a call for tender for medical cotton, which is a case study. Indeed, may not sound very important, but this is a first call of interest to see how the system operates. We created a site which will evolve into a communication portal along with all the other agencies of the Ministry of Health for the exchange of data and digitization of our communication. And by the end of the year, we program new calls for ATAVI, stroke units, cochlear implants, and lenses, intraocular lenses. On this process, we have selected for cochlear implants to have central procurement and central distribution on a pilot project so as to see how this operates on our own budget, and we will be sending with an invoice each hospital the delivery when it is needed. At the same time, we prepare the strategic plan of procurements for 23-24, and the big project currently under maturity, and which is a major reform, is a central pricing of hospital medicine, where through a digital system, all the orders placed by the hospitals will be executed through our agency, through our directorate, EKP. The goal is to reduce the workload of the accounting departments of the hospitals, but also reduce the arrears, thus attaining a great improvement in the central indices of the Central Accounting Office. In immediate plans, we include the launching of a project for a single codification, most probably following the Italian case, as it will be applied in the whole of the European Union. As we said, in order for the interoperability of the systems and their interface, we must have a single language so as to have an exchange of data and make the appropriate decisions. We were also assigned the responsibility for the feasibility study for medical equipment. We are to issue that so as to gradually proceed in mapping of all the machinery equipment currently under the national health system. Within the year, we will also be recording the consumables so as to be able to monitor in a more secure way the execution of the contracts that are affected by the hospitals aside of the central procurement system. I lost a slide somewhere, says the speaker. I would also like to say that in the framework of RRF, as an execution agency, we were assigned with the medical equipment for the upgrading of the health centers, while yesterday, during a discussion with the political leadership, it was also decided that we will be assigned with equipment for hospitals as well. Both projects exceed 120 million euros in budget, and we look forward to proceeding right away. In the same framework, we will also be the execution agency for co-funded projects through the NSRF, so as to also help there. One more minute. So, let me conclude by something that will also facilitate the continuation of the discussion. Well, at the end of the day, we're currently at a point where we can plan, we can draft the calls for tender, but we want to move towards a value-based procurement. And in this panel, we have all the representatives that will be the rings of a chain, so as to have an effective system. Thank you. Thank Mr. Apostolou, and once again I'm glad because through the discussion we have again the same notion appearing, the value-based procurement. Eventually we might be able to apply it in Greece as well. And now it is the turn of Mr. Messaropoulos, the president of ETECHNI, that is a Center for Documentation and Pricing of Hospital Services, who will tell us how he created this wonderful project within the DRGs.
Well, I believe that in the first year we pinpointed where we are, and we announced from here that we are being included in the DRG system. It's the first health district that uses exclusively DRGs. I decided to skip the slides because I wanted to leave a lot of time for discussion. What I want to do is to say and mention a few things regarding the synergies, regarding procurements and how a DRG system is involved in procurements. And it plays a role. Now, the DRG system may not be the most perfect one, but it's the most fair one, as it with the hospital's reimbursement. The purpose of introducing a DRG system is to reduce the costs of hospitals, but better put is to see at some point how much hospitals cost us. By introducing this system of the diagnosis-related groups, we will try that the money we have and we disperse to the hospitals through the AOP to be shared and distributed among the hospitals in a much fairer way. So the information input in the system needs to be reliable. So this was a key question we had when we started the creation of the system, which is why we performed an innovation to link the DRG system with the patient's personal health record. We were looking for information at the source. What is the source at the hospitals? It's the doctors. But for the doctors to be able to depict and describe actual information, they need their own system. As a doctor, we know as a healthcare professional, but most people in the field, that a doctor will write down the most reliable information in a single record, which is theirs to use and will help them later on. So in essence, we wanted to receive this information through this patient record. So we wanted to have the information from the beginning, from get-go. Not in a secondary system where the doctor would just enter some information which most of the time do not correspond to the truth, to the reality. This is what we did in the 7th Health District, which this is what we're expecting in anticipation of the second, or rather the third ministerial decision after the Parni and the region of Crete, the third joint ministerial decision that is at the Ministry of Health. I believe it will be signed by the end of the month. The full introduction and inclusion of the third health district of the AHEPA hospital from the 5th, the General Hospital of Volos, the General Hospital of Larissa, and the University Hospital of Larissa, the Thriasio, the Red Cross, and the first district of Athens, that of Syros, and the Andreas Sigros Hospital. Now, we moved around some key pillars. First of all was to receive all the information from all cases so as to be able to utilize them. The second pillar was the assessment and evaluation of this information, which is why the Ketevni is running an NSRF project. They will be checking 200,000 cases one by one using a special platform in collaboration with the AOP, so as to see how our colleagues codify the information and how the information introduced in the personal health record is utilized. The third pillar is training. The Ketechni has not ceased offering training. In all hospitals of the country, one of them ran in all hospitals, it was a participation of 75%, which was huge. Or in the RRF, which is subsidized training for all healthcare professionals. We have the asynchronous training for everyone who wishes that, to be trained in billing or codification at any time that suits them. The fourth pillar, and this is what Mrs. Karpodini she gave away what we're discussing about. It's reimbursement, okay? On the 1st January of 2023, we are preparing all the necessary regulations to allow at least the 7th Health District to enter in the full reimbursement through a DRG, and a full introduction and inclusion of all the hospitals in the DRG system. Now, this is still to be implemented. I hope, having a very close and good collaboration with the Ministry for Health and the AOP, to be able to make it a practice so as to have the bigger picture and to have a full and complete DRG system within the next year. Now, regarding synergies and procurements. For us, DRG is not just about reimbursement, it's also about innovation. And innovation is something that touched us very much from the beginning, which is why we're doing what we're doing with the personal health record and the codifications. Already the Ketekni has undertaken all the codifications that are out there in the health sector. Same as the EKP codifications will be handled by the Ketekni. It's a development of the Ketekni actions that was adopted by a recent amendment to the law. So as for all of us to share a common language. An agency that will need a specific codification will have to update the Ketekni, inform them, and they will provide them with the codification, be they made by the Ketekni or EOF or any other agency. So we're in constant communication with Mr. Apostolou from the EKP to be able to find the link between the procurements that will be run by EKP and reimbursement. Also, regarding innovation that I mentioned earlier, there is a big difference in the DRG system, and this is called exceptions file and list. We all have experience from the OP for some accepted and excluded drugs. Now, the difference in the DRGs is that primarily as regards materials, this price does not reflect the material itself, but it reflects a whole service, and primarily innovative services. Because in this price, in inverted commas or outside inverted commas, it's not just the reimbursement of the material, it's the reimbursement of a colleague who is more skilled to offer this innovative treatment, a nurse who knows how to handle the material in question. So we're talking about an entire different mindset that introduces innovation. These lists will be analyzed by the Ketekni in collaboration with the AOP on an annual basis, so as to be updated, to be renewed, refreshed, and to see whether something needs to stay in this file of exclusions or it should be included into a DRG directly. This is something extremely important because we have a system that is dynamic. This is no longer a system that is installed and it's fire and forget. It's a dynamic one. So this dynamic character requires synergy. Now, I don't want to take up too much more of your time because we have 28 more minutes and I want to leave space and time to my fellow speakers, and I want to leave time for discussion. I want just to say that research in the UK, Switzerland and Germany, I should like to remind you that with Switzerland and Germany we have the same DRG system. There is pressure to reduce cost through DRGs. Through the studies, one can see that this does not necessarily mean a reduction in the quality of the services. The DRG are here to add quality to the services, to make hospitals, to incentivize hospitals to show their productivity, and since they become more productive, to receive a better reimbursement, because this is what we're looking for, isn't it? Thank you all so very much. Thank you, Padelis. You are always cohesive and to the point. Let's move on to Mr. Balanis, CEO of the ODP.
Good afternoon. I thank the Chamber for this honorary invitation. It's a great joy for me to be here along with this excellent panel of speakers representing ODP, the organization that was established 2 years ago with a view to being a regulator of the health system in the country and introduced the notion of quality, a notion that has been mentioned by all the previous speakers, and it is extremely important for the improvement of our country's health system. ODP was established 2 years ago. It is a tangible improvement of the national health system that we have at large an organization that has horizontal responsibilities for the whole health system. And since we have these horizontal responsibilities in improving quality, we cooperate with all the agencies involved in the health system so as to improve on joint actions the quality of health services. We have already launched synergies with organizations such as Ketekni. From the first year, we have signed an MOU with them, and we have aimed at a number of actions with a view to securing the best possible platforms for the improvement of healthcare services. These can be seen on two axes regarding also our strategic plan. On one hand, we aim at securing the health services and improving their quality. On the other hand, is the introduction of the strategy for health. With regard to strategy, we mean the creation, production, recording, and monitoring of data. So in the case we don't have data, to help in collecting them, and monitoring the health services offered and how effective they are. On the other hand, securing services quality can be originally secured by the creation and introduction of quality indices, that is metrics that did not exist in the past. We have already launched actions, have created indices, quality indices, more than 29 currently, that can be distinguished on three branches. We have safety indices, effectiveness, and efficiency indices. Those indices are applied on a pilot project with all hospitals with a view to extending them to more hospitals and health centers so as to cover all the needs of the edges of the country and be completed by other indices that will be introduced by the patients that will record, therefore, the experiences of their patients and their satisfaction rate. All these are funded by both natural resources and European Union sources. We work on national projects for the improvement of health services, for the introduction of quality indices, and the cooperation with the other stakeholders and health professionals. The organization ODP has already launched the so-called patient pathways. It is important when we speak on quality. Since we each have an important part to play in the health services, it is important to see the pathway from the processes, that is, end to end. And since we have the horizontal monitoring of this process, we want to record, map, monitor, and record the pathway of the patient. So there are parts of assessing the quality on the orders of the equipment, on the part of services offered by health professionals. So all in all, it is a part that must be examined, and we must have as great an effectiveness and efficiency as possible. This will only happen when we get the views of all the stakeholders, including the patients, of course. Patients, to a large extent, play a role in this process. And our goal is to have cooperation with the patient society in Greece, and be able to have their views on the health services they receive. On the other hand, we'll launch the procedure of modeling the services. So through co-funded projects, we start with the modeling of the patients, of the HIV patients' pathways. And this will cover more than 10 hospitals in the country. That will be a first patient pathway that will be modeled. That means that both the equipment offered and the care will be common in all hospitals of the country. We also overview the improvement of infrastructure. It is also an important part. And here ODP will help in cooperation with existing agencies, will help in improving the infrastructure of health services in our country. We also have primary care. We are also responsible for that. We already record improvements. We see the introduction of the general practitioner, a family doctor. Soon we will also have the home care, and ODP will support that so as to have the appropriate funding and change the path for the care of those patients as soon as possible. All in all, because we've also had the value-based procurement, which is most important and concerns the framework within which we must operate, so as to bring efficiency in the ordering process, so as to have the best yield with the less possible resources to be used for each order. ODP will help in have a general picture of the value-based care. This is a part that concerns not only the value-based procurement, but the whole picture of healthcare for the best possible qualitative and efficient service. And of course, we will have cooperation with the academia, the methodology applied by organizations in other countries in the whole Western world, so as for Greece to be part of that and have these processes as soon as possible. Thank you. Thank you, Vasilis, and we'll conclude with Mr. Papaioannou, the President of the Price Negotiating Committee.
Thank you very much for the honor of being amongst you. And I don't know whether we can put up the presentation, and I'm rather stimulated, Mr. Liakopoulos. Oh, please refrain from sharing. That's embarrassing information. No, I meant stimulation because we're talking about strategy, procurements, and combining forces. Now, I imagine that the President and Governor of the OP would give more information. What I would say is that what we're trying to do is for these forces combined to be multidisciplinary. This has been depicted in the organogram of the AOP, and the Reimbursement and Negotiation Committee has a very diverse profile of scientists that is very complementary and helps in an integrated approach. So in multidisciplinarity, I believe we're doing very well, and the more new sciences, specializations, and AI emerge, the more new brains will be needed. What is also very important as a strategy is international collaborations. There is a national contact point with the AOP. Whenever we needed them, they were at our disposal. And there was a response from European countries and our opposite numbers, and there was a request for information. We could do something even better. Of course, this international interface has much room for improvement because there is not always this anticipated response on their behalf. Another value is in the link, in the connection between the private and the public sector. When we're talking about procurements and negotiations, The other side of the table is well populated by the private sector, but it would be worth it if we could utilize knowledge from private insurance companies, private hospitals, and I'm afraid we're not doing that well. We don't know what happens in other sectors other than our own. It would be a very fertile thing to have, well, not the confidential information or the ones that would impede competition or hurt competition, but the one that is public domain and that have to do with methodologies and the way of thinking. So we do have a long way to go. We don't want to paint a very rosy picture. It's not just collaboration between and among people. It's between man and machine, man and computer. We heard about artificial intelligence, patient registries. These systems need collaboration with us, the people. And I think that sometimes we don't have a perfect relationship. We do not feed these systems with proper information, with high quality information. It's Kika. And it's a miracle how fast Greece adopted this system, and they can become better. There was another word tossed around. It was interoperability. So there is a connection and relationship between the machines, between them. And I believe that there we can invest in. Within the AOP, we do have this interoperability, and whenever we needed information, statistic information, there was a very, very fast response. It's impressive for a public sector agency how fast these departments respond and feed us with data. But when we leave the confines of the organization and we need information from EOF or IDIKA, and we need data to complete the picture we have for effectiveness, for instance, like Mrs. Karpothini mentioned, or efficiency, or how successful is the outcome of our procurements in health or public health. Well, there I think that we find it a little difficult. There are some legal constraints, maybe technical ones as well. Well, in conclusion, I would like to say that an effective and efficient strategy is not something that goes without saying. What is effective and efficient for health is multifaceted. Are we talking about the individual's health or that of a society? The freedom of the person or our social obligations? What are we talking about? A society has its own perspective regarding the effectiveness of what we're doing. I've been with the AOP for 2 years. I always see open doors to patients' associations, to groups, and not only their individual requests, groups of people who have requests, complaints. And it is our principle in the negotiations to listen to the society, not just the other stakeholders. Effectively, nothing can be always effective in financial terms. If it's something effective for AOP, it's not effective for the profiteering, in a good sense, of the companies. But we need to find convergence. We need to find consensus, where everything, all the ducks are in a row, are when the state comes in and says, bring everything down and create a different framework. So this is usually fertile for long-term approaches, but in our microcosm, oftentimes it's, not bothersome or irritating, but it does create the need for another approach. This is all I wanted to say, so as to leave Ms. Iliakopoulos time for discussion. Thank you very much, Theo. Right, well, we do have some questions which we will ask. One question was concerning what you mentioned, the combination of forces and joining of forces. A question is to see how all these efforts and attempts made by all these agencies, AOP is a central agency, you have the negotiations committee, but as for DRGs and EKP, at some point, and we would like to know which point of time this will happen, these efforts need to converge to a single direction for the good of the patient, for the good of the health system, and of course for the industry to see this high quality that we definitely all want in the system in our hospitals. I don't know, do we have any takers, Mrs. Karpothini? Because, you are the central framework. I think you were spot on that this is the bet, the wager, how we can all cooperate so as to achieve the common goal. Truly, collaboration is there. As far as the AOP is concerned, with each and every agency, depending on the project we're running and the timeline. But I think that if we are all together, to be all together in a project and work all together is not something we've seen so far, and it's something we've conquered. I think that the ministry's design is to move to that direction, to force us all around the same table, each to do their little thing in service of the common goal, which you quite aptly put the efficiency, the effectiveness, better services, health services. But what we're trying to get through all this is benefit. Benefit for our providers, benefits for society. Because truly, in this effort we're making, we have them as our allies. And they're our allies because, well, what company doesn't want us to progress in terms of drugs, for instance, or to examine the feasibility, which in turn increases effectiveness and efficiency of the drug itself and the treatment. So yes, I wholeheartedly agree. We have made a lot of steps in that direction, but many more need to be taken and collaborated, not amongst ourselves, but also with the other agencies. Well, your project is running very fast, and it will be completed at record time. So, let's say that your project ends, we can see the DRGs implemented. What happens next? Well, there is the day after. First of all, let's make one thing clear. When we're talking about DRGs, we're talking about cost weights. What are cost weights? Well, they are the cost weight variables. In essence, this translates to how much more difficult or how much more complex a DRG is compared to another one. These cost weights we have borrowed from the Germans. We've been revising them constantly. They were revised by the Germans in January 2022. I apologize, there's a speaker, January 2021. We did a revision through the RRF, and they will be constantly updated. So we don't do detailed pricing. We don't know exactly how much a DRG costs. We know that a DRG is more complex than another one, so it's possibly more expensive than another one. But we are building the day after, and we're looking ahead, and that's what's important. We're already preparing to have all the tools so that at one point we can do this detailed pricing. Most of us are in the field and we know how difficult it is to do pricing, actual detailed pricing. I'll need to say this. Switzerland, and we all know how organized a state like Switzerland is, tried to do a detailed pricing when they received the DRG system from the Germans. We have the same thing. And after 2 years, they went back to the Germans and said, I can't do that. Give me the cost weights and I'll move this way. There will be cost centers. We're already in contact with specific hospitals. One of them is the Parni on Crete to come up with indicative costs. We're talking with people abroad to receive know-how and IT systems that will allow us to perform this analysis, which later on will allow us to do the full analysis and complete analysis of everything and say that DRG-A costs X amount, so the hospitals need to move according to this price. Or later on, this price might increase or decrease, which is why we talked about the dynamic system. Something very significant regarding procurements. Now, we'll have a CAPI who will have tenders for cotton or other materials or anything. Be that material in an excluded materials list or an expendable item. Regarding the excluded ones, well, some hospitals will buy at a price X if it's not through this, and other hospitals will be off the list. The lower the price until the revision, obviously this saving up of money will stay with the hospital, so it will be a benefit, in inverted commas, for the hospital and an incentive for the hospital to save up on resources and expenditures. If it is within the DRG, in the analysis we will perform within the year, we will see whether something is of benefit to the hospital or not. So saving up resources is something that plays in the entire range of the process of including hospitals in the DRG, right? Either here with the cost weights or later on when we hope to have the detailed pricing. So it's a huge opportunity, okay? There's a huge field that's open ahead of us, and this is why we're discussing to be able to offer the higher quality services possible for the patient, for the citizens, and at a cost that will be real. Mr. Apostolou wants to say something.
Off mic. To my view, we cannot raise an issue of confidentiality between agencies of the central government. We all operate with a view of public interest, securing public interest. When designing this cooperation that we try to attain, in my view, there is a code, a single code for the material. Within 6 or 7 months, most probably we will have finished that. This material code, then in the next stage of interconnection with hospitals, it will be all over the country. It will be participating in another code of DRG, which, however, for each act, medical act, might be transformed, might be modified, because it might have another piece of material on a different code, because something different will be performed with the physician. All that data are mentioned, included in DRG. At the same time, AOP has all the submissions per patient's registry. So with regard to expensive materials, you can see how efficient it is. We will be buying a graft, for instance. Did it last for 3 years? That's why I bought it. That was a prerequisite. Or did they ask for a spare part within 2 years? These elements on the series that are being analyzed by ODP, when we will be relaunching the procurement or make some kind of correction, I consider that we can include qualitative data in the system in an integrated way. Well, Madam Carpodini, there are a lot of questions to be addressed to you. A first question will be addressed by our friend Mr. Apostolidis. I take the example. I congratulate Mr. Melisaropoulos on his decisiveness and what he has done. He said that the 7th will have it in due course, and all the other regions will have the DRGs. And I would like to address a question to Madam Carpodini and Madam Fotiadou here of Vidica. We do have data, which unfortunately Mr. Apostolou commented, which unfortunately in the pharmaceutical innovation are not available. We hear nothing about that data. And I would like to bring the example when for the first time AOP was established under Odysseas Voudouris, they saw that the first medication was not something for hypertension or against cholesterol. It was a medication, a medicine for autoimmune diseases. So in surprise, I thought there was some kind of squandering here. So transparency and exchange of data, and the way we can do that through the pharmaceutical vigilance committee, which is in the ministry, will only bring about benefits. And the continuous counter-argument is that we have the therapeutic protocols, DRGs, and so forth. I believe that if we offer incentives, as it happens in other countries, this can bring about a curtailing cost. So why don't we take the data regarding innovative drugs? What's that expenditure? What are the fields? Why are they consumed more in one region, not another? Or we can say geographical areas, if you like, more generic, not specific hospitals. Why do we have consumption in summer when we've got an increase of population and so forth? That is valuable data. And we all hear about LP that we addressed the ministry didn't give us the data. When we will have access to that data at last? Of course, with the protection of personal data. Thank you for the question. There's a huge field for improvement as far as hospital medication is concerned. Unfortunately, we do not have IDICA there that you mentioned, and it is a common plea by all that we should by now be able through IDICA to have hospitals also monitoring medicines expenditure per cluster. Vis-a-vis the LP organization, indeed, we have, but I will be very cautious here. We don't have a representative for the Ministry of Health, but we do have consultants of the minister here. There's a huge problem in this whole part of storage of data with a view to improving access to treatments through GDPR, because it was decided that AOP will not keep registries of patients. This are allowed only for the ministry to have, and unfortunately, we are denied the necessary access. And as you very well said, each time we have claims for data, both to the industry and international organizations that can help us, when we do not have our own forces do not suffice so as to process and draw conclusions, we are left outside. Our intention and effort is to convince both the ministry and this whole part of personal data management, the independent authority, GDPR authority that is, so as to do have access to that data. We must all jointly manage at last to have the picture where we'll all agree that this is the picture. Because we even have a problem with that. We cannot agree on what is the accurate image. And it is not the reading that is the culprit. It is that we do not apply common rules. We must apply and all agree that this is the way we draw the data and this is the way we can use it. But also something else Papaioannou said, that we must get out of our small world. They are not alone here. We do not have to reinvent the wheel. There are other people doing the same job. Why can't we transfer the know-how of the private sector, of the insurance companies, and all the others who, from another side, can indeed and are involved in the same subjects? They also buy services. They also buy medicines. They also calculate cost and effectiveness. So we must do away with this fear and open the doors so as to jointly find a path. Would you like to add something? Yes. Yes, says Mr. Balanis. In echoing what Carpodini has said, we have already taken an initiative so as to create a joint team, which I believe that should be a standing committee, where all the ministry agencies will be represented, all the agencies having data at their disposal, so as to first see what is the data we collect, how we collect it, and how it is being used. One of the first things I saw in this organization is the BI of the Ministry of Health. And what I can say is that I'm not feeling confident at all, seeing that whatever is uploaded, on one hand, nobody knew the methodology was applied, that is, who had fed the data, when, how, and on what methodology, and there was no accountability. So this is a part that I consider must be radically changed. The establishment of a standing committee where all the agencies having data will be represented. Mr. Apostolou very well said we are all representatives of agencies of the ministry, so there must be processes where data and info might circulate amongst us, each one to see what one is supposed to see. All that can be secured. This is not a problem, it's not a technical problem. But we must know what the professionals, the health professionals, will be upload, because we may be asking for the same people to upload new data or the new data in different platforms, which is another additional problem and workload. I've seen it in UK hospitals where I've spent many years of my life. So we must see what the health professionals are going through. They're under huge pressure for us, asking us all the time new data to be uploaded, perhaps even the same data on multiple platforms, because we are not able to agree amongst us how that data should be uploaded, on what methodology and by whom, and what would be the accountability of each one, so as to be institutionally secure in the whole process. That would be the first step, so as to have the necessary data and give it to the market that must have it. I agree with Mr. Apostolidis 100%. The market must have that data. It is a part of the process of health service quality and respect of the work affected by all health professionals. Well, let us clarify something, says Mr. Papaioannou. There is a vector, it is Ketekni, so they can also have a joint processing. The selection of the data, that's why I spoke of the medical file, to have reliable data and not have the problem of BI. Who uploaded, who said it, what had measured and not. Primary data straight from the source, so as to be able to extract important on morbidity, on mortality, on what is the medicines used, on the breach of certain medical practices in the hospital, small suitcases, we know that. So the data are of great concern to all of us. The reason why we try to have one single platform, draw all the data, and then divert it to all the other agencies, this is precisely why. And something last regarding the private sector. It has greatly involved Ketekni as well, and that's why we've got an MOU with the Association of Insurance Companies, with the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce, with private hospitals. We had in a pilot project private hospitals integrated. We are already in discussion for the introduction of a DRG system in private hospitals as well. We have put the emphasis on the public hospitals, that's true, but they are not outside our goals. We have made our cooperations, we proceed. It was in the structured dialogue we had in the RRF to have the private hospitals included in DRGs. We are knowledgeable, we are a bit lagging behind, but it's of great importance. A question by, my name is Vourlaki Katerina, journalist from Daily Pharma News. First of all, I'd like to say that all that has to do with the patients registry, which is also a huge issue, which hasn't proceeded, especially over the last 3 years due to the pandemic. It has lagged behind. No, I disagree because the children's patients on neoplasma, on cancer patients, the registry exists. There are many registries that already we were behind previous years. I apologize. Okay, I stand corrected. Yes, I wouldn't like to be unjust. So let me ask Mr. Apostolou. This central management of resources, because actually this is what it is. and the market of materials. Do you have some estimate what will be the benefit at the end of the day, what we will save from this central management of resources? Well, there's no central management.
Now we have the central pricing of the drugs. Regarding the central procurement process, an average profit is around 20% when you're talking about a large volume procurement rather than having fragmented purchases. Okay, it goes without saying. One more question. Mr. Takis Maraletos, also from Daily Pharma News. I have one question for you, Mr. Messaropoulos. You said that we have the neoplasm disease registries and so on and so forth. What is the percentage of ailments that have been covered with registries as compared to our target? So what is the target and at what percentage are we now? First of all, responsible for the registries is the ministry, okay, through Mrs. Mitru, okay? I'm talking about codifications. Of course, we are lagging far behind, but what I said is that over the last few years, we've been leaping forward. Now, first of all, we don't know the mortality we have from cancers in the country. Well, as Daily Pharma News, we had 3 conferences on evidence-based healthcare, and this has been discussed in detail for years, and we didn't have the chance of having you then with us there. I don't know whether you were working on it at the time. So for 3 years, we were discussing the exact same things, and nothing has changed. So now we have a plethora of information because there is tremendous information now. It is a great thing that we have here 5 organizations that you can combine and join your forces, and you can find the pathways and the costs and the processes. Now, I don't know how you can check and monitor hospital expenditures and the operation of hospitals, and this is an issue because I didn't hear anything said. Well, it will happen through the DRGs. But I also heard that in order, if we go to detailed pricing, it is highly difficult. And this is something you said, it's very difficult to go to detailed pricing. Switzerland went back to Germany and took their costs. Here in hospitals that we have provided very little data, I don't know what happens exactly right now. I imagine that the situation is even more difficult now, which is why I mention it. But your answer regarding registries covered my question. Now, I want to say this. You're waiting for 3 years for something. Well, we waited for 10 years to bring some people to talk about the day after in procurements, for the resurrection of this healthcare system that we've been trying to build for all these years. So their place here and their positions are crystal clear, and Mr. Athanasakis is shouting and he's sending messages. I would like to thank you very much for everything you have done for the healthcare system and the new effort for a new procurement system. Keep up the good work. Well, we will not wait for 3 or 5 years. You will have put them in place in a year, okay? We're always at your disposal. I think that the collaboration should be taken for granted. Thank you very much, one and all. We should like to thank the participants in the previous session and the very interesting dialogue we had. We are now moving to session 8. Once again, digital transformation. The identifying and meeting patent needs through health system digital transformation. It will be coordinated by Mr. Kostas Athanasakis, Assistant Professor in Health Economics and Health Technology Assessment, Department of Public Health Policy, University of West Attica. We have Messrs. Chambidis, Dedes, Tundas and Souliotis with us. Please assume your positions to continue with the beautiful conversation we started. Good afternoon, everyone. We're kicking off the 8th session in a very rich conference for 2 days now that opens a series of very important and timely subjects. In-depth approach. A system that is undergoing a huge transformation. We would be remiss if we didn't include a table how we as citizens or patients see a different interface and connection with the healthcare system. We're no longer in the paper form of systems. We're no longer in the annual and a physical healthcare system. It's a digital one. Of course, this came as a product of a need, and it's a product of a culture. For 2 years, the catalytic influence of the pandemic forced the system to come up with different ways to have a more direct relationship with the citizens, the recipients of healthcare services. The way it did it is through digital transformation. We saw that, and it's a benefit that we can recognize that changes the culture of the health system, its relationship with the citizens. Proof thereof is how the vaccination program was rolled out and evolved. The second proof was the use of our experience from the previous vaccinations, the Spiros Doxiadis program, and we are eagerly waiting to see more things in this change. Like, for instance, its systemization, not on behalf of the system, but also the change of our culture as users of these services. So in this framework, we have an exceptional panel. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen situations, we lose someone from the Ministry of Health on digital transformation, but we have 3 excellent speakers. I will make the introductions, although they're not necessary, with whom we will discuss our relationship in the new image, in the new presence of the healthcare system. Allow me to start with the directly involved parties by inviting Mr. Nikos Veves for a first presentation. Nikos needs no introduction, but he is the man who is president of the Greek Patients Association, president and founder of the Greek Patients Association, and people living with HIV positive voice. When he speaks, he does not only speak of the patients, he talks about citizens as a whole and their relationship with the health system. So, dear Nikos, in the framework of this change, please enlighten us. Thank you very much, Kostas, for this introduction. It is true that representing the Greek Patients Association, our role, the way we see it, is on the one hand to represent and express the needs and the views of the patients. At the same time, we have as our members associations with a horizontal interest in health issues. So we're very much interested at the level of prevention and public health to see how we, representing the citizens, can participate in this dialogue. The second thing that the association wishes is to participate in the drafting of policies and the decision regarding policies, and the evaluation and assessment thereafter of the results of any changes may be implemented, and reforms, of course, we need and are implemented. As regards digital health, it is clear that in the last years in the digital transformation, we've had very fast steps forward in Greece. We saw them happen, and we were pleasantly surprised during our dealing with the COVID, how we managed to create an inoculation, vaccination program that reached the citizens and was accessible by them. It was easy to use, intuitive, using reminders and text and all these things. It's something we experienced, each and every one of us. And we saw how the state can serve and service us. We saw these in other facilities, in the simplifications we effected and implemented in our contact with the state, in the simplification of many processes that needed procedures and paperwork and signatures and seals and stamps and everything. You can do everything from your smartphone using applications that you can download and install. all these are things that fill us with optimism. It's something that makes us less optimistic and more reserved is that when we hear about the digital personal health record for 6 years now, what I was thinking on my way here is that the Greek Patients Association was never once invited by a single agency that is designing this notorious now personal health record. I wish, of course, good health to the minister and that he may get well soon, and I'm sorry that Mr. Habibis couldn't make it, but we've sent him letters to arrange a meeting with the ministry. Over the phone, what they told me is that they will be very glad and that they're looking forward to the collaboration and you are at the epicenter of what we design. But the appointment never came to happen. It never came to pass. And it's up to us to constantly strive and try and remind them that we should be granted audience with the ministry. We're not yet at that point where the state should have its own reflexes on and come after us and say, you should join us. Okay, I'm just mentioning this. Now, please allow me to break protocol and to make the discussion more lively. Now, we had a legislative initiative recently that sets the patient's representation as a substantial and well instituted and legitimized now interlocutor with the state. Where are you at the moment? That's true. What we're trying to conquer now is to have this recognition at the level of change of culture and mindset, but also at the institutional level. And we have had very significant steps made forward when the minister himself has invited, the prime minister rather himself has invited the Greek Patients Association, and he talked about the importance of human centricity. He was not even talking about patient-centric system, even when addressing the Hellenic Parliament. And this was transformed, and it became reality. It was an article in the law about the personal doctor. There is explicit reference to the fact that in the exceptional cases where the Minister of Health sets up a committee or policies of health or patients' health, the minister, by virtue of a ministerial decision and in collaboration with the Greek Patients Association and the Greek Handicapped Persons Federation, will look into how the patients may be represented and the disabled people. So we did make steps forward in this more institutional level. If you had to prioritize the participation of the patients, where do you think you'd be more useful? Where would you like to participate the most in your capacity? Those of us who are in this field, in this sector, because we've been for a number of years, have been working all our lives. And slowly we acquire skills and knowledge about things that would not go without saying, that would not be self-contained, that a patient would be able to be conducive and help form an opinion. Now, what is important is to combine experiences, the experience of the patient who goes to the hospital trying to make an appointment. All these things that don't need experience or knowledge or a master's degree. But of course, we would want, when we have the honor and the opportunity to work with all three of you and to learn, so we would like to be participating at the level of design as users, but also, as I said, at the level of design and evaluation. How could you see this happen in an organized manner, this discussion or this consultation procedure? How should it be structured? Oftentimes in Greece, most contacts and collaborations are bilateral. The minister will talk with the ESP, will talk with the PEF, with some members of the academia. I mean that there is no multilateral meeting, and when there are committees with the participation of everyone, they simply do not come in session. Everyone is on the list, but the committee is never in session.
So we're not given with this cross-sectoral and multidisciplinary opportunity to have this discussion. So I believe that more efforts should be made in leveraging and utilizing these committees when they exist. But at any rate, in this dialogue, that if we had a representative from the state, the dialogue we would have. We're quite right. Do you believe that this first legislation needs more details and more normalization, or more good intentions and goodwill? Well, what it takes is for one to put one's money where one's mouth is. On my way here, I said, what will be the announcement of the Greek Patients Association to the announcement of the SPHE or the PEF? Both of them fund us. It would be my wish that none of them fund us, that we would receive funding from the state and that we would speak our mind. Okay, what the state must do is to support and fund the Greek Patients Association, and to give us European programs and projects and everything, and come with foundations, to have the absolute independence that we have now, but for it to be institutioned. But if the state wants to be an ally, to have the Greek Patients Association an ally in terms of medicine and everything, they will need to recognize the role and the importance of the Greek Patients Associations and support it. Now, one last question. We're still within the time allocated to you, and I have one last question to you, sir. The health system, regarding its digital relationship with the users, changes everywhere, here, abroad, all over the place. We see reimbursement for intangible technologies like applications, or artificial intelligence, and so on and so forth. In this changing system, do you, as patients and as a citizen in general, what do you ask from the state? I mean, the system, there is a bit of a reverb from the sounds. Can we get some assistance from technicians? In this changing system, what do you ask from the state? What would you want to see in the system so that it is closer in acknowledging the needs of the patients? What characteristics should it have? Allow me to make a correction. It wasn't PIF and the PEF. It was PIF and PEF, not SPHE. What we have discovered and ascertained is that we have a huge problem in what we call the healthcare map of the national healthcare system. Every now and then there are complaints on behalf of scientific associations that we have shortcomings and deficits in specialties and specializations that are lacking. I'm talking about the basics. We should sit around a table and see and discuss and measure what happens at the level of human resources, what happens at the level of infrastructures that are available, to see how well the personal doctor initiative was designed and what we can all do to make this work. So it's a series of things. Let's start with a couple of them.
Thank you for this original introduction. I believe that we lay the foundation for a discussion which, I hope you agree with me, exceeds the mere coverage of health needs and moves to the level of maintaining general population health. In this framework, the Emeritus Professor of Medicine of Athens, Mr. Tundas, who is also the Director of ICP, an Institute of Social and Preventive Medicine with a huge contribution in the field of public health. Let us discuss not the issue of digital dealing of patients' needs, but digital prevention, the way we can maintain the general population health. Can I go to the tribune? Thank you. To the podium, because I've got slides. Good afternoon. Let me thank the organizers to be here with you. Dear Kostas Athanasakis, for the kind introduction. And as he already said, I will refer to the new digital environment, how we can develop tools regarding prevention. Let me start, more generally speaking, because one of the problems we have it is of the three necessary steps, that is design, materialization, and assessment, we have been implementing only the second, that is materialization. There is neither planning nor assessment. So we should perhaps go back to basics and say that if we really want to have appropriate operation of health services, any health services, we must study the general population needs and see how these needs are transformed in needs, because there are conscious and non-conscious needs. If one breaks one's leg, it is conscious need to go to the physician. But if one has to go to take a colonoscopy, this is not realized. So the second step is how all the needs, the real needs, understood, perceived or non-perceived, are expressed in demand. And on the other hand, the health system must supply what is need in services. These three aspects are interrelated. Needs, that is demand and supply, and the supplied services, because there is a common ground. And the number 4, that is the logos, the common place where all the real needs are real needs, because we also have the incited demand. So when all the real needs are covered, the better is the health system. So what would we like to have in an ideal case? We would like to have a health case where all those three circles are overlapping, and the space number 4 to be joined for all three circles. This doesn't happen, but it's important to have this scheme in mind, because the greater space number 4, the better the health system operating. The smaller the space, the worse the situation, as it happens in our country. Let me also say, since I speak of prevention, prevention is one of the three constituents of modern public health. Prevention, promotion of public health, and protection of health are the three constituents. So modern public health includes all three sectors. All these three sectors may be overlapping, because one may have a prevention program for pre-screening, but at the same time you must also educate the population, which is part of health promotion, so as to implement a program. And one must also develop health protection, which means health and safety in the workplace, that we will be promoting such a program. So in many cases we see that there's common logic for all those three particular pillars of public health. So when we speak of prevention, so as to focus there, we speak of primary, secondary, and tertiary. The first is to take the appropriate measures, wear helmets on the motorcycle, not smoking, having physical exercise, and so forth. The secondary is pre-screening and lab tests, and the tertiary prevention might be of the negative impact of chronic disease. One of the problems in our country is that most even the professionals identify and make coincide the primary with secondary prevention. This is one problem. That is why we ignore primary prevention. That's why we're champions in smoking, in obesity, in lack of physical exercise. Now, as far as secondary prevention is concerned, we speak of the program Spiros Dexiadis, for instance, and again it's erroneous notion. Another erroneous perception is that even when we speak of preventive pre-screening tests, we speak under the perspective of the annual checkup. This is also wrong. It's scientifically documented that if we have normal indices in these tests, we do not have to make it at an annual basis. The period is 2 to 3 years, depending on, of course, the gender and the history, personal history, and we must have individualized protocols depending on the profile of each person that will identify what tests should be affected depending on the gender, the age, and the family and personal history. So these are two problems that the state must first of all realize, because the state organizing these programs. Because what we see currently, we see that the increased number of tests is under the responsibility of the General Secretariat of Primary Health Care, and important positive steps were made in cooperation with the Digital Administration Ministry. But in primary prevention is under the General Secretariat of Public Health. And Madam Papidaki indeed has launched some important initiatives against obesity, for public awareness on breast cancer, cervical cancer, and so forth. These two causes, however, should not go in parallel. It should be a common policy that will meet on the services offered and the tools used so as to serve the goals, both of the primary and secondary care. I do not see this marriage so far, and I hope that we'll be seeing it soon because we really need it. When we speak of primary prevention, we speak of services that cost a lot. Suffice to mention that in 1999, the life expectancy in Greece was the third longer in Europe. Now we rank on the 15th to 18th year rank. The national health system in 1991 had problems as it has currently. What has changed? All these factors have changed. Smoking, bad nutrition. We used to have Mediterranean. Now we have fast food. Obesity, the lack of physical exercise, the stress that we've been under the continuous crisis, repetitive, successive crisis, MOUs, COVID, energy crisis over the last 15 years. Plus social factors, the change of the environment, the urbanization, the dismantling of the traditional nuclear family. So we do need a very important policy of primary health policy. Now, with regard to tests and exams, I show you here a table from one of surveys have been conducted since 2006 in general population, which shows the following. Low rates in the general population on very important tests, blood pressure 84%, ECG 74%, cholesterol very low, diabetes again, 1 out of 4 don't shake, in DSA it's even less, 3%, in tactile exam only 13.7, pap test is low, 60 point something, mammogram half of women, and palpitation, breast palpitation again very low. And we should also include here, and I should have paid heed to that, we should also have colonoscopy. There we have the worst percentages. 1 out of 10 Greeks above the age of 50 has had one colonoscopy. And if we view the other other columns per social class, we'll see the great difference between the higher and lower social class, who have a very critical phenomenon regarding social imbalances in this part of the lacking secondary prevention. So, having in mind what I told you, we organized a program which I would like to show you so as to see an approach that we embarked upon, including taking into consideration all that data. What is the program that has been very successful the last 2 years? that we implemented in the Journalist Fund. It aims at both primary and secondary prevention and the promotion, health promotion. How is it being implemented? First step, all that takes place on the internet. One can do it whenever one has access in internet. A health questionnaire was first filled in, including all the habits, personal history, the tests are taken, the vaccines has had, lab results, habits, and so forth. The second step, on the basis of this questionnaire, they upload it in a file, prevention file, individual prevention file. An e-file which is being planned in a way so that for when it enters, when we have this e-file, it will be interconnected and be a part of the e-file. The next step is that on the basis of the data recorded from the questionnaire, we have, through an algorithm, an automated health report drafted, which assesses the condition, the status of health of the participant, and makes comments on the findings, be it on its habits or his stress, the physical examination, the vaccines, or the lab results, and gives directions where there are problems on how to deal with this. And all that can be received on internet as a personal health report. The next step is that this personal health report also includes an individualized test protocol that says, depending on the gender, the age, and all that, says what tests should be conducted, on what frequency, and also sends remindings. And when they do it, the file is being renewed, and also sends a respective protocol of vaccines, what vaccines should be affected, and how often. And again, with reminders, it says each time remind the vaccines. You see here an example, a case study, how we have the recording of the indices. You see one bar shows his own performance. It's in blue, it's normal, it's moving to orange or red. That means that it is on the border or nocive, and compares with the general population. There are many graphs because for each rate, be it pressure, cholesterol, diabetes, triglycerides, or whatever, there's a respective imaging. And similarly for the nutrition, on the base, again, of the questionnaire, sets a score and shows on the pyramid where we have respective performances, where the person lies. The higher the pyramid, the better the performance. And there one can detect where one is found vis-à-vis the general population. You see, unfortunately, that the biggest part of the population is in the red, that is bad nutrition. This effort is being reiterated every 2 years. That is, now we will be completing the first 2 years. Now we will send again the questionnaire to the participants to see whether these 2 years that have gone by, on the basis of the indications we've seen, what will be improved or deteriorated, perhaps. So we have this follow-up every 2 years and reissuance of the report. We have a report of the results to date, and the participants always participate in the same questionnaire. Let me say just one thing in what we do in the app, because they haven't been announced as yet. From those that we found pathological labs, 1 out of 3 didn't have a clue that they had such a problem. 1 out of 3. You realize, however, what is the contribution of such an effort when of these journalists, 1 out of 3, or connected members of their families, they tell them that you've got a problem with cholesterol or with diabetes, and you should do the following. We don't play the role of the attending physician, but once we identify a problem, we refer him immediately. We encourage him to go to his general practitioner. You realize, however, how all this help in prevention as well, and how prevention should be seen, how we can marry the primary and secondary prevention with health education for the desired effects. So when we implement this program and we saw the general satisfaction, we sent a letter to the 100 bigger companies of Greece and told them, we've got this program and we can offer it to you and you can implement it on your employees, which to our view is useful. Of these 100 companies where we sent the letter, we didn't receive one single positive reply. And this is most telling. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for indeed a very innovative approach, if I may. Now, I see opposite the traditional stance of society in screening, where large parts of the population go to have specific tests at specific intervals, of course with age brackets and limits and other demographics, we saw an entirely different approach that enables and leverages all the advances of technology. We're talking now about a tailor-made, if I may be allowed to use this term, at the personal level. And I wonder, Professor, if this could be implemented above and beyond the EVA and to be of national coverage and to be implemented nationwide. Well, we're struggling, we're trying. You see, I'm responsible in the northern area rebuilding part. I have the part of health under my wings, and within the many proposals we have filed for this area, we have included such applications and such tools. But I do not know what the state, because it's the state that needs to make technical bulletins and then move forward with procurements and awards, whether they will do that. The Ministry for Digital Transformation has undertaken such initiatives. We have let them know. The two Secretaries General with the Ministry of Health are up to date. And I hope that there will be some mobilization on behalf of the competent parties. Well, so do we, and it strikes me as odd that you didn't find any response from the 100 largest businesses in Greece. I mean, if this had happened in the United States and someone sends 100 letters to 100 biggest companies, they would receive 150 responses. Well, of course, the employers have different incentives, and it's not something we understand here. Apart from the health plans, there are productivity issues as well. An employee who will fall ill, if this can be prevented, it may not be a burden today regarding the insurance and the premium and everything, but it does have cause a problem with the company's productivity, for instance. Precisely. Well, all these are new tools and new perspectives with which we can rise a level in management and come up with policies that will pertain to the ensemble of health. In this environment, policies are evidence-based. And I believe that we have with us today the best specialist, and he's none other than my dear friend Kyriakos Souliotis. So Kyriakos, you have the floor. No introductions are needed. He is a professor of health policy and he is Dean of the School of Social and Political Science at the University of the Peloponnese. He will discuss with us findings, research data that will show the needs and the preferences of the patients in the health care system today. Thank you very much, Kostas. I hope you can hear me. I would like to share some data with you. We had two very interesting presentations by Nikos Dedas and Yannis Toundas. We saw the participation, rightfully so, of the patients and their claims, and we saw a very good practice of the research with Hellas Health, who for a number of years is under the auspices and the wing of Professor Tundas, and this very high quality program that will lead to a personal health record and a prevention health record. We're talking, there are some beautiful initiatives, some other steps taken, and really, Kostas, you're right to point out that these good practices need to be expanded and to cover other sectors, other areas. Please forgive me for starting this presentation to a reference to Yannis Kyriopoulos. His presence, his absence from this conference is more than evident. I have made a personal commitment So I would like to be allowed to make this personal reference. Now, we talked about the primary health care and the attempt to make the personal doctor to work. And I close with this picture. I mean, it's Scent of a Woman. This is Al Pacino. Now we have with us today someone who can be inspired from this and say a lot of things, but the message is one. It takes two to tango. In order to have rational health policies succeed and to design the health policy we want is for the health policy designers to be there, but also society, the citizens. We can't have one without the other. We can't have decision-making behind closed doors with pressure groups and interest groups who have a right to participate in the dialogue, but the one who pays is the citizen through their taxes and contributions. So we shouldn't forget the key principle that health systems are for the citizens. Okay, business is good and providers are good and everything, but the key requirements is to listen to what the citizens have to say. Why? Because health is a very complex situation. It starts with the patient and their needs that do not identify themselves with their need very much. Yannis Toudas said this very eloquently. And then we have a plexus and a nexus of funding, of reimbursement, of public provision, private provision, mixed provision, public funding, private provision, and vice versa, and a system that tries to adapt to a framework that is set there. I mean, you say you have this money to move forward, and this is the money you need to be disciplined with, and it's a complex issue. And we've said time and again that in our case we have some particularities. I shouldn't want to repeat everything. We've already heard about that. And if I described the situation to someone who came for the first time in Greece, what are the main problems of the healthcare system? First is underfunding, which came here to stay, unfortunately, after the financial crisis. I have proposed the clause that will use to amortize such changes depending on the course of the economy. We're talking about new techniques. We're talking about innovation. We're talking about the fourth industrial revolution. It's okay and all right that we are actually doing this, but they can't fit in our budgets. The second is the complexity of the framework, in my opinion. And this comes from the great work of the Aneosis that was coordinated by Yannis Toudas with the participation of many professors from many universities. And it appears that the flow of the money and the proposals situation and condition is very complex. How can we simplify it? We showed this. We showed that we can simplify things, and I had some slides that I removed because I was repulsed by them. There was, it's not very far the time that we had the referrals for tests on little post-its. I mean, don't think that anyone cleaned those whiteboards, and I don't know how much money is spent there. There were many attempts to rationalize and streamline this, and I don't want to remind anyone of that because we've done digital leaps from 2010 till today. The digital environment is different. It's the difference between day and night. And we need to recognize, acknowledge this, and feel proud, those of us who participate in this. I don't want to share with you data from the past. I want us to move to the recent results from the studies that run every year, to see what the citizens say, and to propose that what citizens say should be routine, to be routinely recorded, so that the central government knows what obstacles are met by the patients when they try to access the healthcare system and what the possible alternatives for their resolution is. Kostas talked about preference. Yes, preferences need to be respected as well. Also, in Mediterranean countries, it has been found, it has been documented scientifically that the sense of the freedom of choice is much more important than it may be for Central European countries or the European North. This is something that needs to be taken into consideration as well in view of the implementation of the institution of personal doctor. I don't know whether you can see this clearly. I will say things fast to have more time for further commentary. Citizens use health services in great rates. Health care enters every home. It's a very demanding policy. I mean, 75 to 80% systematically uses health services. So it's a field of public policy that is of everyone's concern. You will see that what is also anticipated over time since 2017 and today is that this is the first point of contact. The first pathway, the one that the state is called upon to regulate, visit the doctor, diagnostic tests, and everything follows. If this is regulated, about which we're shouting until we're blue for years, there will be a domino effect and we'll see improvement in many operations of the healthcare system further. But there is a problem. In a country that pays 4 to 4.5 billion from taxes and contributions and approximately 5 billion privately for health, the citizens, 1 in 3 citizens, has obstacles to access healthcare system due to cost. I mean, one would say that such an extensive network of public infrastructures can't cover the needs and the demand of those people who can't support themselves financially. We need to look into that. There may be organizational or other issues. The lack of standardization. Standardization without the users you can't have. We don't have a standardized pathway to the healthcare system. 2 patients with the same health problem that either belong in a different socioeconomic category or live in a different area of Greece follow entirely different pathways. I'm not talking about geographical, I'm talking about procedural of access to the healthcare system. This causes squandering, dislike, discontent, and problems. Biggest problem is medical visit. We do have the pandemic period with it and we take into consideration. We have lab tests. Things are better. Do you know what's different? Because they're both primary healthcare. That in the latter, we have all the available private sector participating, and in the first we have a selective procedure. So what's the message? Well, the Medical Association of Greece says it. It does not say it, of course, respecting all the limitations. Everyone says that we need to be in the social security, but without a clawback budget, which means deficits, a boom in the budget, and the system to relive realities that remain in the past and should remain there. Yes, we should include many doctors in the system. We have the privilege of having many doctors, but keeping the budgets as a priority. You know, I have an opinion that I've been repeating, is that I don't think it's a curse that the system is producing more doctors. I mean, if we had a system, we would only get the best doctors. We don't have meritocracy, we don't have evaluation, and we don't put to good use this overproduction benefit we have. And the mission of the healthcare system is not to offer income to all those who work professionally in the healthcare system. It is to offer an answer through medical care to those who have needs. Things are much better in drugs. We have a huge network of pharmacies easily accessible of the country. And hospitalization, there is limited demand. The problems appear to be manageable. We may have problems here that have to do with time rather than with financial adversities. A large percentage of the citizens pay money to have access, and we have counted how much money. We have measured whether the Social Security Agency participates or not, or whether they go out of pocket. In terms of drugs, they go over and above and beyond every system because the drugs are cheap, and the balance that I go directly to the pharmacy and pay it is cheaper than to exercise my insurance rights. So we do understand the distortion there and the dangers that lie therein. Are you willing to pay money for health services? 1 in 3 says that they do have the intention to pay money out of pocket for the access to the healthcare system. And if you take this 1 out of 3 and project it into the healthcare budget, you will see this oxymoron, this conundrum. Private insurance has not managed to absorb even the willingness to pay, because these people pay privately. They cover the need from the money under the mattress. And this is an issue because it causes uncertainty, because the advantage of private insurance, I would never compare it against social security. It would be wrong. It goes against private payment. Why can't the private insurance market, I don't know whether we have any representatives of the private insurance market to absorb out of this 5 billion, 1 billion. It would give much more certainty and financial security to the citizens, and I want to put a pin on it. There is a certain disgruntlement, disappointment, but it's the nature of the service as such that it's natural to create negative emotions. I mean, if instead of the healthcare system we had tourism, it would be 90% if you are disappointed and disgruntled because you're happy. But I don't pay that much attention to that. I pay attention to the fact that people are familiar with the need to change radically the system. And there is no better ally to this reform than the possibilities and capabilities given to us by modern technology. We've seen how our lives became easier with the e-prescription and the intangible prescription. These were not a given 10 years ago. Intangible prescription during the pandemic and the vaccines. This is where we need to build the healthcare system of the future, but by utilizing research findings and by utilizing the choices and the needs of the citizens. The citizens appear to be split, a bit on the fence. On that. They may have a bad experience from some transformations that have to do with them in the area of taxes, for instance. But this is understandable as well. It may be explained. The biggest obstacle, the biggest hurdle, and I mentioned it in the table that we had with the alternate minister, the former SG of the primary health care, and the professor emeritus and former minister of Social Security, Mr. Tassos Giannitsis, we raised the issue of consent and consensus. And he said that, well, in some cases we did see consent into doing nothing. Everyone agrees from different point of views and political starting points that what we received we will pass on to the next one and we'll carry on. And this is most irritating, infuriating, I would say. Citizens suggest that we dare to change. And you see, Mr. Anis, that we have the personal doctor, the private doctor, the family doctor, we call it what it may, it's the same role. So what's best timing to implement such an emblematic reform than the one we have now, when the citizens appear to support this choice, and we need to be careful. Now, the big obstacle, we're measuring institutional trust and the social capital. We have the political parties in last place and politicians, those who plan and implement reforms, and finally, mass media. Now, in these conditions, you understand how much needs to be made, dear Nikos, to overcome those hurdles that have been established as stereotypes in Greek society. I don't say whether they hold water or they're true or not, but they are recorded. Evidence-based health policy is what Kostas says. I will reiterate it time and again. What is it? It's to measure, to evaluate, assess, and base ourselves on evidence. When the evidence leads somewhere, the rationality and the correctness of a choice are indisputable. So you can support your reforms. We call it democracy in health. For a decade when we tried to measure it, we did measure it. We proposed specific processes. Nikos will allow me to suggest two categories of interventions at a local level and the level of the country, because we need to discuss that as well. And to say, because this recent legislative initiative was already mentioned, I embrace it, I support it, I shout for it, but it appears a bit undaring that by virtue of a decision of the minister, the representatives of the patients may be recognized. No, it should not be may, because they may not acknowledge them, okay? May means they may or may not. So I like detail when we're using language. So I think that it's a stingy, if I may say so. It's unfair to the initiative of the government. There was an initiative like that in Cyprus 7 years ago, but it is innovative, and it was mentioned. This is where we must build the next decision-making process on, with patient representatives in all bodies, in the board of directors of EOF or the LV or whatever. I was for a year in the board of directors of the AOP, and the most useful member was a representative of the patients, because he came with a clear agenda and he attended all the meetings, and this is something we need to diffuse, we need to spread. We have the patients' associations, they have made huge leaps forward, and the patients of association, the Greek patients' associations are very well trained. So what does the state need to do is to ask for the representation to be set from the bottom down, not to go and find the chosen person who may also be a representative of the patients and appoint them in some agencies, to ask from the Greek patients' associations and elsewhere to appoint representatives in all decision-making bodies. Empirically speaking, when we have patients' association representatives in decision-making bodies represented, the requests they make are more responsible and more mature because they take into consideration the other side as well. They're not maximalist. Okay, we don't need everything and we need it now without any limitations. We don't have such demands. When you're outside the whole shebang, you have the right to say anything you want. But when you're in it, it's more responsible. And we've seen similar initiatives in other countries. And the healthcare systems cover everyone, but not for everything. Why? Because there are limitations in place. This is our proposal for a new funding project that would allow us to produce innovations in a standardized way. And in the flow of money, you know, when it's delayed, the people who represent companies know this very well, problems are created and inflation pressures are exerted because the flow of money is delayed, even when it exists. So we need to take steps into simplifying this process. And let me remind you, the traditional way of taking a proposal, you got the problem, you see the cost benefit, and finally you decide. If we introduce this culture into the decision-making system, we can see, I believe, in the most characteristic way, the role of the patients in this step-by-step way of decision-making. I will once again remind you this phrase, you can't manage what you can't measure. It was W. Edwards Denning. Technology allows us to measure things. We're in a culture of measuring and counting data, utilizing data. And let me remind you, a few years ago, we were going approximately, debts, expenditure, funding. Everything was a ballpark figure. Now, I'm more of an optimist, okay? If we can introduce this funding amortization or suspension shock, will move forward, okay? We have the state as our ally. Technology is rampant. Right now we're discussing how we can fit into our budgets things. There are millions of things happening there. Maria Kozuli talked to us about the use of AI. Its implementations are infinite, and they can be our ally to have direct input from the users, from the citizens, and transform this into knowledge, into data, and to document our decisions. With these few words, I would like to thank you for your attention.
We warmly thank Mr. Sriotis for this excellent presentation. Allow me to point out two things in your presentation. We warmly thank you. And we, on the issue of the participation of patients' association in the decision-making process, the experience so far has really is really an issue of substance. It has produced results to the right direction. An impressive finding from what you saw is that 1/3 of the interviewees declares willing of private payment for better services a priori. We won't find it anywhere in Europe, but it's definitely a preference. I don't know what you believe about that. I wonder whether it's not merely a preference, but an embedded preference vis-à-vis health services. Allow me, however, to say that there is time for some questions from the audience. And please ask for the roaming microphone for questions. I cannot resist the temptation to ask you how you view this reform in primary health service to affect the demand, the overall attitude vis-à-vis health services. Well, I'd be using the exact notion. It is an embedded preference. The citizens are familiarized with paying for health services. This would not be bad unless that expenditure would be a real option vis-à-vis the disposable income. Some people want their kids in private school. If they do that conscientiously because they can afford it, it's okay. The problem is that in the health sector, due to the fact that one has to pay in order to cover a need, has not the necessary means for the life, for the daily lives. Yes, it is something embedded, and it is something through time. That's why I showed studies of 5 years, because I wanted to avoid the snapshot. One might say that it's the MOU, the crisis, or whatever, but this is not the case. I believe that the onset of the implementation of this institution of the family doctor, it's beyond the issue of it's an iconic promise of all governments. It is because indeed it will set healthy rules for the system for all, and this allows for the existence of some points of reference in the health system, so as to have prevention operating. Someone will have the accountability, if you like, will be responsible to tell a citizen that one must go to have colonoscopy. Nobody knows it. Someone, for the time being, nobody will refer me to that. And without having the follow-up whether a specific test has been done and how often it should be done. So we lack this. It takes two to tango. Yes, that's true. We need someone who will assume the responsibility, because we'll be saying that in the university. It's the health system that must go to the citizen and not to wait for the citizen to come forward. Now, that's the point. Now, whether it will succeed, there's a lot of tiny details. We need two to tango, but I would also need good physicians satisfied in their remuneration, a system that will reward the good outcomes. That is, if we have an improvement in indices, that should reflect on the remuneration of the physicians, so as to offer incentives to all sides. It takes time, that's true. All reforms take time. AOP, that now one doubts, now it's very raison d'etre, dealt with huge difficulties at the beginning. I believe that we might make and we might need, of course, interventions and improvements. They all need that. But this need will be covered to a large extent. And at the end of the day, let us give the option of free access. And if we do not want to use it, that's another issue. The point is that we do have that option. Well, this term with Tango, yes, you have really secured that. Any questions from the audience? Yes, Mr. Apostolidis. Very well, appositely. Now, regarding the program Spiros Doxiadis, do we have any indication or data of acceptance of this program and use of these services from the target groups you refer? Anybody who has data and can comment on that? The only elements that we do know are the issues regarding the enrollment in the list of family doctors. This is the only registry that is in operation, that is this process. And there are quite encouraging results. Half of the population is already integrated in this list. But it will be difficult, to my view, to complete this process because we need more physicians to participate who currently do not seem willing to cover this need. And we also have problems which I imagine the last session will be elaborating. We've got with us the professor, Mr. Leonis, who is the greatest expert on those matters, which to my view, one might tell that, as Kyriakos has said, This is a positive aspect. That is a history of the family doctor. This is important because that activates the e-file at last. But we should not coincide the personal doctor and e-file with the notion of primary health care. This is a far more broadened strategy, including many of what has already been mentioned. Would someone like to add something? No, not at this stage. Well, I believe, however, that quite a positive aspect is the statement of the Secretary General, as we heard it the other day in an event, on monitoring the system. That is, we've heard with great joy that the political leadership aims at monitoring the implementation of the system on the basis of certain indices. And let us not fool ourselves. No major health reform can move ahead unless it is being accompanied by figures, facts and figures vis-à-vis implementation. Well, obviously, all these go hand in hand. But let me, however, open a parenthesis, or if you like, point out here. I don't like the word transparency, but we don't have really access to the data. We should be also able to assess. We have a very rigid system. At last, we did some kind of, we overcame certain things, and we have the culture of measuring. But do you know what the richness of data exists there? We do this work gratis in the universities. We assign exercise in the universities for the students to make studies, to be offered to the central administration. This is something with huge potential and which is trapped somewhere. We must do something about it. And what Kyriakos just said, I want to remind you that our country has currently two major and most valuable data banks. The one is e-prescription, and the other is the BIA system, Business Intelligence System, where we register there on daily basis all the actions of the health units in the national health system. Both these data banks are completely untapped, unexploited from the viewpoint of study, assessment, and useful conclusions drawing, because the ministry does not have that know-how of the academia, of the scientists to do such kind of work. This can be done by the academia, research centers, and so forth. So instead of the state asking the assistance of the very few of us in Greece involved in these matters to really get hands-on on this work and draw a conclusion on what happens, they remain there, they get amassed, and we are just happy because they are recorded. But the goal is not recording per se, it's the exploitation. How long haven't we been answered? I think it's more than a year. Yes, precisely. We should view beyond the law. So beyond the law, let me address an open question, a rhetoric question. To what extent Greek society can hold the cost out of the privatization of a potentially public commodity? Now it's not produced, therefore there is a cost of opportunity. Would someone like to add something? I didn't hear. You lost me somewhere. Tolerate the cost. Which cost? Well, knowledge can be produced out of that data, but knowledge is a public commodity. Not allowing access to that data, actually this public commodity is not being produced. Therefore, we've got a huge cost for the society. It's only when you have to hide something. We want to, I don't know. This is one of the queries and the demands, a question submitted by our association in Greece in a roundtable in Delphi. We had also invited Mr. Habidis and Mr. Kotsiopoulos. This concerned the secondary use of data. All the initiatives that we know in Europe, these are data of the patients, beyond other, perhaps, actions that BI records. the overall information, anonymous and so forth, should be public. We should know as taxpayers, where is our money spent? If in this hall ask the people where do they believe that there's a waste in health, we might have 30 different views. No one can advocate, can sustain and support any view, but no one can, if you like, offer arguments for one's position. There's no facts and figures. I can't understand. It is, I believe that it's because this is due to inertia. It's not an issue of expediency. I would say that the main problem is that we've got a culture in our country, in each public center, that considers that should not cooperate with agencies outside its public sector stricto sensu. There is such a culture. We'll see it, it's dispersed. It's everywhere. For the time being, we don't have the political will to do away with all that. Well, anyway, if there have been references from those structures, there wouldn't be any problem, but they are not produced. That's the problem. They do not produce the conclusions, they do not let others produce them. Well, I believe that the central message of this session was produced unequivocally. It is crystal clear vis-à-vis on what we should do in our country so as to use sufficiently the tools and the ammunition those tools offer. We warmly thank the speakers and you for the presence. And let us have a lunch break.
Right, we have drawn the conclusion, so we have a light lunch break and we'll be back in 30 minutes' time with a very interesting session.
Let us resume our seats. We proceed to session 9, boosting health funding. Is it a prerequisite for the effective dealing of future eventual crises? The moderator will be Mr. Angelos Tsakanikas, who is the alternate professor of innovation and entrepreneurship in the National Technical University of Athens. We have with us Mr. Skylakakis, Mr. Apostolidis, Mr. Papadimitriou, Madam Drakovic, Mr. Trifon, and Mr. Nikas. The minister, actually, Mr. Skylakakis, is on the way, but we have to start because we already have got a 15-minute delay. So, Angelos, you have the floor. Nice. So, let us start. Although the fund is not here, the purse is not here. I think it's the same. Either he is here or not, it's the same, says Mr. Papadimitriou. No, that's not so. The purse is always important. So this session has to do with the most hot topic, that is funding the health sector and the problems we are faced with. Money is never enough. The point is how one can spend it in an intelligent way when the resources are not unlimited. So it's extremely important that we are at a turning point, actually, with regard to funding the health sector after the pandemic. Therefore, let us start with the first intro by Mr. Paschalis Apostolidis, who is the chairman of the Pharmaceutical Companies Committee in the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce. Allow me to go to the tribune. Yes, I've got a presentation to make and slides to show. I have the additional difficulty that this roundtable, and me personally, compete with the enzymes following digestion enzymes following the lunch, but we'll try to keep you alive and kicking. So, from the discussions of the 2-day of conference, it's most evident that the challenges we are faced with today do not deter us, do not frighten us, and do not impede us from being optimistic, because the pharmaceutical sector is one of the basic pillars of our economy, with a very important financial footprint and huge potential for growth. It is true that health is subfunded in our country. We had it yesterday, we had it again today. But the increase of funding on the basis of the real patient's needs is not only a prerequisite for a better health sector, but it's also demanded for the development of the sector. In the previous session, we discussed the possibility to have an adjustment on the basis of growth, and we believe that at least as a minimum, the increase of pharma expenditure should be equal to the increase of the GDP. So without structural changes, control and monitoring of the consumption, DRGs, therapeutic controls, protocols, and a ceiling on the expenditure, we cannot do much. But equally important is to abdicate the rationale of dealing the pharma industry as cost centers. They should be viewed as a multiplier for development and employment. One might expect me to talk about the latest measures and what has happened in the field of innovative drugs. I do not ignore that. This is the primordial and most important aspect, and we don't leave that behind. But because I expected to have the minister with us, and we want to demonstrate that beyond what he says, that he views the innovative drug as a cost center, I would like to refer to other aspects, presenting three opportunities, actually two possibilities and one opportunity. So in order to demonstrate the specific proposals that might contribute to higher revenues for the health system and the development of jobs without any burdening on the national budget, as it is usually retorted. A most characteristic example are the R&D actions and clinical trials, which is a very strong passport for growth in the country. Please note that in Europe, 40 billion euros are invested in R&D annually, and in our country, a poor 100 million euros. And we will see in due course that under the new measures that were taken, these 100 millions that can be absorbed by the pharma industry the one that invest that is in clinical trials, are below 10 million, below 10 in number. So the increase in the average of the EU entails overall investments of 500 million euros, which will bring about an annual increase of 1.1 billion euros in the GDP of the country, 270 million in tax revenues, and thousands of new jobs of high specialty, high-skilled jobs. Our country has all the guarantees to attract the investments it deserves in clinical trials and be promoted as an investment hub for the whole Southeastern Europe. How can this happen? First, we need the support of innovation and offering incentives for R&D and development through incentives that will be attractive to all. Second, specific studies for clinical trials must be effected and overcoming the various red tape problems in public administration. And third, the creation of one-stop shop that we will be responsible for all the administrative processes of clinical trials. A second opportunity as a multiplier for growth, it was mentioned in all two previous tables, and unfortunately it's still untapped. And what is this? In close cooperation with the previous chapter, the clinical trials that is, our country can be an important attraction hub for investment for the exploiting of real-world evidence that comes from the research processing of data, of real-world data. Because in our country we have a unique advantage, that of e-prescription data and business intelligence, that is the data of the referrals and the tests affected that have been compiled ever since 2012. This is a real wealth respective to the golden tomb of Philippus. Each year, pharma industry invests hundreds of millions of euros to have access to real-world data. And what I show here, and I will say so to the minister, we have the possibility, instead of playing the tug of war and being recycling in the misery of pharmaceutical expenditure that remained stable for the last 7-8 years between both innovative and domestic companies, there are 1.8 billion euros of buyout that could be invested on health. Just think of the huge development perspective we have ahead of us. This can be one more success story that might create immediately new potential for our country. Other European countries have already made important steps for the exploitation of real-world evidence under the full observance of GDPR. And in this example, I can show you Finland that has exploited that data, and we've seen that 700 demands have been filed and 500 of them have been dealt with. If we were to look at 30 years back and said that our country has a potential in accounting services, and one would say, yes, we did have that potential, but we'll be needing the infrastructure. Excuse me, the speaker meant logistics. But we didn't have this wonderful current road network. Now we do have it. I refer to the national roads. We have the 5G data. I refer to investments already done. Cisco, by Amazon, by Google, by Microsoft. Investments already made here, who have determined Greece as a hub of Southeastern Europe for data accumulation, processing, and export elsewhere. The third and last example is a quicker access in the system that will create field for innovation is the establishment of a pharmaceutical innovation fund, a proposal that guards all companies, both multinational and domestic ones, because thus we can have the transfer, the know-how transfer, and as we see in countries such as Italy, Wales, UK, and quickly Slovakia. Quickly we'll have a specific cost that will secure access of all patients to innovative drugs. The benefits from such a fund can be towards quicker access of patients to innovative drugs, avoiding additional clawback of those that are all there in the prescription, documented expenditure and rationalization of the closed budgets, and this is a message to the minister who is absent, and sufficient time to the Minister of Health for reforms without pressure. In concluding, I would like to refer to an opportunity that was demonstrated during this conference, and this one opportunity is the total lack of exploitation of the resources that we spend in the health system. We had an example yesterday with the initiative taken by a pharmaceutical company and Ayosavas Hospital, where instead of having the cancer patients' care in the hospital, following some time, this can go on at home, which of course will save resources for the health system, beds, and cost from the hospitalization. A similar initiative in the past, in 2012, that many companies jointly started it, and I refer to Project Rio, showed that just one lab, the hemodynamic one, can save 24 million euros by receiving all the materials, so pharmaceutical that is, just in time, which for this specific hospital, it was 24 million euros. And if it was to be expanded to the whole system, it would be 1 billion euros. This is how we can find and save resources for innovation instead of playing this tug of war between domestic and international pharma industry. Thank you. We warmly thank you, Mr. Apostolidis. Allow me to give the floor to Mr. Theodoros Trifon, because he is with us virtually and perhaps he cannot attend for the whole discussion.
Right, good evening. Yes, I have no problem. I can remain online, but I can take the floor now if you prefer. Yes, let's do it like that, because that's what the director is telling me. Right, so you have the floor, sir. Is Mr. Skilakakis there? Moderator says no. Okay, so I would like to thank the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and Mr. Apostolidis, the President of Pharmaceutical Companies Committee, and I would like to say that I couldn't agree more with the three development and growth things that he said. And dear Akis, I want to say about the second one, the second pillar, which is very important, the real world evidence. It's something that we have been developing in our big live sense park in collaboration with American companies. I'll come up and I'll chat you up close and personal. I should like to welcome and greet my other colleagues in the field. What I want to say is this. There are many problems. They are very well known. We've been reiterating them for years, but it's a given that the more the problems grow, the closer we eventually come to a solution. Of course, there are external facts that do influence greatly all the decisions in this time and place. For me, there is a central problem. The state, for a great number of years, does not trust the pharma industry. This appears to have started after 2009 due to the increased expenditures in health and drug. Pharmaceutical industry was targeted far more than it should. Many things happened in terms of compliance and other practices that enlarged and expanded the problem. But it should be said that it is an international problem. It's not a Greek privilege. In Greece, however, we magnify everything in this very well-known way, and there is a lack of trust. Why? Because no matter what data we show on the basis of the needs of the patient and the population and the increase of the needs that due to various conditions that are pan-European and global, we cannot convince anyone that we are underfunded. So this is a key issue that we need, using evidence and with a rational way of evaluating and assessing how the government wants to support the drug area and within the framework of the other priorities they have, to compare these things. Second subject, unfortunately, although we have e-prescription and IDICA is very well organized and they've taken huge strides forward over the past few years, unfortunately we do not have data and information analysis in a way that will allow us to lead ourselves to political decisions that will lead to streamlining and rationalization. It is a sine qua non condition because, well, I heard someone say that we have 12 million patients who are constantly receiving multiple drugs. We have 10,400 pharmacies and 650 diagnostic centers. As you realize, this is something that unless we have an interconnection of all these and interoperability, it is impossible to handle. This, in parallel with the personal health record and with clear-cut directions and guidelines that need to be made mandatory, we can never, ever end up with a final decision regarding the policy. What happens in the meantime? Well, we say 50 million for this category, 40 million for category B, 10 million for category C, increase the rebate, reduce the clawback, and something that is not up to par for such a modernizing government and for a country such as Greece. So we have an obligation, and this is the pre-election time, mind you, we have this obligation, and this is something we will do overall, to respond, to answer, because we're constantly being forced to spread and divide amongst ourselves this underfunded budget in a way that it is indivisible. It is impossible. Now, I have some data that I would like to share with you. I have a small presentation, if I can try to share it. I think you can see my slides. Right, well, here you can see the reduction. Well, of course, we started with a very high number for Greece. What happened between 2009 and 2019, cumulatively in the overall funding and in public funding? Whereas in southern countries and in the EU we had an increase rather than decrease, in Greece, due to the memoranda, we had a huge adaptation. Next slide, please. Thank you. Public expenditure, 5.9% of the GDP to the right-hand side, as compared to 7.3 and 8.7%, of which the southern countries and the EU have as an average. We have these numbers and we need to remember them as a country. Next slide, please. Public and private pharmaceutical spending per capita. The public is on the left, lower than the EU average. It is clear what happened, and the huge burden has been shouldered, the biggest burden has been shouldered by the companies and the patients themselves. Next slide, please. Now, I should like us to focus a bit more on this slide. To the left, you see 2009. It was obviously a very big amount for Greece's standards. There was lack of data, and things are much more organized now. Since then, from 2009 to 2021, the last 12, 13 years, at least 1 to 1.2 billion has been introduced in new drugs. There has been an increase in drug users, patient needs, aging population. Europe has paved the way and the other countries follow, so there is higher cost and longer duration of treatments. And the good thing is that we had approximately 800 million in reductions of prices, because you understand where things would have gone with the clawback. Unfortunately, these dropped much more in the older drugs than it should have. And in this system, we have an increase of substitution. So it's quite clear, crystal clear. At the moment, we had an increase in the average price and an indirect price and expenses in the peak. But this, to an extent, it is clear that innovation must move forward and must be available in each and every country. Next slide, please. Now, generics spending has been maintained. It was spent. The clawback drops, and these two. Now, let's move to the previous slide, if you please. Excellent.
So on the basis of this information, it is quite clear that we should all agree that there is a need for rational funding. Or at least the ministry should, the state rather, should take a look at some categories and take action. It is very important that we have this co-accountability clause. Now with the 150 additional million will be much more substantial, but I'm afraid that this may lead anyone into turning clawback into rebate, or to move into horizontal or violent reductions in prices, or to go to the negotiations committee each and every time and be accompanied by our lawyers. So when you go to the committee and you say that, well, if you were outside you would pay clawback 70% and here you need to pay 72%, this is something that happens in no country, and it can't happen in Greece either. So we need to move to a clawback cut per category of drug. We need it to be linked to use and consumption. It's something we need to do over the next 2 or 3 years maximum. It is quite clear that when the industry is asking for funding, the industry is not making a vague request. There are categories such as the uninsured, so we have spending for the uninsured. There are the effect drugs. There are categories such as the percentage of the channeling of the drugs to the extra hospital, the out-of-hospital market. There are areas where the drugs are underfunded. Some of them have been underfunded as a function of the needs of the population, but we need to set up an innovation fund. Next year, when we have new drugs introduced at a cost of 100 or 150 million, how will we get to pay for them? So we need to have a targeted policy in place, fast, soon, rather than to spread and divide amongst ourselves the very low budget we have available. In conclusion, I would like to say 2 things about investments. Now, this was aimed for the minister. Moderator informs the speaker that Mr. Skylakakis is here. Good evening, Mr. Skylakakis. Good afternoon, Mr. Skylakakis. Good afternoon. Well, I don't know whether you were here at the part when we asked for reasonable funding. Okay. Well, I think you said it 3 or 4 times, so I got at least once, says the minister. Oh, I apologize, says Mr. Trifon. I thought you were absent. So what I wanted to say is that we're asking for various things at the same time. And these are things that we've already discussed with the minister. At the moment, it is a given fact that we have an extended use of drugs in the Greek population. It is justified to a point. This needs to be justified. This needs to be explained. We can't keep saying that we're still giving the drugs we're giving now without any corrections. In the various billions that have been given during the crisis, part of that money that has to do with targeted expenses needs to be given now. I don't know whether Mr. Skylakakis heard that. This is linked to fast-tracking some things that need to be done now that will allow the coordination, as I said, of, as I said, we have 12 million patients who are now receiving various drugs, not just one. 50,000 doctors, 10.5 thousand pharmacies, 650 diagnostic centers. These need to be linked immediately for us to have a rational utilization and use of the drugs. The third thing is that it's very important to know that the incentives need to be enhanced. And I want to close with this because underfunding creates counter-incentives for investment. It is a very positive fact that we had in the RRF the clawback reduction, and its inclusion in the RRF has created some problems with the state aid law. And we are expected to follow that and follow the new things, what is eligible and what isn't, to follow the rates and the percentages regarding investments on fixed assets in various areas. But it's a very crucial tool. And I would like to see some of the slides, the last 2 slides. I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Oh, it's not. Now, the profitability and the reciprocity we have seen is huge for the Greek economy. It is quite clear that investments like those of Pfizer that have a different direction are very welcome. Okay, and the real-world evidence and the social studies and everything is very important. And let's move on to the next slides, please. Here we are. Everything is useful and it needs to be multiplied.
At the moment, investments we have with the RRF is 570 million, a total of 990 million by 2023. It's a huge amount in a very difficult conjuncture in time. And this is a very positive thing. At a time that, I repeat, the rebates we give and the refunds we give are outside any scope of logic and any financial logic. Now, dear friends, I have two examples here in my hands. This is a drug that the company pays 1.4 euros. We pay 42% clawback. Carvapen. It's Carvapen. We cover hundreds of thousands of patients. It's for heart failure. The next drugs would would cost 5 as much or 10 times as much. We have inflation cost. Now the cost exceeds the net price we receive, and there's no separation, and we pay the exact same percentage with the old drugs and the new drugs. Second drug for angina pectoris, 2.02 euros we receive. It's monosordil, it's the cost of people, amortizations, offsets, and we cover 80,000 patients. These things, in a country that wishes to continue to have local domestic production, rather than going, well, not to Albania, but any other country, it will not be cheaper. It needs to be taken into consideration. The investment assistance we have is very important, but it only covers 40% of our needs. Next slide, please. Next one, please. Luckily, we have exports. Otherwise, the debts we have with the AOP and the new burdens we are expected to shoulder from the clawbacks are such that are suffocating us increasingly. Let's move on to the next slide, the last one. I wanted to close with this one. Despite all adversity, our group, the LPEM, thanks to the RRF project and to export secondarily, and I hope that the local market will support us more and will allow us to increase our investments. A huge investment project is what we're doing. It's in full-fledged, it's being rolled out. It's the modernization of our 3 units in Pikermi, a new factory of 12,000 square meters in Keratea, which will be completed by November this year. And the big endeavor is 25,000 square meters, the innovation life science park that we talked with Mr. Apostolidis, that one of the things we'll do is what was discussed earlier in Sparta. This is what we'll do. And all this creates an industrial and research ecosystem in the eastern part of Attiki. 45,000 square meters. We are the largest such complex of any industry, not just pharma. And at the same time, an increase in jobs. We will start an oncology drugs unit in Tripolis. What am I trying to say with all this is that, well, Greece has a huge growth drive and potential and capacity. We can't do these things alone. We need collaboration from the multinationals, either with the life science park or the production of drugs or whatnot. In order for multinationals to invest here, they need a clear-cut environment. Let's hope that in the time to come, shortly, we will be able to correct some of the distortions and the past problems. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Trifon. Mr. President, let's give the floor now to the alternate Minister for Finance, Mr. Skylakakis.
Well, we have been saying again and again that the medicine is not a cost center. There are huge opportunity in the field of clinical trials, of innovation, of R&D. So there's a development aspect in the sector. It's not merely an expenditure. You have the floor. So let us start by saying that obviously there is a growth potential, and we have offered a lot of resources in comparison to any other sector as far as this development aspect is concerned. That is, the resources reach €500,000 in the investment clawback, which is most important sum if we take into consideration what we used to do before RRF and the resources which are earmarked now with RRF, which are quickly dispersed. This is an industry with great potential and very dynamic, especially following the pandemic and the fact that Europe at large and the Western world want to have great supply safety in comparison to the past for many things, including, of course, par excellence, the medicines. Now, the issue of clawback is a very thorny subject for all. By introducing the investment clawback, the government commits itself at the same time for a very serious reduction of clawback or an increase of the budget expenditure respective to this reduction. This is included in our agreement with the European Commission. And either of the two will take place. Our will is obviously not to have any expenditure, additional expenditure. So how can we attain that? There are certain interventions in the pharma budget that change things and shift things from one line to another. There are some interventions concerning the incentives, that is, we transfer greater load on the medicines that are pushing upward the pharmaceutical expenditure, because not all drugs are the same, nor all drugs have the same profit margin, nor do they have the same profit margin at the same time. This is a very complicated equation, very difficult sector to be judged on simple and rigid market terms. There are also other measures that I personally prefer, that we consider far more useful and critical, which are the structural measures, structural interventions, and first and foremost, the therapeutical protocols, which my encouragement towards and my encouragement in the Ministry of Health is to be introduced as soon as possible for the more expensive medicines. Because if you see what are the drivers of the expenditure, the medicines that are drivers of the expenditure, you'll see that there are only 10 or 12 drugs or treatments. And there, we have many scientists, the way those very expensive treatments are applied. Now, beyond that, there's also another query that arises: how much fiscal space we have, so as to increase the pharmaceutical expenditure per se. I reiterate, we have assumed the risk to make a very serious increase of pharmaceutical expenditure. We already did so as a government, remarkable rise in pharma expenditure. We already took away certain medicines, the clawback. Vaccines, for instance, were omitted. I don't know whether they are calculated, whether we have the table that I saw, whether we have included or not included the vaccines, because that makes a huge difference in the calculations. But anyway, the fiscal period is difficult, obviously. It's not easy. We are faced with huge crisis. We have the obligation to put money where the patients most need it, where they're really burnt, literally speaking, that is electricity and heating, because they might freeze during winter time. And of course, this absorbs a huge fiscal space, absorbs resources. Now, what is to happen in the future? Who can tell? There is legislation stipulating that depending on the increase of the GDP, there's a direct correlation of the pharmaceutical expenditure. This has not been implemented when the GDP was shrunk, because it's a bilateral relation. In the future, it will be applied, that there will be a direct function of the GDP fluctuation with the pharmaceutical expenditure, and I hope that some of the structural measures I have described will move ahead faster, in a faster way, so as the clawback to be dramatically reduced. And we hope that it will be shrunk, this clawback, due to the reform efforts of our government. Now, let me point out here that we speak of clawback, but we haven't taken into consideration that on the basis of the latest Eurostat data, the pharmaceutical expenditure that is not reimbursed cash is inscribed in the deficit. Therefore, we have, at a permanent basis, due to the delay of payment of clawback, at least 300 to 400 million euros of additional expenditure in our accounts. So we bear, as public accounting, in relation to 2019, at least €500 million additional euros of pharmaceutical expenditure. That is exacerbation of the deficit because of the pharmaceutical expenditure, because of the delayed clawback collection, plus the risk you assume according to the agreement we made with the European Commission on the investment clawback, plus the money we gave directly for the investment clawback, which was a front load, and that was also important. Therefore, we have made a very generous contribution, plus some other measures that were already taken, such as the way prescription will be affected, for instance, in public hospitals for certain categories, target groups of patients who have made quite a job. The great wager, if you like, are DRGs, the therapeutical protocols, because it is indeed there that we intervene in a field where the intervention is structural and reformative, and it's not merely sharing and money or shifting different breakdowns from one category to the other. Well, thank you. Let us proceed with Mr. Olympios Papadimitriou, the president of the Hellenic Association of Pharmaceutical Companies. Please take the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the AmCham for the invitation. I can see the title of our table. It's the Strengthening Health Financing, whether it's a prerequisite for agile responses to future crises. The answer is yes. But there is a second question. Is it enough to strengthen health financing to deal with future crises? And there the answer is a resounding no. I fear that since the answer to the second question is no, the first won't happen either. And this is really a fundamental problem for our sector. I will try through some slides to show you why funding is a necessary prerequisite, and I suppose that towards the end it will be made clear why it's not sufficient. No matter what we see, no matter what we read around us, we can see trends that are conducive to the fact that healthcare needs and health coverage needs increase. It's in all the reports everyone has seen, it's in all the statistics that are out there. And if I want to focus a bit more on the Greek reality, the data I have to present, I don't know how clearly you can see it, it's OECD data. It shows that one of our country ranks one of the worst in Europe in terms of child obesity, one of the worst in the EU as pertains to adult smoking. There's a huge incidence of new cases of cancer per year. We have rates of diabetes mellitus of 11% in the adult population. It should be noted that since I'm working in this field, that when I worked in pharma, the then measurements that were definitely not full because we were always lacking in data, it said that the diabetes in the population is around 4 to 5%. I'm talking about before the year 2000. And now we're talking about 11%. We're talking about adult obesity, approximately 30%, 1 in 3. And we're talking about the fact that approximately 4 out of 10 Greeks suffer from at least one chronic disease or one chronic condition. I think this slide was shown earlier as well. Data shows that our system, as compared to others in the EU, is underfunded. So while all this is happening, we have a relative cascade of new licenses from the EMA for various treatment fields. 54 new active substances in 2021. And overall, an incessant research activity that leads up to licensing and is, as a rule of law, accompanied by revolutionary treatment results. These are results that no country would want to deprive their citizens of. At the same time, taking a glance at other markets from IQVIA to look at other markets in Europe, we can see that in retail, in the part of private pharmacies that is, there is a constant rise of the consumption of reimbursed drugs. As a matter of fact, our country does not appear to rank first in this. Some other countries appear to be, which the current 12 months have had more pronounced increases. Pharmaceutical spending is increased in the entire civilized world because there is morbidity, because there are new drugs, because of COVID. So it's reasonable for funding not to remain stable. But is funding enough? Does it suffice? Well, here's where the problems start, at least for us. If we need to recognize a timeless success for the ministries of health of our country over the past 10 or 12 years, it's that they have managed to make us distribute our sparsity of funds amongst ourselves. Who will pay what and to split the tab? If the drugs cost €1 and they refund 40%, or whether they cost €5,000, in which case they are very expensive and we should refund 70%. So this is a discussion that does not end anywhere. It's even more sad when one considers that according to the EU, the deficit also includes arrears, which usually does not have anything to do with international companies. It has to do with local, domestic companies. It's a difficult approach of sorts. So all these general discussions, what they can do is bring dissent to this sector, or to make us bury our heads in the sand in front of this lack of funding. Now, this is an example you know very well. It's a variation on the same theme. I've tried to depict how spending course and changed over the years and the tricks we've been adopting with the clawback, which is what the minister said, much to his honor. It's something we've already discussed. Unfortunately, the Ministry of Finance, at least the solutions they are presenting, are not visible. We need to look elsewhere for solutions. What I'm trying to say is that spending appears to be in a downward spiral over the years in blue, whereas refunds and rebates reimbursements rather, or refunds, it's correct, but I said, are on the rise. And with this opportunity, I would be remiss and unfair if I didn't stress that this government has repeatedly enhanced pharma, drugs, with some well-funding injections. The bad news is that they're not enough. It does not suffice. In the structural part, we still have the deficit and the lacking that we have had over the past few years. And unfortunately for us, the counter is still ticking. Every month we have 7.5 million prescriptions at an average, which we do not make. We do not issue the prescriptions, and we do not execute the prescriptions. What we do is we feed the market and we promote our products, but we do not issue the prescriptions. Now, the stop and the inhibition, I believe, is non-existent. So why is expenditure reduced in blue? Because we have the DRGs, the closed budgets. If you bother to take a look at the bottom right, the top right part of the slide, you need to add this part, which is net spending, to the bottom blue, to go to the 2.00 or 2.88. For those of you who have participated in closed budgets, please correct me if I'm wrong, but about half you've paid back. So we should calculate at least twice as much as refunds. So to move into the 2022 projection, green and red is what is expected by the state to get back from the industry in general, and blue is what they pay for the AOP. Now, for the hospital market, well, you know, things are even worse there. You're very well aware of that. So the problem still remains. Funding is clearly not enough. The issue is that the more the structural change delay, the more necessary they become. Thank you very much. No, thank you, President, and I would like now to give the floor to Mrs. Agata Yakončić, President of Farm Innovation Forum Greece.
Καλό σας απόγευμα. Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω την Οργανωτική Επιτροπή για την ευγενή πρόσκληση και τον Άκη Αποστολίδη. Πάρα πολλά έχουν συζητηθεί ήδη. Θα προσπαθούσα λοιπόν να τα βάλω λίγο σε οπτική από σκοπιάς της φαρμακευτικής καινοτομικής βιομηχανίας. Δεν νομίζω ότι είναι δύσκολο. Είμαι το μόνο γυναικείο όνομα σε αυτό το πάνελ, αλλά βρίσκεται τις διαφανίες μου. Ευχαριστώ. Η οπτική λοιπόν από την καινοτομική φαρμακευτική βιομηχανία. Μιλήσαμε περί καινοτομίας. Τι είναι, περί τίνος πρόκειται. Παρέχει δύο πράγματα. Ασφαλής ζωής και υποστηρίζει την οικονομική ανάπτυξη. Πώς γίνεται αυτό? Μια πρόσφατη μελέτη που δημοσίευσε ο FDA, μελέτη που διεξήχθη από το 2000 στο 2009, χάρη στην καινοτομία, το προσδόκιμο ζωής αυξήθηκε κατά 2 χρόνια. Μόνο χάρη στην καινοτομία. Οποιοςδήποτε λοιπόν γεννιέται σήμερα μπορεί να έχει ένα προσδόκιμο ζωής τουλάχιστον 2 χρόνια μεγαλύτερο. Και πώς υποστηρίζεται η οικονομία? Με το να είναι ασφαλής, με το να έχουμε ασφαλείς πληθυσμούς, σημαίνει ότι μπορούν να εργάζονται στη θέση τους. Μιλήσαμε λοιπόν και άκουσα ήδη κατ' επανάληψη το θέμα της ανάπτυξης. Αυτό που βλέπουμε λοιπόν εδώ είναι ουσιαστικά τις τελευταία στοιχεία, στατιστικά στοιχεία που δίνει ο ΕΟΠΗ σε ό,τι αφορά την κατανάλωση. Στην αριστερή πλευρά της διαφάνειας βλέπετε τις μονάδες και στη δεξιά τα βλέπετε εκπεφρασμένα σε εκατομμύρια ευρώ που έχουν δαπανηθεί. Στην πρώτη στήλη λοιπόν έχουμε φάρμακα τα οποία είναι με εταιρικό όνομα, πατενταρισμένα. Περίοδο από το 18 στο 21. Βλέπουμε λοιπόν ότι τα προϊόντα αυτή την τετραετία δεν αυξήθηκαν σε αριθμό, ούτε σε αξία στην κατανάλωση. Άρα βλέπουμε ότι κατά μέσον όρο παραμένουμε σε σταθερή πορεία. Αφήνω τα συμπεράσματα σε όλους στο τι συμβαίνει με οποιοδήποτε άλλο προϊόν. Καταλήξτε εσείς σε συμπεράσματα. Βλέπετε λοιπόν ότι έχουμε τώρα προϊόντα που είναι εκτός περίοδου προστασίας, εκτός πατέντας δηλαδή. Έχουμε τα γενώσιμα και έχουμε τα βιομοαειδή. Βλέπετε ότι μπορεί να υπάρχει διαφορά μεταξύ των προϊόντων, αλλά η όλη κατηγορία είναι πάλι συνεχής στην ίδια περίοδο, τετραετή περίοδο. Για να έχουμε μια υπόμνηση τώρα πώς τα διαφορετικά τμήματα λειτουργούν. Ξέρετε, έχουμε ένα προϊόν το οποίο διανέμεται στα νοσοκομεία, έχουμε διαφορετικά κανάλια, τα λεγόμενα 1α, 1β και έχουμε και την διανομή την ιδιωτική, στα φαρμακεία. Βλέπουμε λοιπόν τώρα αριστερά την διανομή για το 1α, δηλαδή για τις πιο καινοτόμες θεραπείες, και δεξιά το 1β. Προσπαθούμε να παρακολουθήσουμε την πορεία του ασθενούς. Έρχεται ο ασθενής, γίνεται διάγνωση στο γιατρό, παρακολουθούμε αριστερά, γίνεται διάγνωση από τον γιατρό και στη συνέχεια αποφασίζεται η θεραπεία. Αποφασίζει δηλαδή ο γιατρός ποια είναι η κατάλληλη θεραπεία για τον κάθε ασθενή. Την προτείνει στο ηλεκτρονικό σύστημα συνταγογράφησης και υπάρχουν 3 ανεξάρτητοι γιατροί που επιβεβαιώνουν ότι είναι σωστή η διάγνωση και η προτινόμενη θεραπεία. 3 ανεξάρτητοι γιατροί. Ας υποθέσουμε ότι πρόκειται για αιματολογικό περίπτωση ή περίπτωση κρίνησης κατά πλάκας ή καρκινοπαθούς. Όταν επιβεβαιωθεί όλο αυτό, πηγαίνει στον ΕΟΠΗ και το Διοικητικό Συμβούλιο του ΕΟΠΗ δίνει τελική επιβεβαίωση ή απορρίπτει το ένα ή το ένα ή το άλλο. Άρα υπάρχουν πολύ αυστηροί μηχανισμοί ελέγχου από 3 ανεξάρτητους γιατρούς και το Διοικητικό Συμβούλιο του ΕΟΠΗ μέχρι ότου πάρει το σωστό φάρμακο ο ασθενής. Στην λιανική αγορά τα πράγματα είναι πιο απλά. Ο ασθενής πάει στο γιατρό του, το προδιαγράφει του, το συνταγογραφεί ο γιατρός, πηγαίνει στο φαρμακείο και τα αγοράζει. Άκουσα μάλιστα από κάποιον. Ή μπορεί να αποφασίσει ο γιατρός ότι όχι, ο ασθενής ότι δεν πρόκειται να κάνω τίποτα, θα ζήσω το υπόλοιπο του βήμα όπως γουστάρω, δεν παίρνω κανένα φάρμακο. Υπάρχουν κάποια θεραπευτικά πρωτόκολλα, όπως είπαμε και προηγουμένως, όπου πρέπει να επενδύσουμε περισσότερο για να προσφέρουμε περισσότερες εναλλακτικές. Αυτό που προσπαθώ λοιπόν να καταδείξω είναι ότι στην αριστερή πλευρά, όπου πρόκειται για πιο καινοτόμες και πολύπλοκες θεραπείες ή για πιο απειλητικές ασθένειες, υπάρχει ελεγκτικός μηχανισμός και πολύ αυστηρός ήδη. Προκειμένου λοιπόν να μην επαναλαμβανόμαστε, τι συνέβη τελευταία στην Ελλάδα σε ό,τι αφορά τις επιστροφές? Συζητάτε κατά κόρον τα clawbacks και τις επιστροφές. Ελπίζω λοιπόν να μπορείτε να δείτε τα αριθμούς. Βλέπω τώρα είναι πάρα πολύ μικροί. Πού να τους δείτε? Ας υποθέσουμε ποια είναι η κατάσταση το 2022 για διαφορετικά σημεία παράδοση του φάρμακου. Είτε πρόκειται για αγορές για ένα προϊόν 100 ευρώ, κατά μέσον όρο η επιστροφή ήταν 46 ευρώ. Μπορεί να υπάρχουν διαφορά μεταξύ διαφορετικών προϊόντων, αλλά κατά μέσον όρο η επιστροφή είναι 46 ευρώ. Εάν αυτό το προϊόν παραδόθηκε στον ΕΟΠΗ, τότε 70% επιστρέφεται. Μια πολύ μικρή κατηγορία φαρμάκων είναι αυτό, σε σχέση με οποιοδήποτε άλλο φάρμακο, με οποιοδήποτε άλλο προϋπολογισμό. Και στο νοσοκομείο δεν έχουμε αναπροϊόν, αλλά μπορούμε να εικάσουμε ότι περίπου 50% είναι η επιστροφή. Φέτος λοιπόν τον Ιούλιο πέρασε κάποιος καινούριος νόμος. Τι συνέβη? Ένα κομμάτι των προϊόντων που ήταν στο σύνολο των λιανικής, το 1β, μεταφέρθηκαν στην μικρή κατηγορία του ΕΟΠΗ, το κανάλι του ΕΟΠΗ, και μεταφέρθηκαν στην κατηγορία όπου οι απαιτήσεις είναι να καταβληθεί 70%. Δηλαδή για προϊόν 100 ευρώ τα 70 πρέπει να επιστραφούν. Τι συνέβη στη λιανική αγορά? Στην λιανική αγορά κατά μέσον όρο τα πράγματα άλλαξαν από αυτή την νομοθεσία. Από 46-47% παρέμειναν. Με τα νοσοκομεία δεν ξέρουμε. Ξέρουμε ότι τα φθηνά προϊόντα δεν πρόκειται να εξαιρεθούν από το clawback. Και πιθανόν όλοι μας διαβάσαμε ένα πρόσφατο δελτίο τύπου, όπου υπάρχει κάποια πρόθεση, αναφέρεται, να βελτιωθεί η υφιστάμενη κατάσταση, γιατί φαντάζεστε, δεν είναι δύσκολο να φανταστείτε, ότι δεν μπορούμε να ανταποκριθούμε και να επιβιώσουμε με επιστροφή 70%. Υπήρξαν λοιπόν κάποιες συζητήσεις ότι θα υπάρξει κάποια βελτίωση και ένας εξορθολογισμός. Ακόμα και με αυτές τις βελτιώσεις, όμως, η αγορά λιανικής θα εξακολουθεί να καταβάλει το 40% σε επιστροφές και το καινοτόμο τμήμα του ΕΟΠΗ με τον μεγάλο έλεγχο, αντί να επιστρέφει το 70%, θα επιστρέφει το 65%. Και πάλι για τα νοσοκομεία δεν ξέρουμε, δεν μπορούμε να σχολιάσουμε. Να τονίσω εδώ ότι αυτά είναι με τον τρέχοντα προϋπολογισμό. Με τον τρέχοντα προϋπολογισμό των 2,5 δις. Τα 2,5 δις θα πάνε στο 1D και για το νοσοκομείο είναι περίπου μισό δισεκατομμύριο. Επομένως έχουμε το ερώτημα εδώ των όγκων. Πώς μπορούμε να έχουμε πιο ισότιμο σύστημα? Γιατί οι ασθενείς ή γιατί η λιανική αγορά, ακόμα και αν πρόκειται για καινοτόμα φάρμακα, να πρέπει να επιστρέψει 4 στα 10 και για προϊόντα, για ασθένειες που είναι θανατηφόρες, να υπάρχει επιστροφή 60 και 70%. Γιατί να συνεισφέρει τόσο πολύ η βιομηχανία μας? Υπάρχει συγκεκριμένη πρόταση λοιπόν. Αν μιλάμε για ισότητα, ακούσαμε τον Υπουργό Σκυλακάκη να λέει ότι έχουν γίνει πράγματα. Στο υφιστάμενο σύστημα, έτσι όπως είναι τα πράγματα, νομίζω ότι αυτό που πρέπει να συμβεί είναι μεγαλύτερη ισότητα. Εάν διατηρήσουμε λοιπόν τα πράγματα όπως ήταν το 2021 στην αγορά λιανικής, θα βοηθήσουμε την καινοτόμο βιομηχανία να συνεχίσει να έχει επαρκή χρηματοδότηση για έρευνα και την δημιουργία προϊόντων σε θανατηφόρες ασθένειες. Υπάρχει, είπαμε, ακόμα το ζήτημα των νοσοκομείων. Είναι τεράστιο το φορτίο από τα νοσοκομεία και δεν ξέρουμε τι θα συμβεί. Αλλά εάν μιλάμε για ισότητα, πιστεύουμε ότι πρέπει όλοι να συνεισφέρουμε σε ισότιμη βάση. Αυτού λεχθέντος, έχω να πω λοιπόν ότι αν μάθαμε κάτι από την πανδημία του COVID είναι ότι πρέπει να έχουμε ένα ανθεκτικό σύστημα υγείας. Πώς θα το καταστήσουμε αυτό? Διασφαλίζοντας αειφόρο χρηματοδότηση η οποία θα επενδύεται και θα εξασφαλίζει ο κάθε ασθενής να έχει την κατάλληλη θεραπεία. Με αυτά λοιπόν, κυρίες και κύριοι, σας ευχαριστώ πολύ και ευχαριστώ να απαντήσω οποιοδήποτε ερώτημα.
Right, let's move on now to Mr. Dimitris Nikas, last but not least speaker. We are under pressure of time. He is the president of the Association of Health and Research Biotechnology Industry, the SEIV. I would like to thank the organizers, the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, for the reason that this subject is indeed a very interesting one. Now, we heard from the panel various ideas, a lot of things that had to do with the funding of the healthcare system. But what I wanted to refer to is the lessons learned so far from the three crises. The financial crisis from 2009 onwards until very recently, the COVID health crisis over the last couple of years, and recently the energy crisis, which is something we still haven't experienced, and I imagine it will cost some millions to the system ministers. So they should be taken from elsewhere rather than health. Health expenditure is something like 7.8 or 7.9 or 7.6% of the GDP, but it's lagging behind the European Union average. And the contribution of the public sector is 60% and the private expenditure is 40%. Again, lagging behind, it's less, whereas private sector expenditure is higher in the EU. I would not want to refer to the key criterion of funding, which is life expectancy, survival expectancy, improving the quality of life of patients. I think that we need to see these things separately and to see why, because a health system needs to answer the true needs of the patients. And with the very little money we have, we need to do the best we can. Both we and the health system agencies. So we can see that many problems of the healthcare system in our country are due to underfunding. It's something we've said time and again. It's very well known. This is the money we have. But also it's due to something else, which we are burying our head in the sand, is ineffective funding, which is the lack of an organized plan the irrational distribution of funds and the lack of evaluation and assessment units for the quality of our healthcare system. And also something that we saw really helped our economy of late, which was the digital transformation. It was very helpful for the rest of the economy of the country. It still hasn't reached our hospitals. I would like to share with you a slide, the next one, because after all these crises, we reach this slide. It's a situation we were in before the crisis, perhaps even worse than that. This is hospital debt, public hospitals debt. Reading the numbers, and I like to read the numbers, and I believe that you like it too, Minister, it's as though we haven't done anything. Is that true? Did we do nothing all these years? Do we still remain at those same levels of debt, public hospital debts to the providers? They're the suppliers who have pronounced cash flow problems, especially when we're talking about small and medium enterprises and even larger companies that find ways of recognizing or not recognizing their sales in the country. Well, if we separate them between procurements that are with a contract and procurements that are without a contract, would that be a different picture? Yes, you're right, and thank you very much, and this is a very good pass for me to say a couple of things. Minister, here we have something else that's lacking. We don't have the invoices that should have been issued until now. We're talking about sales already made in the healthcare system, and the issues whenever the invoices were never issued. Because when the supplier received the order, they amount to 50 million. You know, it was something like 100 million plus when you took over. You regulated it and you settled it and installed it very, very well, but there is a new generation of invoices. Regarding contracts now, I think it's the other major issue that I wanted to refer to, or rather one of the issues that we need to look at, is there a system of procurements for hospitals which will allow procurements to become contracts? It's still very early. We're going back to 2012 when the Health Procurement Committee was set up, because the MKP still hasn't run those tenders with the hospitals, and I'm not talking about drugs only. So the suppliers participate in the funding of the hospitals through this delay in their repayment. But I believe that the budget increase without criteria and without evaluation of the healthcare units will create the same thing that we had a number of years ago, a black hole in which we are shoveling money. So here's a proposal, what we need to do. It's within the framework of the Natural Growth and Resilience Plan. Spending that is covered by the renovation and upgrade of hospitals and our channel to digital transformation as well could use the leverage of the private capitals, and therefore the X amount of millions should be X plus the private funds. We should have a procurement system in place that would adopt new tools, like, for instance, reimbursement on the basis of the value offered and the very well-known risk-sharing agreements, the RSAs. And third, we should have a key fundamental factor, which is control, monitoring and evaluation of hospitals. If right now I were the minister and gave 100 million to a hospital to pay their suppliers, I'm telling you from my experience that that money would reach the suppliers after 5 or 6 months or never. There's a lot of such cases because there is no infrastructure to actually really control where the funding goes and to make sure that it goes where it should. In closing, I should like to say yes to the increase in the budget and the increase in health funding, but what must be done is a design and a plan, which for the moment we haven't seen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much as well. We have run out of available time. I don't know whether someone wants to make a comment, someone from the panel. Minister? Minister says that, well, what I would like to say that during my term of office, during my tenure, it's been quite sometimes 2 or 3 times where we signed the legitimization of payment of expenses for the hospitals. I don't know how many they may be. Were they 3? Mr. Nika says maybe 4. Okay, says Minister, 4. Because from the point of view of the Ministry of Finance, arrears and overdue debts for us, from the moment an invoice is issued, and the way they are recorded in the system, in the fiscal system, they create a deficit and an obligation. Our goal is not to have overdue debts and arrears because the deficit, which is the limiting factor, our problem, is not cash flow and liquidity. We have sufficient liquidity to cover the needs. Our problem is the deficit. So when the invoice is issued, the deficit is created. The problem is that when the invoice is issued and it is illegal, or when an invoice is not issued, so we can't pay unless an invoice is issued. A remark, if I may. Yes, things are like that in theory, but in practice, what happens? This invoice, you would pay it at some point because it is made legal through contractual. Have you thought that at some point a minister may not legitimize at the end of the day, or that the parliament will say no more legitimization or legalization? Yes. It's the way yes, it's just like that. But I want to say 2 things. First is that these procurements have to respond to patients' needs. It's not just a procurement up in the air. There are patients who enter the healthcare system to be cured. Second, the invoices are usually received and accepted by the hospitals, so legally speaking, many companies go to court and they are vindicated, legally speaking. Well, the second may be true because our judicial system works this way. And it works this way because that's the way it is, and I will refrain from commenting on that. As to the former, well, it's something that we need to measure, you see. Well, of course, this is the goal, to respond to patients' needs. But when something is not measured and counted properly and the proper and appropriate procedures are not followed, the risk for them to not respond, or at least part of them, to true, actual patient needs is a real and present one. It's existing, to call it in terms of urban civility and well, in clear terms and in polite terms. To put it politely, what is created is another cloud of activities that when at the end of the day one comes and legitimizes things in bulk, one does not know exactly what hides within this cloud in each and every case.
Θα ήθελα και εγώ να κάνω μια ερώτηση στον κύριο Σκυλακάκη. Η ερώτησή μου είναι γιατί είπατε νωρίτερα ότι υπάρχουν 3-4 δισεκατομμύρια από το clawback του 2019, επομένως από ό,τι αντιλαμβάνομαι υπάρχουν αυτές οι κατηγορίες υψηλής τιμής, τότε το clawback αντισταθμίζεται, επομένως αυτομάτως αντισταθμίζεται. Αυτό γίνεται στο νοσοκομείο. Αυτό ήθελα απλώς να ξεκαθαρίσω. Κοιτάξτε, εγώ δεν χειρίζομαι τα θέματα υγείας, τα θέματα των φαρμακευτικών, επομένως δεν θα ήθελα να επισέλθω στις λεπτομέρειες του clawback και της διαδικασίας αυτής. Και πραγματικά δεν μπορώ να σας δώσω απαντήσεις, διότι αν και έχω περάσει αρκετό χρόνο, εξακολουθώ να έχω μια καμπύλη μαθήσεως, η οποία δεν έχει φτάσει στο επίπεδο που να μου επιτρέπει να υποκαταστήσω τον αρμόδιο υπουργό.
Right, so thank you so very much. I believe that all issues were raised. Everyone said everything they had to say. Things are very well known. there's a request, if I may. We kindly ask you that you contribute in order for the state to buy less from us, but from all of us. Not to not buy from me, but to everyone. If you buy less from all of us, we would be all very happy. We're trying to do that. The criterion is to buy effectively, okay? To buy more effectively, with more skill at the end product, the health end product, so that the money is well spent. This is our common understanding. This is our common interest, and this is what we're doing. It's been 12 years and we haven't seen any results, says Mr. Apostolidis. Well, thank you all very much. We need to close the session right now, so thanks everyone. Thank you very much. Let's move on with the next session. We would like to apologize from the next panel for the delay. But, well, this discussion was indeed a very crucial one and it had to last a while longer. So let's move to session 10, entitled The Role of Higher Education in Strengthening Greece's Business Environment, Investing in Extroversion. I should like to call Mrs. Katerina Pramatari, Associate Professor of the Department of Management, Science and Technology, Athens University of Economics. Good afternoon. And the panel participants, Mr. Kyriazis, Mr. Chrousos, Mrs. Fei Christodoulou will be joining us virtually online, Mr. Mavrandonis and Mr. Nico Gariboldi from Pfizer, equally virtually from Thessaloniki. Thank you.
Thank you. It is a great joy and honor to moderate this session. The title is, as you very well see, how the role of the higher education in empowering a business environment, investing in extrovert character. We lag a little bit behind, so I will not tire you for an introduction. I'll do it at the end. So I'd like to invite Mr. Kyriazis to give the same speech. In his role as Secretary General of Research and Innovation, has a decisive role to play. Mr. Kyriazis, you have the floor. Good afternoon. I would like to thank for today's invitation. It is an extremely interesting conference, and I will try to give certain data vis-à-vis research at large, research conducted in Greece, and focus mainly on the role of research conducted by the academia and the research labs of our country. What I would like first and foremost to say is that research taking affected in Greece, not only on issues directly linked with health and medicines, but research at large has a main characteristic. And this is the human resources. We have excellent researchers, excellent professors, and this is the positive element thriving in Greece, and this we must exploit. A second element that we have realized from the various studies conducted is the demand of high specialized professionals and entrepreneurial spirit. And this will be ever increasing over the next years. Therefore, the challenge both for the academia and the research centers is to shape a business approach for the exploitation of knowledge, so as to facilitate the cooperation, on one hand, between the universities and research labs, and on the other hand, of businesses for the promotion of innovation in the market. The main goal of the General Secretariat of Research and Innovation that I have the honor and pleasure to govern as a Secretary General was from the very beginning to make a linkage between research and the market. This is not a goal per se. This is the reality and necessity we experience. And this is where all our efforts have been made over the last 3 years. Research conducted in Greece is in the avant-garde, and we can see the outcomes. The outcomes of that research can be seen not only in publications, but also the outcomes found in all sectors. Towards this direction, we have the linkage of the research labs with the economy and society. Has set as a first goal, we had set establishing the know-how transfer centers. These centers were created in the universities and the lab centers. We also have the competency centers. These are PPP centers that operate in order to bridge the gap between demand and supply of skilled workers and innovation. This was a project introduced by our secretariat. In this framework, 12 projects are implemented of 22 million euros approximately. We also have the establishment and operation of new entities where we have 194 public and private agencies and bodies participating, of which 25 labs and 169 companies. At the same time, we have created the clusters, innovation clusters, with the participation of assistants. The results have already been announced. What is another characteristic was our bridging towards digital innovation. And we have the European hubs of digital innovation that were created in cooperation of our secretariat with the Ministry of Digital Administration. Iconic is the project affected in our secretariat, the National Registry of Spin-offs, on the platform Elevate Greece. This is an integrated central axis of a program of enhancing the domestic ecosystem of innovation. Spin-offs, startups actually, may have existed, but they were not recorded anywhere. We didn't actually know where they are, what they do, what they are involved with, what's their personnel. They were uncharted water. In the last 1.5 years, we managed to create a platform in our secretariat, and following a very austere assessment in 2 stages. In the first stage, we assessed the administrative elements of those companies and have the innovative element of each company. In the second stage, we have now managed to have 633 companies enrolled. We secured 60 million euros from the NSRF so as to fund those companies which had recorded losses due to COVID-19. 377 of the enrolled companies have been funded, and we currently have absorbed 25 million euros. Another characteristic are actions which aim at supporting public labs and universities funding that focus their research on critical sectors of technology and economy. Iconic actions are those of medical accuracy, of dealing with COVID-19, agro-nutrition, and climate change. I will insist on the first project of medical accuracy. It is one of the very important actions that help, because the outcomes of this action have a direct impact on society. There are 3 fields in medical accuracy that have been already funded: oncology, neurodegenerative diseases, and cardiac diseases and sudden death of youth. The coordinator of this project for oncology was Eketa in Thessaloniki. For neurodegenerative was the University of Athens and the Technological Institute of Crete, and youth cardiac diseases and sudden death are monitored by Onassion Cardiosurgery Center. Another iconic action is I create, I search, and I innovate, and it was effected in 2 cycles. The budget was 606 million euros from the national budget. We had more than 5,500 participations, and now we have 1,134 projects which are currently affected. More specifically, in the field health and drugs, we have 186 projects, research projects. Most of them are on PPPs, with 277 participations of companies and 301 research centers. Public expenditure is 121 million euros, the budget 140 million euros, and the private participation is 20 million euros approximately. In the new program period for the new NSRF, we will pursue this project. We've already made a pre-publication, and there will be a budget of 300 million euros. This is a program where the first calls will be issued within 2022, and this is a program that greatly assists SMEs and the linkage of research institutes, be it university or lab, independent labs, linkage of them with SMEs. This program will go ahead, and as I've told you, the original publication, preparatory publication has been done. 300 million euros have been earmarked, and there could be additional funding along the way. Another element that I would like to say are the projects that are under the umbrella of our secretariat from the RRF. One action is the extrovert character of research, 3 million euros for startups, the reform of the clawback system and offset, which is well known to all of you, where the General Secretariat of Research and Innovation presented the outcomes. We had 53 companies that are funded. 250 million euros are the projects that are funded by RRF, and we are currently at the stage of examining the objections. In the next period, 21-27, new horizons open for research and tech and innovation, and the boosting of funding from resources of the structural funds of JUST and RRF and the new Horizon Europe, which is the biggest research program of the European Union, will give 95 billion euros in summation. Furthermore, thematic priorities that will be funded by the Secretariat are agro-nutritional chain, biosciences, health, medicines, digital technology, sustainable energy, environment, cyclic economy, transports and logistics, building materials, constructions, industry, culture, and the creative industry. I'd like to believe that through the work we produce and the goals we have set and our intervention to open the research centers to companies, we promote 2 things. Big companies, regardless of their nature, have the capacity to have departments or directions of R&D. And we have proceeded in offering additional incentives, such as the increase from 30 to 100% of tax exemption for research and innovation. And additionally, we will be able to offer incentives for the investment angels. Further on, however, we open our research centers so as for SMEs that want and cannot have R&D departments to be assisted by our research centers. Thus, we will have this interaction and interface between research, the market, and innovation. Another characteristic that I would like to underscore is the increase of GDP as pertains to research. In 2019, research fund was 1.21% of GDP. In 2020, it plummeted to 1.5% of GDP. It was a major increase, the funds that were earmarked for research, and that was the biggest increase ever registered in our national budget. This gave us a great boost to increase the research projects, and towards this direction we will move along. Our strategy is to shape and implement the cooperation of universities and lab centers, which are the main hub for research in the country, while we also want to help companies to acquire R&D skills departments or directions, so as to also assist for the development of R&D in our country. Our goal, as I said, is to interlink research outcomes with economy. And this is where we are heading to, because this combination will help the growth of our country. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Kyriazis. With what you presented us, you justify the comment I made on the key role played by the General Secretariat for Research and Innovation to support the research performed in universities and research centers alike. I should like to make a comment regarding what you said, because the title of our unit has to do with higher education. In Greece, research is performed both from research centers that are under the General Secretariat of Research and Innovation, but also from the universities. Now, the lion's share of research is performed and conducted by the universities. I'm making this comment because I want to call to the floor now Mr. Georgios Chrousos, who in his role as the Vice President of the Hellenic Authority for Higher Education, I believe they also play a crucial role with a view to the moves and motions are being made to count to the evaluation of the hospitals, their contribution to this area and this sector, and their contribution to bringing the results of research from the universities, from the laboratories, down to the market. I would like to make another comment afterwards regarding how important work is currently being done to have exactly this, what happens, which is technology transfer. Right, so Professor Chrousos, you have the floor. Thank you. May I have the first slide? I am Vice President of the Hellenic Authority for Higher Education, the mission of which is to ensure the highest possible quality in higher education. And it is an important pillar of planning and implementation of national policy of the country for higher education, and a national agency for the ongoing evaluation and certification of the educational primarily, but also the research center of the higher education institutions, i.e. the universities in Greece. Here are some key data regarding higher education in Greece. We have 25 universities, higher education institutions. Our population is rather sufficient regarding people with university degrees. Alumni to students is 8.6%. In our country, we have approximately 800,000 students at the moment, 10% of whom are postgraduate students. We have 17,000 teaching staff, permanent teaching staff, tenured teachers, 26,000 publications, a bit more than one publication per teacher, 610 citation index, 1.3 citations per publication, which is fairly low rather, as compared to the publications. The country pays 194 million euros, and in total we use approximately 774 million euros per year. All this information is per annum, per year. Health sciences and social solidarity, which are of concern
amount to approximately 8% of the students' population in the country. As you can see, very high. We have engineers, building, business management, and legal studies. There are the first two bars. Pertinent results of the annual report of the FIA for 2020 is that the presence of Greek universities in international ranking list is fairly good. It fluctuates, but it is to be expected. But we're doing fairly well compared to other countries as a function of our population and the funding we use. Greece participates for the first time in the European and national system of tracking and tracing and professional course of the alumni of the universities. And the conclusions from the certification of the internal quality assurance systems, the ESDIT, indicate the need for an overall implementation of the strategic management, quality assurance, increase in accountability, and extrovertness. The results from the evaluation of undergraduate studies indicate the need to increase and improve the structure and the content of the curricula, connection with the labour market, monitoring the progress of the students, the progress and hiring of the teaching staff. As regards the graduates and the labour market, these are findings from international reports and analysis performed by the FIA. Professions with prospect have to do with technology, be that programming, analysis, data analysis, process automation, shaping and implementation of a digital strategy, whereas the skills required are on the one hand technical and digital, on the other hand what is equally required is mild or social skills. There is lack of proportionality between the skills of higher education alumni, which is due to relatively low utilization of them in appropriate jobs, in their underemployment, in low remuneration, and the lack of proportionality between the skills and having highly and overqualified people applying for lower paid jobs. Continuing on the same tempo, in many key categories of professionals, setting aside teachers, there is an increase in employment. A more important one is those that in information and ICT professionals, engineers, health professionals, and business and management professionals. FIA, following the correlation between degrees and professions, ascertained a dynamic increase of employment in professions such as designers and software analyzers and applications and healthcare professionals. Conversely, a significantly reduced employment is registered with the sectors of librarians, archive specialists, electrical engineers, and secondary and professional vocational education teachers. Whereas the country has a significant amount of higher education graduates, unemployment rates still soar, while at the same time there is unmet need in specific professions and specializations. The restructuring in the production of alumni and graduates to specific specialties and the acquisition of new skills is indeed an imposed thing. The quality criteria we use to evaluate the work of the universities for the distribution and allocation of 20% of the total public funding for universities for the year 2022 is what follows. As you know very well, 80% of the overall public funding of the universities is performed using objective criteria, and the rest is the performance and quality assessment. The constant improvement of the key academic activities of the university is one and for all. The others may choose 2 out of the other 4 criteria: excellence in research and scientific staff performance, linkage with the society and utilization of the knowledge produced, internationalization, and quality of university environment. Link with the community and the labour market. Well, the participation of departments and students to stage, practical exercise, provision of services to organizations and certified labs, organization by the KVDIM, lifelong learning seminars, and actions to the utilization of the produced knowledge. Last but not least, implementation of linkage of actions between the universities and the labour market. Internationalization, attraction of international students to the university, as you know very well. It was last year when we first started, and from what I saw, we're doing very well, because for the medical school of Athens, we had 1,600 applications for 40 students. I'm talking about English. International mobility of undergraduate students and postgraduate students and tenured teachers through the Erasmus or other interstate agreements, strategic agreements with foreign universities for joint curricula, undergraduate, postgraduate, doctorals, summer schools, exchange of teachers, students, etc. Establishment and operation of foreign language studies. We have 2 in Athens and in Thessaloniki 1, medicine in English. Offering postgraduate studies in English, in foreign languages, attracting teachers from institutions abroad, Greeks or not, for participation in teaching or research through short-term joint appointments as visiting fellows, visiting professors in undergraduate studies programs or postgraduate studies. Finally, we made progress in the industrial PhDs, and the 2022 law you can see on the slide is talking about new horizons in the higher education institutions, enhancement of the quality, functionality and the connection between the universities and the society. It provides for PhDs, industrial PhDs, in collaboration with a company or an industry of the country, and with funding of the entirety or part of it in order to extract data and produce innovative products and services. Industrial PhDs are a way to enhance the interaction between higher education and productive economy and the development of human resources of high quality. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Chrousos. And as you demonstrated, and I'm mentioning and I'm pointing out this for our audience, because the evaluation of universities and higher education institutes in things that have to do like extrovertness and the transfer of technology is something fairly new and very important and very timely, very opportune, and has to do with this unit, this session. Having said that, I should like to comment that in Greece a few years ago it was not self-understood. As of late, over the past few years, there is an intense mobilization with the support of the Ministry of Development and the General Secretariat of Research and Innovation and the work we do with the FAE to encourage researchers, tenured teachers, to publish their research results and to make them available in the market and create either spin-off companies or even more collaborations with the industry. That being said, I should like to invite to join us and present her slides and do her paper, Mrs. Faye Christodoulou, who is the co-founder and chief scientific officer of Miraculous Incorporated. So I understand that you do a lot of the research work with the company. So we're eager to hear what you do in your company. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation. So, in the small time I have, I'll present my personal experience and the transfer I did from the lab bench, because I used to be a researcher in academia, to the field of enterprises. As you said, I'm in charge and head the scientific responsible of Miraculous and co-founder of the company. A brief introduction on Miraculous. We have founded the company in 2015. We are based in San Francisco, and this year, in March, we launched the first product of our company in the market. Therefore, it is marketable. We have more than 40 patent applications, of which 8 have already been issued in the USA. I show you the product. It's called Miro Canvas, and this is a system which automates the molecular biology protocols. They are quite complex protocols. We started actually as a first application to offer the preparation of a DNA or RNA specimen so as to be in a sequencing system for it to be read. The system that you see, Miro Canvas, is very small, versatile. It's almost the size of a laptop. And we have made the whole experience of the scientist to be very simple. It is a user-friendly. Usually, the preparation of DNA specimen for sequencing entails a huge robotic systems in the labs with moving arms. We have simplified this whole sequence. You see a plastic consumable. The only thing we ask from the technician introduce the reactives in the right position, and everything is automated. The reagents, therefore, are inserted there, and you see how the experience of the technician changes in the labs. Instead of having read all the protocols, of course, you must read the protocol, but during the execution, one checks whether he has put the right volume, the right temperature, and all that. All that is now an issue of ours, of our device. And the guidance is just a shifting from a screen to a screen. It greatly simplifies the whole process and allows lab technicians who do not have the specialization in difficult protocols to execute them wherever they are. So you see how the system operates as a bird view, if you like. On the left, you see how we can have the design of protocols by scientists, or we can offer them ready. In the middle, you see how an experiment to be launched. There are a couple of screens, and at the right, you see our technology. This is the heart of Miraculous, based on the electrosuccession process, which is a macrofluidity technique. As you see, 4 different reagents which are colored. They shift, they move on a screen, on a surface of electrodes that separately make a checking, and thus we can have absolute control where the reagents would be. At the bottom, we have zones of either magnetism or coldness or whatever a programmer does manually or by a huge robot that costs hundreds of thousands, who can do it in this minuscule system. And one of our clients, the Broad Institute, said, save it and forget it, because indeed when the protocol is launched, the technician can go out and spend his time at his pleasure. In the next slide, I show you how the system is transferable in backpack. And some of our customers also have brought it to the open air, not only for the sequencing, but also the preparation of the specimen to be in open air. That is, the specimen and its introduction and the sequencing to take place wherever the specimen lies. This is very important and allows for a lot of new implementations and research in remote places. And this takes place in a very specific technology based on nanopore. And then we move to another environment, research, a clinical environment, where other customer of ours is the Rady Children's Hospital. Here I have set the title from a poster we presented in June in another conference, how they have used mirror canvas so as to receive the trio specimen, that is the 2 parents and the infant, which is in the intensive care unit. There is no diagnosis yet. It is an emergency as an ultimate solution because they don't know how to intervene. They read the genome And in 30% of the cases, they may find a way to intervene and save the infant. You see how by using the mirror canvas, the time which is allocated for the preparation of the specimen is very limited, only the beginning, and the rest of the process is automated. While if it had to be a manual process, we have a technician who has to be bound there, has to prepare the specimen and be on top of the bunch and be always cautious for nothing to go bad, which automation, of course, saves us from that type. And we have to be extremely proud. This is a new publication, the Ready Children's Institute, in cooperation with the Plum Care, which has a Greek founder. We launched the first international program outside the USA, that is, where they will expand the newborn screening program for these reasons. So this is tremendous news. And yes, why not? They might use our system there as well. I spoke about the present, but we date back in 2013 when I had a postdoc in the Athens Academy. I spent a year in the Singularity University, where I had another 79 colleagues from very disparate backgrounds of specialization. I had colleagues who were specialized in robotics, others in architecture, every sector, every field of expertise. And there I met with my co-founders, and this is where everything began. Here I show the three most important questions that we even now we should continue raising ourselves throughout the life of a business. And first we start with the business part, can we make this idea a reality? The next question is, should we do it? Will it be viable? Will there be funds to support it? And the third question, if we can do it, and we do have the funds for that, would someone desire to buy it? It's an equally important question, and quite often we never raise that question in the field of technology quite early, and thus we may enter with products that no one buys. Those three things, where they coincide, this is the most valuable design in design thinking and how it can be executed. In this slide, I show how from the original idea that was launched in that conference, each of the co-founders went back home, and how important it was in each country to participate in various competitions, innovation competitions. At the time, Greece, under Sphere, had the innovation project competition, placing the emphasis on biotechnology and health. And this is where I won, representing Greece, and my colleagues, other national. Thus, we gathered 100,000 euros, which was quite a handsome fund. So we rent the first lab in Germany, paid the first payroll, and a small office with engineers in Mexico. And thus, we managed to collect the first results. We went to angel investors. We demonstrated that we had a viable technology and an interesting product. And the next product, we managed in 2015 to move to San Francisco and starting broadening our team. This is the history. This is the background. Everything happened with a small break in Greece and a very important assistance offered by Sphere. Now, the next question, can this only happen in Silicon Valley or other places with the traditional innovation and startups? The answer is no. And Mr. Christos very well said how many talents Greece has vis-a-vis technical expertise. We see here an article of 2018. This was a world competition with high-level competition, and there was a Greek team that won the first prize in synthetic biology. In the next slide, I would like to show that a third-degree education of what universities can offer. No, excuse me, this one. They ignite actions. They create environments where the interface between people who would not converse under normal conditions. They are in different faculties. For instance, electrical engineers or physicists, they do not come in contact. It's very rare. This can only happen in Silicon Valley or other such places. If Greece manages to do that and have people from different, to have that is to foster interdisciplinary dialogue, if we manage to do that within the university, when there's youth, they have ample time, they have ideas, they have time to think how they can execute it, this can greatly contribute to have very strong ideas and bright ideas, as well, such excellent material scientists and engineers. I would please encourage your free imagination. This is a study published in April from the former CEO of Google, who speaks of how bioeconomy will play a central role and what are the figures we're dealing with. Something between $4 to $30 trillion will be this market. And this will concern everything from the logistics and supply chain till pharmaceutical products. And I conclude with the last slide. Of course, the American administration has fully realized that, and under presidential decree, they issued an executive order on advancing biotechnology and biomanufacturing. So with this, I believe that European Union will follow suit, and this will be. Sorry, I'm stuck. That will be a huge opportunity for the Greek university and the brilliant brains we have to exploit these latest trends and have the national economy flourishing in that as well, because there's a lot to offer. Thank you. Thank you. You really brought a fresh breath of optimism in this hall. In 2015, there were not many structures to support you in what you did. You very appositely mentioned this competition, and this is indeed how we start. We currently see in Greece far more efforts that become mature, and we see spin-offs and startups. The results of the work that is now effected will be viewing in 5 years. We really look forward to seeing this coming back to Greece. I only wish that what is not only San Francisco and other places that give opportunities to Greece to be creative, but also have such things flourishing in our country. If we have time, I would like to ask you in the end whether there's a prospect of seeing you back. And with this said, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Konstantinos Mavradonis. I suppose he's being invited not only in his role as a head in the 6th Surgery Clinic, but as a founder and General Director of Nod Institute, the network of doctors' education, to tell us whether training of physicians includes things that have to do with today's agenda.
Thank you very much for the privilege of this podium. 14 years ago, I started doing a lot of things in laparoscopic surgery, and the scenarios were very rich and they had to do with volunteer work. And we did that because the dogma I do in Greece, my main specialty, and who want extra specialization need to go abroad, did not necessarily have to hold water. Many of us realized the need there was, expressed by many of our colleagues, to have access to new techniques of other specialties, of the other subspecialties of surgery. And we wondered maybe in the same model we could create an organization targeted to the free supply of opportunities for postgraduate specialization that is sought after by a surgeon abroad. This thought led in 2018 for the creation of a non-for-profit organization for the stage or the specialization of surgeons that was called Node Institute. This organization, of course, in order to justify its existence, had to have something that would make it stand out from all the others. So the training and education it offers to be different. We, as surgeons, learn new techniques on guinea pigs or lab rats, but there is not a single lab rat whose anatomy is exactly similar to the human one. So we decided that our trainees would have to learn on humans. In Greece, this sense, this meaning of body donors is very well known. Before these cadavers are given, they have to be processed, and it's a very costly process. Preservation, conservation in very low temperatures in specialized laboratories there. This was something that would solve the problem of sufficient practical hands-on exercise of surgeons, in our opinion. The problem we had to deal with here, the difficulties, were that in each cadaver we trained very few surgeons aiming at maximizing efficiency, which means that the cost is very high per trainee. Another problem was that premises, the way we wanted them for such a type of practical training, did not exist as such. These were problems that we dealt with other procedural issues as well, and we introduced from the States the first cadaver models, and this was just the beginning. What followed was a plethora of such seminars, and despite the huge demand and the tremendous cost, these seminars still remained free of charge. To this, of course, was conducive the volunteer work of all trainers, who would come to us in increasing numbers with requests to create seminars in which they could also teach. Among them, professors from medical schools in the country who commissioned Node to organize the practical practice, of the hands-on practice rather, of the graduate doctors. We created a surgical simulation center, something similar to the systems on which pilots are trained. In the beginning, we started with 2 simulators, exceptional of virtual reality simulators, but in due time one of the doctors, the surgeons of our team, created dozens of such simulations, and we gave them hundreds of times, hundreds of hours of private classes, and this simulation center has already worked for thousands of hours. Gradually, the spectrum of our educational activities was broadened. Apart from bowel surgery, we moved into the new thoracic surgery, hernia, chemotherapy, ports, angiosurgery, female and urological robotic surgery of the bowel and the intestines, and so on and so forth. We invented and constructed, actually, systems that would allow the lungs of our cadaver models to work during surgery, and systems that would allow circulation in the vessels, offering tremendous educational opportunities. It was something that was unprecedented. It had never happened, which allowed us, our cadaver models, to not have simply the human anatomy, but also to have actual function and operation. We organized a doctoral mission in Uganda with 1.3 tons of medical and pharmaceutical material, including laparoscopic material, for the medical school there. Apart from the classic medical assistance we provided to remote settlements in the mainland. So we trained the surgeons with the medical school there in laparoscopic surgeries, who in turn teach the interns. I follow the development, and it is indeed spectacular. Node, since it started, has grown, and it still hires people to meet the increasing demands of the trainees and the trainers. And at the moment, We have fixed-term and short-term contracts. We have 7 surgeons who are the core teachers. We have 127 additional doctors taught as trainers from Greece, from the United Kingdom and the United States. And they have received free, individualized, one-on-one training. It is offered to 877 surgeons thus far. Now, better training, and this type of training, is what Node offers for free. It is offered by doctors to doctors. This means that Node does not have any revenue from tuition fees. We don't have premises of our own, don't have a site, but we need both. And herein is where 2 large companies invested. First of all, Johnson & Johnson, who offer us sufficient funds and know-how every year for Node to be able to continue its work. And the hospital where we work, it's the IGEA hospital, allowing us to use the surgical theatres and the operating theatres. Now, I would like to paraphrase the title, is the role of higher education in strengthening Greece's business environment. And these 2 businesses, with a few more to a lesser degree, did exactly that. If we take a look at the example of the Uganda mission, which is easy to measure because it started from 0, the companies of laparoscopic materials then developed business activity there. But what they did was a huge benefit, and we believe that it's the same thing that holds water here as well. Thank you very much for your attention. Right, Mr. Mavradonis, what you just shared with us is truly impressive. I was trying to come up with a comment, and I think that what is worth mentioning in what you said is that it is indeed a best practice, which I believe that the way you presented it, it's something that the university should do. Higher education should cover this education gap that is there. Now, I can understand that it was the years of crisis, the financial crisis. It's not easy for public universities to cover all the needs. You took it upon yourself with this initiative to make it happen, to make it true. It was a self-financed initiative with the support of the companies you mentioned, and thereby upgrade the level of training of the doctors in the country. And I can understand that you show, that you teach by example. Okay, you lead by example. It should be adopted by the higher education institutes in the country. Am I correct? Yes, precisely. And we're grateful to the medical schools that have absolutely no sense of competitiveness. There is no inkling of competitiveness. They believe that it is in their benefit to free themselves from some things that they can assign to someone else. Right, great. We could compare this to what we do at the Economic University of Economic Studies, the need for support of fellow researchers and students to support their business activities and the maturity of their ideas. So the university in 2015, when we started, did not have the potential to support it. We had the first support from the municipality of Athens, of course, but that was for a year or 2 until such time as we had an incubator at the university. And then we had a self-financed action precisely to allow for support to students, researchers, and various teams to support actions and researchers. So funding of this activity came through sponsorships, through companies and agencies who gave, awards, some money to teams, like Mrs. Christodoulou mentioned, for them to be able to start with an activity. And I believe this is becoming practice with all the universities in the country, with the support of the Ministry of Education, with the serious support of the Ministry of Development. And I think that this is the way we can think optimistically and see things move forward. With these words, I would like us to take a look at the other viewpoint, from the point of view of the industry. The more the ecosystem matures, the more the universities organize themselves and the research centers to innovate and bring the results to the market and upgrade the level of education. On the other hand, we see an approach on behalf of the industry, and we need to think on how, as a country, as Greece, we will attract multinational companies into doing more things, increasingly more things that upgrade the situation in the country. I believe this is what Pfizer has done. The floor now to Mr. Nico Garibaldi to say a few words about what has happened with the Pfizer Center for Digital Innovation, the CDI, in Thessaloniki. Mr. Garibaldi, you have the floor. I hope you're still with us, sir.
Γεια σας. Χαίρομαι που είμαι εδώ. Αισθάνομαι τιμή που μετέχω σε αυτή τη συνεδρία. Ζητώ συγγνώμη που έκανα την εισαγωγή στα ελληνικά. Δεν υπάρχει θέμα. Εξακολουθώ να μην μπορώ να δω τις διαφάνειες. Συγγνώμη, ευχαριστώ πολύ. Καταρχάς, σας ευχαριστώ που με προσκαλέσατε. Θέλω να μιλήσω λίγο για τη Pfizer και το κέντρο που συστάθηκε εδώ στη Θεσσαλονίκη, αλλά να μιλήσω λίγο και τη δική μας οπτική σε ό,τι αφορά την εκπαίδευση, ιδιαίτερα εδώ στην Ελλάδα. Ξεκινάω ως συνήθως. Είμαι πάντα περήφανος να μοιράζομαι κάποια αριθμητικά στοιχεία της εταιρείας μας, γιατί θα έλεγα ότι αυτό σημαίνει και τον αντίκτυπο που έχω σε όλο τον κόσμο. Απαιτεί υψηλού επίπεδου εκπαίδευση από όλους τους συναδέλφους στη Pfizer. Τα αριθμητικά στοιχεία λοιπόν αυτά για μένα είναι πάντα εκπληκτικά. Στη Pfizer αναπτύσσουμε αυτές τις δραστηριότητες επηρεάζοντας κάπου 1,5 δισεκατομμύριο σχεδόν ασθενείς τον χρόνο. Πολύ εντυπωσιακό. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι 1 στα 6 άτομα στον πλανήτη έχει λάβει ένα εμβόλιο ή ένα φάρμακο από την εταιρεία μας. Υπάρχουν δισεκατομμύρια δολαρίων που επενδύονται στην καινοτομία και την έρευνα. Είναι εντυπωσιακό λοιπόν ο αριθμός, 10,5 δισεκατομμύρια δολάρια, και επίσης η μεγάλη κοινότητα της Pfizer έχει πολλά γραφεία σε όλες τις χώρες. Είμαστε κάπου σε 125 χώρες με 8.000 συναδέλφους που εργάζονται. Να δούμε λίγο τον ψηφιακό χώρο, γιατί όπως γνωρίζετε η Pfizer έχει αυτό το παγκόσμιο κέντρο για την ψηφιακή καινοτομία στη Θεσσαλονίκη, που ιδρύθηκε πριν από 2 χρόνια και ήταν ένας από τους κύριους λόγους που αποφασίσαμε να έρθουμε στην Θεσσαλονίκη, στην Ελλάδα και στη Θεσσαλονίκη. Ήταν λόγω των ταλέντων που έχουν συσσωρευτεί εδώ στην Ελλάδα. Η ανώτατη εκπαίδευση και η τεχνολογία. Και τα στατιστικά που είδαμε από τη Γενική Διεύθυνση Έρευνας της Κομισιόν, που μας όθησαν να έρθουμε εδώ. Θέλαμε να δούμε λοιπόν τι είδους δεξιότητες ζητάμε για να δουλέψουμε. Εδώ βλέπετε λίγος πολύ τις 3 κύριες στρατηγικές που εφαρμόζουμε, όχι μόνο στο κέντρο αυτό για ψηφιακή καινοτομία, αλλά σε όλη τη Pfizer εν γέννη. Η πρώτη στρατηγική είναι η βελτίωση των κλινικών αποτελεσμάτων του ασθενείς. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι το ψηφιακό κομμάτι υποστηρίζει τη Pfizer σε όλες τις φάσεις, θα έλεγα, από τη διάγνωση μέχρι την αγωγή και την συμμόρφωση των ασθενών και την ένταξη των ασθενών. Υποστηρίζουμε δηλαδή όλες τις φάσεις για τους ασθενείς. Είναι μία από τις πιο σημαντικές στρατηγικές που εφαρμόζουμε, γιατί εν κατακλείδη αυτή είναι και η στρατηγική που είναι προς όφελος όλων των ασθενών. Η δεύτερη στρατηγική είναι να φέρουμε την καινοτομία στον ασθενή στο δυνατόν νωρίτερα. Παραδείγματι, πάντα δίνω τις κλινικές δοκιμές. Μέσω του ψηφιακού αυτού κέντρου μπορέσαμε να ψηφιοποιήσουμε κλινικές δοκιμές και, για παράδειγμα, για τον εμβόλιο COVID-19 μπορούσαμε να διασυνδέσουμε 46.000 ασθενείς από όλο τον κόσμο, 160 θέσεις, 60 χώρες, και μπορέσαμε να διαχειριστούμε τεράστιο ποσό, όγκο ψηφίων, δεδομένων ακριβώς χάρη στην ψηφιακή τεχνολογία και τη διαχείριση όλων αυτών των στοιχείων. Το τρίτο κομμάτι είναι επίσης σημαντικό στοιχείο, δηλαδή η ικανότητα της ψηφιακής πλατφόρμας. Αν σκεφτείτε ότι κάποιοι... Είναι άλλη μια μεγάλη ικανότητα πάνω στην οποία δουλεύουμε στην ψηφιακή πλατφόρμα, γιατί χάρη σε αυτές τις ικανότητες μπορούμε να δουλέψουμε πάνω σε ανακάλυψη φαρμάκων και μέσω αυτού του ψηφιακών ικανοτήτων να ελέγξουμε περισσότερα στοιχεία, να δημιουργήσουμε κάποιο είδους εικονικά εργαστήρια για κάποια μόρια, να δοκιμάσουμε αν θα είναι επιτυχία ή όχι και κατά συνέπεια, στη συνέχεια, να περάσουμε σε κλινικές δοκιμές για να φτάσουμε στους ασθενείς. Γιατί κάνω αυτή την εισαγωγή? Γιατί αν πάμε στην επόμενη διαφάνεια, μπορώ να σας δείξω και κάποια άλλα στοιχεία, όπως είπα. Ποιες είναι οι δυνατότητες και το επίπεδο εκπαίδευσης που βρήκαμε εδώ στην Ελλάδα. Ξέρετε ότι είμαστε και μια εταίροι μιας θεωρικού πειράματος, στο να φάσαμε να έρθουμε. Αριστερά βλέπετε ότι έχουμε τις πλέον προηγμένες ικανότητες σε ό,τι αφορά την ψηφιακή εκπαίδευση εδώ στην Ελλάδα και ήταν επιτυχές αυτό. Μιλάμε δηλαδή για μηχανική μάθηση, τεχνητή νοημοσύνη, software, επιστήμη στοιχείων, όλες αυτές είναι οι μεγάλες ικανότητες για το μέλλον και θεωρήσαμε ότι σε 2 χρόνια μπορέσαμε να προσλάβουμε πάνω από 400 εξειδικευμένα άτομα. Αυτός είναι ο αριθμός, πάνω από 400 επιστήμονες και λάβαμε 20.000 βιογραφικά. Τεράστιος όγκος δηλαδή βιογραφικών που λάβαμε. Και δεν είναι μόνο αριθμητικά στοιχεία, αποδεικνύει και την ποιότητα της εκπαίδευσης των συναδέλφων που έχουμε προσλάβει και μιλάει και για την εμπειρία τους. Επίσης, 75% αυτών είναι κάτοχοι μεταπτυχιακών τίτλων και είναι κατά κύριο λόγο από STEM, από τις τεχνικές, είναι μηχανικοί δηλαδή ή απόφοιτοι θετικών επιστημών. Επίσης, το 50% εξ αυτών επανήλθαν από το εξωτερικό. Το 15% επανήλθαν από το εξωτερικό, γιατί όπως ξέρετε υπήρχε ένα τεράστιο brain drain για πάρα πολλά χρόνια. Έφυγαν πάρα πολλοί επιστήμονες Έλληνες νεαροί στο εξωτερικό. Τώρα, χάνει στην ευκαιρία που παρέχει η Pfizer, έχουν τη δυνατότητα, 15% εξ αυτών που έφυγαν μπόρεσαν να επιστρέψουν. Μάλλον το 15% του προσωπικού μας, του δυναμικού μας, είναι άτομα επιστήμονες που επανήλθαν από το εξωτερικό. Να σας δείξω επίσης ότι για μένα δεν είναι μόνο το θέμα της στρατολόγησης. Για μας η εκπαίδευση συνδέεται επίσης με τη μάθηση. Αυτό είναι κλειδί. Και με καινοτομία. Γιατί κατά κάποιο τρόπο η καινοτομία προωθεί ικανότητες και μάθηση και στον οργανισμό μας. Αυτός είναι ο λόγος για τον οποίο, για παράδειγμα, το κέντρο είναι σε εταιρική σχέση και θα έλεγα ότι projects με πολύ σημαντικούς εμπλεκόμενους εδώ στην Ελλάδα. Για παράδειγμα, με το Αριστοτέλειο Πανεπιστήμιο, το Πανεπιστήμιο Πατρών. Δουλέψαμε με startups. Για μας, λοιπόν, υπάρχει απόλυτη σύνδεση με τον κόσμο του Πανεπιστημίου και της έρευνας για την προώθηση των δυνατοτήτων που έχουμε αυτή τη στιγμή στο κέντρο μας. Και όπως είπα, είναι κάτι το οποίο το κέντρο αυτό προσελκύει πάρα πολλά ταλέντα. Όπως είπα, προσλαμβάνουμε άτομα ανώτατης εκπαίδευσης και μεταπτυχιακών τίτλων, αλλά κατά κάποιο τρόπο τους κρατούμε επίσης σε διαρκή κατάρτιση, γιατί ιδιαίτερα στο ψηφιακό κόσμο οι εξελίξεις είναι συνεχείς και ραγδαίες. Πλέον θέματα τα οποία ήταν στην κορυφή της επικαιρότητας πριν από 3 χρόνια, τώρα πλέον είναι ήδη απερχαιωμένα. Γι' αυτό και κρατάμε πάντα τους συναδέλφους σε πλήρη εγρήγορση και κατάρτιση για να μας παράσχουν τις λύσεις που χρειαζόμαστε, αλλά επίσης και με δεξιότητες ήπιες, αυτές που λέμε, της ισχύως, γιατί εν κατακλείδη αυτές οι ικανότητες είναι επίσης πολύ σημαντικές. Γιατί αυτές οι ήπιες δεξιότητες μπορεί να τις μάθει κανείς καθ' όλη τη διάρκεια της διαδρομίας τους, αλλά βέβαια οι ικανότητες και οι ήπιες δεξιότητες είναι κάτι που θεωρούμε πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Αλλά υπάρχει επίσης και πολύ μεγάλη ζήτηση για να μάθουμε πράγματα για την φαρμακευτική βιομηχανία, γιατί είμαστε στο κέντρο για ψηφιακή καινοτομία, αλλά δουλεύουμε ως τμήμα φαρμακευτικής βιομηχανίας για να δώσουμε λύσεις στους ασθενείς. Αυτά είναι τα 3 κύρια πεδία στα οποία το κέντρο μας δουλεύει. Κύριε Γκαριμπόλντι, μπορείτε να συντομεύσετε γιατί τελειώνει ο χρόνος. Ναι, προφανώς είναι πολύ σημαντικό βήμα για μας και βρήκαμε καταπληκτικές δυνατότητες και ανθρώπους εδώ στην Θεσσαλονίκη και εξακολουθούμε να συνεχίζουμε να κινούμαστε σε αυτήν την κατεύθυνση. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Επαναρχόμαστε στα ελληνικά. Let me say that through the panel we got an overall picture of the current situation, how important it is, and thank you showing us such important figures supporting R&D and the development of the academic, how important work is effected in assessing and encouraging the role of universities. Who would like also to see cases such as that of Madam Christodoulou appearing here. I already know out of the action of the last years that more than 15 universities and spin-off universities have been funded in Greece over the last 4 years, and we would like to view the result of this action. At least 6 of them come from biotechnology, health tech and more. These figures must, of course, rise on the basis of the potential we have in the country, and how important it is to upgrade university education and support from big companies such as Pfizer, and hope to see such other initiatives taking place. We thank you all. I think we have no more time for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, all participants in the penultimate session of our 2-day conference. Let's move on to the 11th and last session of this marathon conference. This session is entitled Paving the Way to a Responding Effective Primary Health Care, moderated by Dr. Evangelos Frangoulis, General Practitioner, Family Physician. We have with us Mr. Marios Themistokleou, Secretary General for Primary Health Care, Mr. Anargios Mariolis, Mr. Christos Lionis, Dimitrios Boumpas. I would like to ask those who are with physical presence here to assume their positions. Since Mr. Frangoulis is here, I'll yield the floor to him. Good afternoon, everyone. I should like to welcome you to the last table of this very important event. Not less important table than the other ones just because it is last. It is a tremendous honor for me to moderate this table. That pertains to primary health care. Primary health care is the, Achilles heel of the Greek healthcare system, and it is an innate weakness. And there are, as of late, intense efforts to improve it, which are hindered, they are subversed by established interests that clash and conflict and oppose a reform. This may be the first time that we're closer than ever with this reform to having the country acquire an organized primary healthcare system. How much we missed primary healthcare was evident during the pandemic, when we had to deal with this crisis without the first line of defense in our health system, which I believe gave the impetus, the incentive to the government to accelerate their efforts and to redouble their efforts in that direction. I should like now to start with the Secretary General for Primary Health Care with the Ministry of Health, Mr. Marios Themistokleou, who is the architect of this reform. And I hope that in the years to come he will be mentioned in history books as the person who established primary health care in Greece. Good afternoon. Well, I can speak off the cuff without my slides, but if you have them, show them. Now, in Greece, in order to make a reform happen, you need to explain 3 things: why you want to change things, where you want to go, and primarily the third thing, and it's where we're lacking in Greece, how you want to get there. The why we need to change some things, I'll give you 2 examples. In Greece, it's something we have resolved. We know very well, most of us, what the problems are, and in a very eloquent way we can describe them by saying we don't have this, we don't have that, and so on and so forth. Where we want to go is something we also know, generally speaking and abstractly. Well, we say that we want a better healthcare system, we want better health, we want better primary healthcare, without anyone going into the details, which is necessary so as to know where you're headed. What we're lacking is how we want to get there. If we have resolved the how and the what and the where, it's the how, and to execute and to do things on the field. In Greece, in primary healthcare, and to say things more clearly, we have agreed as to where we want to go, where we're headed. And this is the personal doctor. It's not because we called it that, or someone calls it family doctor, or primary healthcare doctor. This has been a point of agreement in the country, and over the past 10 years it has been legislated on. It was instituted by the government of New Democracy. There was an attempt in 2018 when the bill was passed. And in society and at the political level and in public discourse, everyone agrees that this is the solution to put things into perspective. And the solution is personal doctor. Well, okay, I can accept asterisks or disagreements that I don't like the name or I don't like the color or anything, but it's fine, because in public discourse and in public debate, when we see this unfold, apart from whining and disagreements or asterisks, no one disagrees with the institution of the personal doctor per se. And this is very important as a starting point. My next two slides, we'll talk later about the difficulties. My next two slides talk about why we don't have organized primary healthcare in our country and why we need to change it. There's many things we need to say. The key is these two slides. The first one has to do with why we don't have equitable and universal access. We have people who pay out of pocket, and we have a large percentage of the population who do not have this access. For many things, they don't have a treating physician. Second, we are lacking in all others and things that are above and beyond traditional diagnosis and treatment in implementing prevention programs. The simplest thing being vaccination. We hit all the percentages, and everything said that it's the doctor who will give the appropriate advice, and it's who the citizens trust. We didn't have the operational arm as the state to reach those citizens. I wouldn't want to spend too much time on this slide because I will move on to much more practical issues, the way you're used to with the Ministry of Health over the past few years, that we will make the universal and equitable access. We will try to resolve things that Mr. Leonis will talk about, and will analyze these things as an academician, as a university professor, much better than I do, as to where this change should be headed. And we come up with the personal doctor. To put it in layman's terms, it needs three things. First of all, we will not disturb the relationship between the citizens and their doctors at the moment. There is a well-established mentality. In our country, people have learned to trust their doctors, be they GPs, be they family doctors or specialty doctors, on the basis of the chronic ailment they suffer from. You can't from one day to the other to say that we'll become England with a GP or Sweden or another country. So the most important thing is that we will not disturb the relationship of the citizens with their doctors. We're building a free extra thing, supply. And it's up to us to win the bet, to win the wager, and convince the citizens to use this thing. This needs to escape traditional diagnosis and treatment. The previous two slides. We need to move into prevention, to explain to a 60-year-old woman that it is very important to have an annual mammogram, and to go to 100% of the population so as to increase the amount to 80% rather than 30% of the over 60 women who do a mammogram every year. To explain them about health education, to explain a young person that they need to quit smoking to adopt a healthy life, what obesity is all about. They may not understand what it is when they're 35, they will realize it when they're 65 or 70. And at a subsequent stage, because we need to take steps to be able to lead them to a system. How many of you have people you know who managed to find a surgeon to receive surgery for cancer and then not know where they need to go for the next step, if they need chemotherapy or radiotherapy. So the GP will take the role of the guidance or the instructor or the guide through the system. This is what I've already mentioned, and it's what we'll be implementing shortly. And as I said in the beginning, we didn't come and destroy what was built by the previous governments thus far, or to reinvent the wheel, or to create something new without taking into advisement what has already happened in the country. And we took things in reverse order and see why the things that were in place did not work. We can all agree that it didn't work because doctors' remunerations were very low. They were so low that they wouldn't attract but a very low number of doctors. Those that did attract the doctors, no one implemented the family doctor institution or the principle. Now, we can agree that we can see the increase. The increase is threefold, 3 times as much money as was given earlier. Here we can see citizens per age bracket. We have different amounts, the capitation, how much each citizen costs at an average to the state and to the doctor respectively. A 70-year-old citizen is a higher bracket, but at an average we have this. And what does this mean? In order to be able to talk and to reach a realistic scenario and to be able to look the doctors in the eye, is that a doctor, even if we subtract operational expenses, secretariat, utility bills, they can receive something between 1,900 and 2,400 euros. Now, we cover their utilities, we cover the rent, and if they want to carry on their private practice beyond these office hours, they're free to do so. So we offer remunerations that are not offending them. They offer a basis for discussion, and we can go out and do things. And this was the first thing that we changed in our design. The second is we have a list which provides an answer to public debate that says we have 2,000 patients. No, we have 2,000 citizens. A 23-year-old will need to visit their personal doctor once or never. When I was in England, until the age of 35, I never even registered with the GP. I do register with them when I had to receive a vaccination. Let's see, where is Europe? That's the average. There are countries with higher numbers, there are countries with low numbers. And whenever you try to touch that number, because in the public debate we need to start talking with numbers and technocratically, whenever you increase something, you reduce the number of doctors, and what you don't need, you reduce it. In the country where our biggest problem is that we don't have doctors, we cannot reduce the number. Those who say, well, reduce it down to 1,500 because this is proper care, the answer is yes, but the enemy of what is good is what's better. So if we don't want this to ever achieve is, let's do that 1,300 and say we don't have doctors. We can't move forward. The other thing is consultations. It's private practice calls, and the secret comes from vaccination. Why was vaccination successful? Vaccination was successful because it was planned on a carte blanche. We started from scratch. And the mentality that we, and we say this in total humility, we determine the appointments. We control the work that is being done on the field. We say that the health center needs to open at 8 o'clock and at 8:10. If the appointment is not there, it turns red and I can see it. So in order not to destroy the system, with the 200 consultations with the specialists, that happens with the prescriptions and everything, we still have the appointments. The doctors upload the appointments and the citizens make those appointments electronically. You can't hack the system or violate the system. You can't declare people who do not correspond to actual people. I mean, people receive their text and the appointment is done. It's not a user-friendly system. It's not a vaccination. We can't adapt the systems very fast, but it will become. We already have the big change on October the 10th, and over the next 2 months, we will make it exactly like the vaccination appointments, with entering the social security number and seeing in green the empty slots. Appointment time. Debate says 15 minutes ain't enough. Well, if it's not enough, my answer is, how much do you want it to be? I mean, we can't allocate an hour and a half per appointment, because this is another trick. You go out and you tell citizens in society that the appointments we can afford are very, very few. No, the appointments are on the basis of what happens to other countries. We see that even with this design, we are in the upper tier. We are in the countries that are those that have 19 or 21 minutes. So we're not that far away. So if the system is successful and more doctors participate, we can increase the time. We want to balance the numbers, and to see this succeed, we need to define this. It's a 15-minute appointment and 30 minutes for the first appointment, which requires the filling in of the electronic health record. How many people before us said that they wanted to have an electronic health record? Whether it will suffice or not, we have 4,500 entries. Even if we have twice as many, we'll have 2 million filled in patient health records. It's been a debate for the past 6 years. In 6 months, even if we have 30% go there, we'll have 1.5 million complete e-patient records. Third criticism, impersonal doctors. We register with a doctor whom we don't know. Now, if you can design this and correlate 8 million citizens with approximately 6,000 doctors and make them know or have a casting session, I will put my hands in the air and I will implement whatever you bring me. This is the way you make a healthcare system. The first time around, it is impersonal. And in this country, we need to accept that we can't control this. We can't control everything. It's up to the citizen to control. The citizen may change their personal doctor. Especially in the first 6 months, they will be able to make as many changes as they want. And if the doctor asks for money tomorrow, brown envelope, and if they're not happy, they can move to another doctor. They can make a complaint. I will say what I need to say. There will be complaints mechanisms. We can complain the doctor. We can send the doctor to the court, and the citizen will simply move to another doctor. Number 4 is unlimited number of consultations. It says, criticism says, why isn't there a limit? Everyone will come to our private practice and we will not be able to serve everyone. First of all, it doesn't have to do with the doctors. If a patient is with a doctor with a very late time, they will move. If we have many citizens to many doctors with long appointments, it's up to us to resolve it. The reason we're stuck to that and we're not doing it because other healthcare systems do that. I mean, they say if you're over 70, you have 8 consultations. If you're 50, you have 5 consultations. Examples from other countries. If we do this, we'll run out of consultations in the first month. And it's the 6th consultation, now you need to pay me. So we have failed as a system. We need to speak in clear terms with the society, with the healthcare professionals, if we want this to work. Why did the other specialties join the invitation? Now, this is uncharted waters. I don't know whether it will yield fruit. This is part of a design, okay? We have Plan B and Plan C from the onset, and Plan D even, depending on each step and where we are, what we will implement each time. We don't know how this step will go, how it will work. It's something used by other countries when they don't have enough doctors and they call internists. There will be job on the training. These are doctors we can use. It is wealth we can use. It's doctors of specialties who are very specialized. Professor Mr. Lyonis will say what job on the training means in due course and how we can put it to good use. I'm saying this clearly. There's a question mark there whether we will have the number of doctors we want or not. What have we done thus far? And thus far means we started designing it, but it's just 6 months of implementation. And 6 months, and I'm speaking very humbly when I say as compared to what was done in the country beforehand. We have 4.4 million citizens. Registrations are due to 3 reasons. Why? Because, as I said, it's what I'm asking the society to do. We did this with the vaccination, trust us, we'll do it here, and so it works. What works is pharmacies. 60% of Greek citizens made an appointment with pharmacies, especially the elderly who are not very tech savvy. Pharmacies opened up and they made 160,000 registrations per day. These are the numbers. We need to realize what is the operational capability we have and we can do and will do it. The second, it's the biggest proof. Be that the fine of transportation or the pharmacies, people want it. People want this institution. We have 4.5 million people registered now. Attiki does not have doctors, and we still receive 30 to 40,000 applications from the countryside. The numbers are devastating. They're staggering, rather. The first stage is to write things down, and the second, which may run in parallel with the first, is for this thing to work. Okay, in the past, to an extent, people registered. It'll have to work. I know that I never meet my time allotted in when I talk, but there are things that you've never heard before. These are things with registered, Athens in registration. We stopped in Attiki. We don't have any slots. It's 45% of people registered. We have areas in the country where we have exceeded 65 to 70%. Imagine, in a city that this never existed, 70% of people now having been registered with a personal doctor with the problems that are there.
The time schedule, how will come, some physicians are not prepared, some of them have entered the system because they haven't believed that we are able to audit them. This is our daily routine. This is what we have to deal with. Here you see how many have enrolled in the public structures and how many in free professionals. The system, as time goes by and the more physicians will enter, will come in a balance. And the success of the system and our luck will be when we have more physicians in the system to have an assessment and the citizen to be able to choose who are the best and most suitable for his needs. I will not dwell on that. The ways. Conclude with this picture and I will address the questions. It's nice to say we embarked upon, we have managed to cut the ice and reach the point. The biggest risk in this effort, because I told you in the public dialogue, if there's any other proposal, I challenge you to give it to me, because increasing money and other interventions is not an other proposal. This is discussed. I've discussed with professionals, with physicians who have implemented 8 out of 10. The situation should be win-win. So what I say is that we did it with the vaccination. Trust us. Place your trust in us with whatever the difficulty, and the first difficulty already appears, whatever emerges, this thing will be applied. It will be implemented. There is no other way. I may not be in this position tomorrow, but there's no other way. This is the only way we can move ahead, unless we say we want to remain as we are, because this is our comfort zone. And the biggest risk is that no one wants to leave the comfort zone, no matter how much we complain and say that there is no primary care. And let us not forget, better is always the enemy of good. Thank you. We thank the Secretary General for this presentation. We hope that the ship reaches the destination, and let us now see the message sent by João Breda, who is head of the WHO office in Greece. The World Health Organization has been an ally, a consultant of the Greek state throughout this 10-year period that we try to transform primary care. Καλησπέρα. Ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση. Πολύ μεγάλη ευχαρίστηση που είμαστε σήμερα, έστω και εξ αποστάσεως. Λυπάμαι που δεν μπορώ να είμαι εκεί στην Αθήνα με φυσική παρουσία. Ελπίζω να τα καταφέρω την επόμενη φορά. Κατά τη διάρκεια της σύντομης ομιλίας μου θα ήθελα να μοιραστώ μαζί σας κάποιες από τις πρόσφατες εξελίξεις στο πεδίο της πρωτοβάθμιας φροντίδας και της εργασίας που γίνεται εδώ και 1 χρόνο από το νέο αυτό σημαντικό γραφείο του ΠΟΗ που πρόσφατα ιδρύθηκε στη χώρα σας και δει στην Αθήνα με τη μεγάλη υποστήριξη βέβαια της ελληνικής κυβέρνησης. Το γραφείο αυτό είναι ήδη πολύ σημαντικό. Η ύπαρξη αυτού του γραφείου είναι σημαντικός σταθμός για την οργάνωση των συστημάτων υγείας και βελτίωσης την ποιότητα ζωής των Ευρωπαίων πολιτών. Με την υποστήριξη της Ελλάδος επεκτηνόμαστε και διευρύνουμε την υποστήριξή μας για πάρα πολλές άλλες χώρες της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Της Νοτιοανατολικής Ευρώπης και μοιραζόμαστε μοιράζονται ένα μεγάλο μερίδιο του ευρωπαϊκού πληθυσμού. Είναι καταπληκτικό λοιπόν και πολλές ευχαριστίες στην Ελλάδα και την ελληνική κυβέρνηση για την υποστήριξή τους στον ΠΟΗ και το καινούργιο γραφείο το οποίο ίδρυσε η κυρία Χάντς Κλόντια. Στέλνει τους χαιρετισμούς. Επειδή η ποιότητα της φροντίδας είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντική σε όλα τα συστήματα υγείας, είναι αποφασιστική σημασία να επιτύχουμε και να εφαρμόσουμε τα πρότυπα. Δεν υπάρχει σωστή περίθαλψη χωρίς ποιότητα. Ως εκ τούτου η Ευρωπαϊκή Περιφέρεια στον ΠΟΗ ηγείται της πορείας, έχοντας καθιδρύσει αυτό το μοναδικό και πολύ σημαντικό hub, κόμβο, στα θέματα ποιότητας υγείας που δράζει στην Ελλάδα. Και όπως σας είπα αποτελεί και το κέντρο και επηρεάζει πάρα πολλές χώρες στην περιοχή και στην ευρύτερη περιφέρεια και έχει ήδη πολύ μεγάλο αντίκτυπο και στον ελληνικό πληθυσμό και το ελληνικό σύστημα υγείας. Είμαστε ταυτόχρονα λοιπόν και ευγνώμονες και περήφανοι που μας δίνεται η ευκαιρία να συνεργαστούμε με τόσους σημαντικούς εμπλεκόμενους στη χώρα σας. Έχω λίγες διαφάνειες που θα συνοδεύσουν την ομιλία μου και απεικονίζουν κάποια βασικά σημεία της εργασίας μας. Αν μου επιτρέπετε να μοιραστώ την οθόνη μου μαζί σας για να μοιραστούμε λίγο το τι συμβαίνει και το τι έχουμε κάνει κατά τους τελευταίους μήνες. Τους τελευταίους 18 μήνες ήδη πέρασαν. Για εμάς λοιπόν, όπως είπα, είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντική η ποιότητα της περίθαλψης, γιατί είναι στον πυρήνα του Ευρωπαϊκού Προγράμματος Εργασίας. Το Ευρωπαϊκό Πρόγραμμα Εργασίας του ΠΟΗ είναι η ναυαρχίδα με τρεις μεγάλες προτεραιότητες. Είναι η πρωτοβάθμια φροντίδα, που νομίζω ότι είναι και από τα θέματα της συζήτησης σήμερα στο συνεδριό σας, και επομένως η ποιότητα είναι πάντα στον πυρήνα όλων των προτεραιοτήτων προστασίας του πληθυσμού από τον αρνητικό αντίκτυπο σε περίπτωση κατεπηγόντων και η προαγωγή της υγείας και της ευημερίας. Ο τρόπος λοιπόν που βλέπουμε την ποιότητα είναι πραγματικά με ένα συνεκτικό ολοκληρωμένο τρόπο προς τη μακροπρόθεσμη πρωτοβάθμια στην διαβίου περίθαλψη, και τα πάντα πρέπει να ενσωματώσουν και να συμπεριλάβουν στοιχεία ποιότητας. Πολύ σημαντικό για μας να κατανοήσουμε ότι δυστυχώς δεν ήταν προνομιούχες ομάδες στον πληθυσμό που παίρνουν ποιοτικές υπηρεσίες. Το αντίθετο, οι πιο ευάλωτες παίρνουν και τις χειρότερες δυνατές υπηρεσίες που δίνει το σύστημα υγείας. Κανονικά λοιπόν, ήδη πάρα πολλοί το είπαν και το είδαμε και στην έκθεση της τελευταίας της Επιτροπής, αλλά και στον ΠΟΗ και στην κοινή έκθεση που έγινε από τον ΩΣΑ. Αυτό συμβαίνει σε όλες τις χώρες. Οι πιο φτωχοί παίρνουν τις χαμηλότερης ποιότητας υπηρεσίες υγείας. Στο γραφείο μας λοιπόν θέλουμε να υπερπηδήσουμε αυτό το πολύ σημαντικό εμπόδιο και να διασφαλίσουμε ότι δεν θα αφήσουμε κανέναν πίσω. Είναι ένας από τους κύριους, το κύρια μότο στο Ευρωπαϊκό Πρόγραμμα Εργασίας. Πολιτικές δηλαδή δημόσιας υγείας για την Ευρωπαϊκή Περιφέρεια. Απευθυνόμενοι και καλύπτοντας τις ανάγκες των πλέον ευάλωτων. Είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να σκεφτούμε τι δείχνουν οι μαρτυρίες. Δείχνουν ότι πρέπει να γίνουν πολύ περισσότερα σε ό,τι αφορά την ποιότητα για τους πιο ευάλωτες ομάδες. Πρέπει λοιπόν να προάγουμε περισσότερο την ποιότητα για τους ευέλικτους, για τους φτωχούς. Προφανώς, ο ΠΟΗ εργάζεται πάνω στα θέματα ποιότητας στον τομέα δημόσιας υγείας εδώ και πάρα πολλά χρόνια. Πιθανότατα σε αυτή την περιφέρεια βέβαια υπάρχει μεγαλύτερη καινοτομία σε σχέση με προηγούμενες δεκαετίες. Ίσως να έχουμε φτάσει, αν θέλετε, και σε ένα πλατό τώρα. Και τελευταία, με τη δημιουργία του γραφείου αυτού στο γραφείο στην Ελλάδα, περιμένουμε να ανακτήσουμε την ταχύτητα και το χαμένο έδαφος και να είμαστε και πάλι καινοτόμοι, να παράσχουμε υποστήριξη σε χώρες που θα ηγηθούν της προσπάθειας. Θέλουμε να είμαστε πολύ δραστήριοι, προχωρώντας με τα θέματα ποιότητας σε όλα τα επίπεδα. Σε όλες τους τομείς και σε όλες τις διαστάσεις. Δομούμε λοιπόν, αυτό θέλω να πω, για να προχωρήσουμε την καλή δουλειά πρέπει να προχωρήσουμε. Το είπα ήδη ότι ανοίξαμε το 2021 το γραφείο μας εδώ. Εργαζόμαστε με πάνω από 10 χώρες, παρέχοντας ήδη σχετική υποστήριξη σε θέματα ασφαλείας και ποιότητας στις παρεχόμενες υπηρεσίες υγείας. Δουλεύουμε στα θέματα κοινωνικής καινοτομίας, διαστάσεις που η καινοτομία είναι πολύ σημαντική και τα συστήματά μας θα είναι είναι πολύ ανθεκτικά και αντιστεκόμενοι στην αλλαγή, αλλά περισσότερο από ποτέ χρειαζόμαστε πολύ περισσότερη καινοτομία για να προχωρήσουμε. Στην υποστήριξη λοιπόν της Ελλάδος, όπως είπα, πιστεύουμε ότι είμαστε σε θέση να φέρουμε καινοτόμες προσεγγίσεις. Έχουμε υψηλού επίπεδου πολιτική υποστήριξη που αξίζει συγχαρητηρίων. Ξεκινήσαμε εστιάζοντας γενικά στην ποιότητα και φέτος δεν ανοίξαμε μόνο το καινούριο μας γραφείο στην Αθήνα, αλλά επεκτείνομαστε στο πεδίο της υγείας για να συμπεριλάβουμε και μια διάσταση της ποιότητας αγωγής, πιο συγκεκριμένα για τα παιδιά και τους εφήβους. Η Ελλάδα ήταν πρωταθλητής στο να βάλει και την ψυχική υγεία στο κέντρο της συζήτησης και πάλι είμαστε ευγνώμονες για το ότι μπορέσαμε να επεκτείνουμε με την υποστήριξη της κυβέρνησης όχι μόνο να παγιώσουμε την ποιότητα υγείας εν γέννη στο δημόσιο σύστημα, αλλά να διασφαλίσουμε επίσης ότι μπορούμε πραγματικά να επεκτείνουμε το πεδίο αυτό και στο θέματα ψυχικής υγείας. Έχουμε πολύ σαφές όραμα για τη δουλειά την οποία επιτελεί το γραφείο μας στα πλαίσια του Περιφερειακού Γραφείου της για την Ευρώπη. Το γραφείο στην Αθήνα ανήκει στο Περιφερειακό Γραφείο του ΠΟΗ στην Ευρώπη, που έχει την έδρα του, όπως ξέρετε, στην Κοπενχάγη και όπως ξέρετε εστιάζουμε στο να γίνουμε ηγέτες στην καινοτομία και της ποιότητας παρεχόμενων υπηρεσιών υγείας με δύο κυρίως πεδία εστίασης. Πρώτον, εξυπηρέτηση και υποστήριξη χωρών διαφορετικών από δική μας, όπως είπα. Υπάρχουν χώρες δηλαδή που έχουν απαιτήσει περισσότερη τεχνική υποστήριξη, άλλες μπορεί ίσως να θέλουν πιο ανεπτυγμένο διάλογο με τον ΠΟΗ, με τους ειδήμονές του και να έχουν μια κριτική ματιά στο τι κάνουν σε ό,τι αφορά τα θέματα ποιότητας, και το κάνουμε, όπως είπα, με αρκετές χώρες, με καμιά 12 χώρες. Και πάλι, όπως ανέφερα και προηγουμένως, και σε πεδία καινοτομίας που καλύπτει πτυχές όπως το ψηφιακό, καινοτομία για ποιότητα, τηλεϊατρική, άλλες πτυχές που συνδέονται με το ψηφιακό περιβάλλον, αλλά επίσης και παροχές υγείας επί τη βάση της αξίας, βελτίωση της εμπειρίας του ασθενούς. Όλα αυτά είναι πράγματα που πρέπει να ενσωματωθούν όταν μιλάμε για ποιότητα. Υποστηρίζουμε λοιπόν τα κράτη-μέλη με τα εθνικά πλαίσια και στρατηγικές τους. Έχουμε σε ό,τι αφορά την καινοτομία συλλογή πληροφοριών και συνεχίζουμε όσον αφορά την ποιότητα και την ασφάλεια των ασθενών. Δουλεύουμε με χώρες και εμπλεκόμενους σε ανοιχτούς διαλόγους και ανάλυση και πραγματικά δομούμε τα δίκτυα. 7 δίκτυα έχουν δημιουργηθεί ήδη με ευρωπαϊκές χώρες. Υπάρχει ένα δίκτυο για ποιότητα υγείας στο μέλλον, με σημεία σκητάλης και εστίασης κλπ. Είμαι πολύ περήφανος να λέω ότι έχουμε υποστήριξη στο ανώτατο επίπεδο της ελληνικής πολιτείας με το Υπουργείο Υγείας και το Πρωθυπουργικό Γραφείο. Έγιναν 2 πολύ μεγάλες συναντήσεις κορυφής που έφεραν σε επαφή οι δήμονες και εμπειρογνώμονες στο τομέα της υγείας με ιδιαίτερη εστίαση στην πνευματική υγεία, εξαιρετικά επιτυχείς πρωτοβουλίες το 2021 και το 2022 και προετοιμάζουμε αυτή τη στιγμή μεγάλες και σημαντικές δημοσιεύσεις που θα παρουσιάσουν τα αποτελέσματα αυτών των σημαντικών συναντήσεων κορυφής και θα τα δείτε προς το τέλος του έτους, που θα συνοψίσουμε όλα αυτά τα αποτελέσματα προς δημοσίευση. Και στη διαφάνεια αυτή να σας δώσω μια πολύ ωραία απεικόνηση της συνάντησης εκείνης που έλαβε χώρα στην Αθήνα. Κάποιους από τους πιο εξέχοντες, όχι μόνο πολιτικούς ηθήναντες, αλλά και επιστήμονες διεθνούς βελληνικούς και επιστήμονες από τον τομέα της υγείας και τους τομείς ψυχικής υγείας, πρωτοβάθμιας και δευτεροβάθμιας φροντίδας και ψυχιατρικών καταστημάτων συμμετέσχουν. Προχωράμε λοιπόν συμμετέχοντας με τους πρώτους σε ό,τι αφορά τα θέματα της ποιότητας. Προχωρώντας λοιπόν για να υποστηρίξουμε τις χώρες, θα συνεχίσουμε να εστιάζουμε σε συστήματα ποιότητας, τα ποιοτικά συστήματα που συμπεριλαμβάνουν αυτό το συνεχές σε ό,τι αφορά τα συστήματα υγείας. Θα μιλήσουμε επίσης για τα θέματα ενδυνάμωσης, ψηφιακής ενδυνάμωσης των ασθενών, ώστε να διασφαλίσουμε ότι κινούμαστε και προοδεύουμε από τις κλασικές πτυχές ποιότητας. Ξεκινήσαμε με διασφάλιση ποιότητας, κινηθήκαμε προς την βελτίωση, την ασφάλεια του ασθενούς που είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντική, ιδιαίτερα με τον COVID, που έπρεπε να γίνουν πολλά όχι μόνο στην Ελλάδα, αλλά και αλλαχού. Στη συνέχεια προχωρήσαμε στην εμπειρία του ασθενούς και στη συνέχεια στην παροχή υπηρεσιών υγείας από τη βάση αξίας. Δηλαδή 6 συνιστώσεις στην ποιότητα, προχωρώντας με καινοτόμο τρόπο που είναι πολύ σημαντικό. Και αυτό κατέστη μόνο δυνατόν γιατί δημιουργήσαμε ακριβώς αυτή τη λειτουργία, αυτό το εξειδικευμένο γραφείο στην Ελλάδα και είμαστε ευγνώμονες για την υποστήριξη της Ελλάδος. Το μέλλον λοιπόν είναι λαμπρόν. Προχωράμε στην αντιμετώπιση αυτών των νέων προκλήσεων και βάζοντας την ποιότητα στο κέντρο των μελημάτων μας. Υπάρχουν τα προβλήματα υπέρτασης, υπερφόρτωσης, στρες από τη δουλειά. Πολλά γίνονται στο πεδίο αυτό. Ξέρουμε ότι η χώρα έχει πολύ μεγάλη πρόκληση να αντιμετωπίσει με πολλά προβλήματα υγείας, όπως για παράδειγμα με την παχυσαρκία είναι η δεύτερη χώρα με την μεγαλύτερη επιπολασμό παιδικής παχυσαρκίας. Πολλά πρέπει να γίνουν πάνω σε αυτό. Αλλά βέβαια όλα έχουν να κάνουν με συνεργασία. Θέλουμε να ζητήσουμε πραγματικά για συνεργασία και συνέργεια. Και η καινοτομία που γεννάται από συνδημιουργία στην αντιμετώπιση στοιχείων και ζητημάτων και να αντιμετωπίσουμε ακριβώς το θέμα ότι οι πιο φτωχοί παίρνουν και τις πιο φτωχές υπηρεσίες υγείας και αυτό είναι απαράδεκτο. Πρέπει να το αντιμετωπίσουμε λοιπόν ώστε να προχωρήσουμε σε συστήματα ψηφιακής μέτρησης ποιοτικών συστημάτων ώστε να μπορούμε να μετρήσουμε τι είναι σημαντικό. Το να μετράμε λοιπόν τα αποτελέσματα είναι πραγματικά σημαντικό. Ορισμένες φορές μετράμε πράγματα τα οποία δεν χρησιμεύουμε και ίσως δεν θα έπρεπε να τα μετράμε, δεν είναι τόσο σημαντικά. Νομίζω ότι θα σταματήσω εδώ. Ελπίζω να σας έδωσα έμπνευση να μας αναζητήσετε. Ξέρετε πού είμαστε. Είμαστε στην Αθήνα και προσβλέπουμε να συνεργαστούμε με εσάς που είστε παρόντες στο συνέδριο. Συγχαρητήρια για την πρωτοβουλία και ευχαριστώ που μας δώσατε αυτή την ευκαιρία. Καλό απόγευμα. We warmly thank you. Well, universal coverage of the population with qualitative care is the goal, and it is a very happy conjunction to have the quality office of WHO established in Athens. Let us give the floor to Evangelos Mariolis, who is head of the Health Center from Mani, and he'll speak from there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I should like to thank the organizing committee, and it's a particular honor for me to be amongst you, even virtually, between two brilliant academicians and, of course, the Secretary General for Primary Healthcare, Mr. Themistokleous. I will be very brief, because the SG did raise all the technocratic issues and about the reform. I don't really like the title of the table because I believe that what happens now, having this private doctor institution being implemented, is not an upgrade, it's a reform of primary healthcare. But the health services market in our country is not a uniform one on the one hand, and the use of health services is determined as of now, and it's defined by free choice. Consequently, same as the value of health services cannot be defined by the choices of the ministry. So in this reform, we need to find and to see all the pressure that is under, in its classical form, the healthcare services on the basis of the international knowledge and experience. To create a profile for the patient, and particularly for our country, demographic aging. And of course the expression of the consumer's preferences. If we keep those things in mind, we will see that this reform had to have happened a great number of years ago. On the other hand, there is competition in the health services in its ensemble that can create distortions and adverse events. Be that as it may, the three key axes at the levels of care with the system having as its core the reform of the primary healthcare. The axes are three on the basis of international experience. The merging of hospitals to see how primary healthcare will be in Greece, the development of alternative structures of supplying and offering secondary and tertiary healthcare, and of course the enhancement and reform of the tertiary, of the primary healthcare. Now, having in mind the pandemic crisis that showcased the gaps and the lackings that are underlined when we don't have primary healthcare, but also the opportunities that arose as a result of the pandemic. So, being today a personal doctor to someone, it's a good thing. It's a very good thing for me to be with you and to discuss these things, because this is something that we've been doing for the past 25 years. But we did it in a fragmented way. We each did it as we thought, as we could, despite the fact that now we have 80% of all of covered positions in private doctors. It's something that we do here. So we need a change of culture, a change of education. Ongoing education of personal doctors will play the determining role for the success of this endeavor. Because being a family doctor, or being a personal doctor rather, is at the same time a responsibility and a privilege. I don't think that anyone can feel as beautifully as being appointed as such and exercising your duties and dispensing your duties this way. Of course, there are various opportunities to see these things in a modern health system as a wide societal subject. So education will change the culture of healthcare users and healthcare professionals. It's very important, Mr. Secretary General, what you mentioned, that it's the citizens, without knowing exactly the services they will be receiving, have embraced this effort. And I believe that this will continue to a greater extent, with a key requirement for the success of this vision, I would call it, of universal coverage will be the adequate and constant funding. There are 4 axes that are challenges for primary healthcare or out of hospital. Is the improvement, which you very well said, within the legislation for the at-home care, incorporating technology that will play a determining role, the provision of counseling, which is raising awareness of the population in health-related issues, and this law ensures the access of high-risk groups, the vulnerable social groups, to health care. Why? Because we will see very fast, in fast as 2 years, what we can see in what we call integrated healthcare, which will come through the management of chronic diseases. Because in our country, we do not have this pathway of citizens' access to the health system. That is the first contact, but also what happens afterwards, the subsequent stages. So there is a deficit in access and subsequently in the interlink and the coordination. These are the key deficits which this reform attempt will allow us to resolve and to see from a different perspective. The education to be offered not only to personal doctors but also to all other healthcare professionals is indeed an advantage, be that in the management of chronic diseases, guidance of patients within this healthcare system that we all know very well. Will we be able to all implement what is called pre-symptomatic monitoring and pre-symptomatic screening? Monitoring, evaluation and assessment of the models on the promotion and prevention of health. We will see what happens with patients in other specialties and at the other levels of care or treatment, both in diagnostic tests as well as in preventive tests like the pre-symptomatic screening I mentioned. Through the personal health file, the health record rather is a big endeavor. It started with very good prospects. We will see through there the quality of the healthcare we offer. We will be able at some point, it's not something you said, Mr. SG, to utilize those, to assess rather, and evaluate the personal doctors as to the services they offer. So we'll need to see the point of referral, the point of interconnection and everything, but this will come from the investment that is described in the law. I will say this time and again, for the education we all need. Not just within the national health system, but also to the private doctors. It doesn't have to do with the management of chronic diseases only. It has to do with community health intervention, with handling risk factors, behavior, and all this, and implementation of all control things like bioethics, with a philosophy of integrated care. And of course, what do we need is full digitalization of transactions in taking decisions both at the management level and the actual level, focusing on transparency through keeping and maintaining and disposing of the data we have. This is not. This is what we need in healthcare and especially in primary healthcare. To face the dilemma whether we want something that is divided or something that is big, universal, even pluralist, public, private, and social healthcare system. Moderator is kindly asking Mr. Mariolis to finish. So we're talking for free, continuous, coordinated, integrated care with the family at the epicenter and the family as a whole. I thank you very much, and I apologize if I exceeded my time. Right, fine. Let's move on to our professor, the only professor of general practice at the moment, Professor Christos Lyonis.
Thank you. Many thanks to the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues. Let's see the slides and allow me to handle the course. It is true that we are at an era of great challenges, and allow me to speak only wearing the hat of a professor, trying to focus not only on what has not been discussed today, but mainly what the challenges are. And allow me to start with a 6-minute journey, starting from the need on agreeing on certain definitions. I'm afraid that both political and scientific discussions is not based on the same platform. So we speak on primary care and not the primary health care. This is global. We speak of a whole, don't speak of primary health care or primary care. There's a great discussion on the primary doctor, the general doctor, and not on the services that this doctor should offer, but should be respective to the needs of the Greek population. So quite often we spend time and effort and concern while not having agreed on basic notions and concepts. Even at the global scale, the contract that should bind the primary care physician is a subject of discussion. It hasn't been discussed here either, and this is an issue for Greek universities that have not contributed to this kind of agreement on terms, concepts and notions. Our country, beyond these important things that the Secretary General said, has not the infrastructure to assess the health needs of the Greek population. And we also wonder in the University of Crete, how can you build a rational healthcare system when you haven't got the databases so as to assess the needs of health of the general population? I'll go through this discussion because it is true that the present, the past, should not be discussed in abstracto. Plato and Aristotle managed very appositely to bring the discussion of the past into today. A lot of discussions have been made, and we only wonder what is lacking. A lot has been said that there is a lack of orientation towards the family, that quite often we also only see the visitor as client and not as an integrated personality. Quite often we forget the family, and we haven't met as we should the persons that are in vulnerable groups, but only lately, on the occasion either of the vaccination and the pandemic. So allow me here to say that I very seldom speak solely for the physician. Through this diagram, allow me to dub it the vision. It is true that Greece, and this is the contribution of universities, it's by default that universities are consultants and advisors and allies of each administration. The university, however, must have high vision, because without the contribution of the university, nothing can move ahead, and politics cannot go ahead. So allow me to say how we imagine, how envision, through the University of Crete, the future personal doctor, the one that you now introduce the institution, and what we have over the next years. This, how long it will take, depends on many things. He must learn how to communicate effectively with the patient and the family. If he doesn't know how, he doesn't. He must have empathy and compassion. This is something more. One approaching the patient and the family. When we haven't taught how to approach the family, or how we'll make a family consultancy. He must learn to assess risk both on modern tools, but also communicate that and explain the risk and bring the client, the patient himself and the family to understand this risk and make joint decisions. He must be able to lead the visitor. This is how we call the patient, is a person, as the Secretary General said. It's not a patient. Let us go away from this term. It's a visitor. And the World Health Organization also stresses focusing on the person. This is what we should say. So he must learn to change his attitude. And at this point, it doesn't happen. He must be able to teach him to use the information towards self-care. It must be using diagnostic technology that must reach the personal doctor, official, accessible, affordable, and relative to the needs of the population. He must have knowledge on managing chronic diseases, and especially what we saw now in the pandemic and has not been discussed in the broad discussion taking place on mortality and morbidity due to COVID. That is the low operability that Greek has, who is immobilized at home without the necessary support. He must also know and cooperate with the other structures, and not solely with the open care structures, but also those of closed care. And finally, he must learn to self-assess himself. I realize, Secretary General, we have quite a frequent discussion with you. It's an honor, but allow us in the university to have this vision, because you have and promote it in a very technocratic way, which means that we hope that the personal doctor, through his involvement with the person, will be indeed able to eventually change the culture of the person. Therefore, contribute in assessing the needs. It's so important, using the file or the patient himself. I would say that the big challenges today, the future that is, we should be led to the retraining. Retraining must be done today and must regard all of us. Either we are in the academia or personal doctors, or in the private or public sector. We must dare to say that we need vis-à-vis retraining, vis-à-vis the Greek citizen, including myself. This retraining will be using funds from the Ministry of Health, but it must be pursued. And Secretary General, I know your love for, please go ahead along with the Minister in developing a center of information dissemination and support of the personal doctor, something similar as the York University has. You must discuss those services, how we can broaden them so as to reach what Mr. Moyoli said, that is the integrated care, the issues of palliative care, not at the end of life, but care for maintaining personal dignity. All this is very important. And of course, the issue of assessment. Here and now, an assessment issue. You said it, we need some indices that have been agreed upon, that should be registered on the agreement and have an assessment on that. And last but not least, the University of Crete that has managed to have a digitalized platform. Whenever it has used the European programs, has transformed them indeed to digital training with the assistance of patients, professionals, and the professional doctors, family doctors. We hope that this small help, in cooperation with all universities and faculties of medicine, will help this major project. Thank you.
Right, thank you so very much, and let's move on straight to Professor Boumbas. Professor Boumbas is Professor of Pathology. He is President of the Central Board of Health, the KESI. It's important to see what a Professor of Pathology Rheumatology has to say. Good afternoon, thank you very much.
President, and the AmCham for the capability, the possibility to be with you. I have the privilege of being the last to speak, and I have a very easy task to do because most of the things I wanted to say have already been said. First slide, please. Second slide, if you please. So the Central Board of Health provides guidance, and I will say a few things, and I will say what primary health care is and what it isn't for the KC. Now, since primary health care is a challenge for all countries in the world, I will share my experience from the United States of America, where I spent some 20 years during my education. And why will I do this? Well, because it's a country that one cannot say that they don't have sufficient primary health care. Here, we must point out that I was enthusiastic not just from the humility, but also from the honesty of the SG. And finally, my last slide will have to do with thoughts and initial suggestions from the viewpoint of the KC. I would once again like to say that the KC knows to listen more and talk less. Now, for the KC, primary health care is the first contact for this individualized healthcare for all people in the community. And the other important thing for the KC is that we need to have functional and operational interconnection with the remaining system, with the hospitals, and the next slide. Now, what happens in North America and primarily the United States, because Canada, as you know, has a different system? This is a very important book that comes from the National Academy of Sciences of the United States, and it was published in 2021, including the COVID epidemic. Next slide. I will just cherry pick a couple of things that I feel are important for our debate. What do we define as primary healthcare in the United States? It is integrated, holistic care for the community, and the other important thing, and of course the personal doctor is the first step forward, but everyone agrees that an interdisciplinary approach is required, not just the physicians. There needs to be close relationship between the patients, the community, and the healthcare professionals, and recognition of its importance and support of the society. It's something Mr. Mariolis has been saying for a number of years, and it's very important that the Americans stress this greatly. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, why do the Americans feel like it's worth dealing with primary health care? Because they recognize that it's the foundation. It's an investment that has secured its ROI. So there is a lot of data that say that you get your value for money. Its lack, as was already discussed, leads inescapably to chronicity and increased expenditure, and good primary health care is linked to better health. Now, what struck me as odd is this CDC report that says 6 out of 10 Americans have problems in accessing primary health care. And this has to do with access, transport, support from the family, prescription, appointments, resulting in reduced compliance. Next slide. Some of the particularities recognized by the North Americans is that these services have to do with the community. Once again, they stress the interdisciplinary care, doctors, visitors, nurses, pharmacists, social workers, etc., and the importance of technology and the access to data to protect their time and coordinate their actions. However, and this is a point I would like to share, a concern of mine regarding e-services, in the States, the doctors need approximately 6 hours per day to document their care in the personal health record, which leaves much less time for the patients themselves. I'll explain why I'm mentioning this and what a possible solution could be. Now, the key proposal of the National Academy is to ensure high quality of services, access to all members of the community. Another thing that is important for a country like the States, it's important for them to discuss, and if they discuss it, it means that they must know something, is that they want to remunerate the healthcare professionals in a different way than the doctors are being remunerated for medical services. Now, the reason for this differentiation and this strong recommendation, I believe, goes without saying. Healthcare professional teams and groups need to be trained, but where they live and work in the community. You understand why they say this, of course. And services of digital technology that facilitate the work of healthcare professionals, patients, and the latter's family is also very important in this proposal. Now, concerning proper clinical practice in primary health care, it is once again the interdisciplinary health team, care for everyone, emphasis on vulnerable populations. Now, we as the KESI recognize that there is a deficit in healthcare professionals. They do not recognize the extent of vulnerable populations. We have a great number of Greeks who constitute such groups, and that their needs are pronounced. They are tremendous. PPPs, the coordination of primary healthcare and mental health services, coordinations between the primary healthcare and long-term care. Another thing that goes hand in hand with what Mr. Leonis said is that academic centers, I mean universities, Harvard, Hopkins, and the rest, need to include primary healthcare in their mission, aiming at encouraging the showcasing of leaders in terms of teaching, research, and primary healthcare services. University hospitals and large academic centers can no longer live on their ivory tower, ignoring primary healthcare, something which is of great importance for our country as well. Next slide, please. I will not tire you too much. This is how they see primary healthcare in the States. There is a core comprising the private doctor, a nurse, and the family, but there we have social workers, we have the society in their surroundings. Next slide, please. Regarding training, they stress very much the training of students on site where primary healthcare is offered, something that Mr. Leonis and Mr. Vlalis are doing for a great number of years by sending the students there. It was emphasized by Mr. Leonis, emphasis on communication skills and raising awareness regarding local and cross-cultural differences, training on interdisciplinary primary healthcare. It's easy to do, it's easy to say, hard to do, and well-structured educational curricula for primary healthcare. I would like to conclude by talking about digital technology and what the Americans suggest. The problem is that digital technology is time-consuming, so much of these data need to be connected by non-doctors. They recognize that the existing digital systems existing at the moment are incompatible amongst themselves. There is a proposal that we should take into consideration that there should be a national system of data, of patients' data, that will collect information automatically from the patients, from the test labs, etc. Automatic collection from the patients and choice on behalf of the patients as to who will have access to their data, which will be able to be used by the patients themselves. So the patients own their data. This is how they see integration. Doctors need not enter all the information and to have an automatic initial system that will allow the input of this information. using smart medicine systems to reach and draw some initial conclusions that they can share with the healthcare professionals and the patients. Next and last slide. In conclusion, on the basis of what we said and what I heard for the KESI, the doctor is the main pillar for primary healthcare, but they're not sufficient and not enough without the interdisciplinary team of the primary healthcare and support from technology. The Secretary General reminded us the forgotten yet important role of pharmacists, as was in the pandemic. There are many people who can help primary healthcare. It is necessary to have the participation of all doctors in the community. It can't pertain to just a few specialties, and I'm happy to see that the number of doctors participating was widened. Participation in education in the community with well-structured curricula, not just for doctors but also for nurses and social workers, and for economists. Provision for incentives and ongoing training of primary healthcare doctors. Mr. Mariolis incessantly talks about that incentives are needed. Capabilities of development and evolution for those who work there in the form of postgraduate degrees, seminars, trainings, specializations, etc. The KESI is thinking about that, so we're open to recommendations from the community. Another thing that we feel is important is the enhancement of primary healthcare academic staff. We need new tenured professors, jobs in all universities of the country with this curriculum. At the same time, to be able to be clinical doctors. I mean, a professor of primary healthcare cannot teach that at the hospital. They need to be able to be doctors at the health centers. And it's something that is not done right now. And we need to facilitate the KESI in doing this, because this is something we're trying to settle and arrange. Technological coverage of the population is important, taking into consideration the geographical particularities of the countries and interconnection of the primary healthcare with the rest of the Greek NHS in a way that will facilitate their referral to the secondary and tertiary care in the country and vice versa. Suggesting it as a best practice, but at the same time training and facilitating training seminars. Thank you all very much for your attention. Thank you, sir, for all these important things and issues raised by Mr. Boumpas. Unfortunately, we don't have any time for discussion because we have run out of time. We have exceeded our time. If you have any questions, we may take them outside, perhaps. So thank you all very much.
On behalf of the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce, we declare the end of 2 very intense days of conference. All the challenges, solutions, suggested solutions, and what we have attained to date were presented, and we should not ignore the latter or underestimate it. The pandemic and the 10 years of crisis that preceded offered very valuable lessons, and I take the occasion from the last session. At the end of the day, the primary health care, by having all the citizens selecting their personal doctor, something that had been announced on many years, we really look forward to its eventual implementation, because unless we want to change something and leave our comfort zone, we will leave discussing. So also many levels, primary health care, what should be done at the level of hospital, what should be done at the level of preventive medicine, at the level of symptomatic pre-symptomatic screening, but also pharma industry and medical equipment and diagnostics and agents company that have the solutions, which should not be dealt and viewed as a cost center, we have the solutions that we can offer at the level and capacity of our country. We do have the negotiation committees, we have the budgets, we have the calls that were announced that haven't been effected as yet. From what we hear, all those calls will be issued in February, but also the very intense and important sub-funding of the health system. All this must change at last. In concluding, I would like to point out that we also have the data that must be exploited at many levels, be it at business intelligence or e-data that we have been collecting since 2012 and unfortunately are not tapped. But this is perhaps the challenge for the next conference, the 22nd annual conference of next year. And I would like to conclude thanking the President of the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Nikos Pakatselos, the incessant and indefatigable Director of AmCham, Ilias Pirtiounias, and all those who have been working tirelessly behind the scene, the administrative staff, Vula Gerizoglu, who is in charge, he's always hiding, Georgia Mamali, we warmly thank them, who have been working for months so as to prepare and organize what you saw. They worked along with the scientific personnel. Let us not forget the three professors, Kyriakos Souliotis, Mr. Kostas Athanasakis, and Ilias Kyriopoulos. Two out of three had not only the contribution in the scientific agenda, but also participation in the sessions. We warmly thank them because they are the main contributors and factors for the success that we saw. Thank you. Have a nice evening.